Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same suit every other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
I've just been informed by the geniuses that comment on my posts in Twitter that I am correct, that it wasn't true privatization that caused problems in England when the 1989 Water Act under Margaret Thatcher's party. That wasn't true privatization of water in England and Wales. And the reason is because it is impossible to privatize trains and water and other essential services. That they can't. The market literally cannot build trains or water. Like, it's impossible for that. Like, only a government can have those things. It just can't. It can't be done. That. I was called out, like, I don't want sewage in my water. This is because of private corporations. And then I was like, hey, Water Act 1989, that's not how that worked. And they were like, yeah, well, the government is the only one that can build trains or do water or internet or things like that. This man streams too much, man. I can't keep up. Listen, I'm no longer picking up my son from his school. I mean, I will tomorrow, but that's because it's my weekend. But like, I'm not picking up my son from school multiple times a week, so I have a lot more time to stream. And like, so I'm streaming, right? You ain't got to watch every stream, though. You know, I appreciate you guys whenever you're here. Curdy. Did he cancel the $600? First of all, you need to know? I don't think you need to know. Because if I tell you, then you might not donate. I'm just saying. You know? If I tell you, then you may be less inclined to give me some cash. True, you know how the trains ran on time in Soviet Union. Yeah, I think that was Italy. I made a tweet one time, and I pissed off a lot of people, and then it got reported, and I had to delete it. And it was what did I say? The tweet was you know, I really want to date an autistic girl. No, I said I love autistic girls because just like me, they want the trains to run on time. And like, I thought it was funny, but Twitter made me take it down. I was like, dude, fuck you. That's a hilarious joke. Like, why am I not allowed to keep that tweet up? I was like, because there was so many layers to it. If you know that I'm like a libertarian, you're like, oh, does he want the trains to run on time? Because he's a libertarian, or because he's a fascist, or because he's autistic. I mean, like, there's multiple layers to that joke. It was a great joke. I don't come up with like good jokes that often, you know? Odd Nova, you shut the fuck up. Hold on. There are people. Somebody in the Discord was like, can someone recommend me ANCAP books as literature? And I was like, hop on stream and say howdy. I'll tell you some. And then like someone in the Discord, and she was like gatekeeping, and someone in the Discord was like, I got some books for you. Here you go. I'm like, no, dick. I'm trying to get people in the stream. It's fine. It's fine. I'll type it's fine. There's good times in the Discord, boys. Oh, I'm here? Oh, damn it. Curdy actually is here. Hold on. So here's my question for you, Curdy. Are you like, what are you looking to get out of these ANCAP books? Right. And the reason I need to know, like, how much you want to read, how much you want to learn. And like, are you trying to get your toes wet? Are you looking for, an interesting read, but it like kind of gives you an ANCAP perspective? Or are you like, no, you don't understand. I'm going to pop some Adderall, and no matter how difficult it is, I'm going to get through it. Right? Because there's different books for different types for those situations. So you tell me what that is, and then I'll recommend some books based off of that. You was hoping I would cover this guy? Dude, I've just seen this guy pop up everywhere, and people were like, you should react to this. I was like, oh, shit. Chaos Theory is pretty decent. Robert Murphy's Chaos Theory is what turned me from a minarchist to an anarcho-capitalist, believe it or not. It's interesting that that's the first book recommendation that comes in, because it's the one that changed me from being a, like, we need a state to do the courts and to, like, do prisons and to, like, do, you know, trade enforcement and, like, minimal protection military, but, like, the state shouldn't do anything else, into full-blown ANCAP. I love reading. I love history. I want ANCAP ideological works that concrete the standpoints of ANCAPs. Okay. I would recommend, let me get the book correct. So I would recommend 2 books to you if you're someone that likes, no, Anatomy of the State sucks. Anatomy of the State is just a book that people give out because it's short and because it like gives an overall kind of like understanding of anarcho-capitalism. So, I mean, it's not bad. Rothbard goes on like some weird fucking like rant about judges, but there are just better books. I'm sorry. There are. Okay, sucks maybe is a bad word, but like I it's not one of my it's not one of my recommended books unless somebody has never heard of what anarcho-capitalism is and they're really, really smart. So, given what you said I love reading, I love history, I want ANCAP ideological works that concrete the standpoints of ANCAPs. Okay, I would suggest 2 books, one for fun, one to learn. And they're both by Hans Hermann Hoppe. Okay? Hoppe's the GOAT as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of other people, but Hoppe's my GOAT. So what I would say is, for fun, read A Short History of Man, Progress and Decline. Okay, so that's this right here. Oh shit, hold on, where's it at? So do this one for fun. That's a fun read. Okay? And then if you want like a comprehensive, what is anarcho-capitalism? Then Hoppe's A Theory of Socialism and Capitalism. Based upon what you said, that's what I would. Those are 2 that I would recommend. Hoppe for baseline. What is ANCAP is wild. Not gonna lie. Well, most of Rothbard's works are outdated. Well, yeah, I mean, but that's not really a reading recommendation. But yeah, Zulu's 2-hour video is pretty good. I mean, but it's they asked for a book. It's like, here's some books. If you like history and you kind of want like an ANCAP perspective of history, A Brief History of Man is good. If you want to learn like niche shit, Stefan Kinsella is my favorite. For like, oh, I want to better understand the legal framework. You know what I mean? Like, I want to better understand property rights. I want to better understand stuff like that. If you're looking to argue ANCAP ideas, as much as I hate him, but you're trying to Asapo's bullshit though? No, it's not. If you're looking to like argue ANCAP ideas, okay, well, make your argument. Don't just say it is. Make your argument. You're in chat. Friedman, weirdly enough, is really good. Because, like, I don't like Friedman because he's a consequentialist. You can't just forfeit rights. That's not an argument. Estoppel doesn't forfeit rights. Forfeits your ability to argue in favor of your rights. Like, estoppel doesn't take away your right to bodily autonomy. It just says that you can't argue in favor of them until you pay restitution. They're not a violation of your rights. You've consented to it via your actions. No, you can't argue that you're not consenting to the violence being used against you until you pay restitution. That's what the argument is. The argument isn't that they're violating your rights. The argument is like, if I go out into the street and say, I'm going to kill you, right? You're consenting to me stopping you in self-defense. Okay, dispense with bullshit like this is how statism works, right? Like, if you want to make a good argument, make a good argument. Actually, you know what? Hop on the Discord. I'll hear you out. I'll hear you out for a couple minutes. We got plenty of time tonight. Dude, I put it on happy EDM, and now I'm listening to some fucking elevator music, happy EDM Japanese called Bubble Tea, and I'm fucking vibing right now. It's probably louder in my ears than it is on your end. Hold on, let me cut it up for you guys for a second. I pay for this music, by the way. Dude. For copyright-free music, it was pretty good. For copyright music, that was slapping. This is straight crap, bro. Dude, listen. Don't be mad at me just because you're not happy, all right? Pay for that? Sad? Dude, I pay a subscription service to have copyright-free music and to have, like, thousands of copyright-free songs. Like, I'm not paying for this specific song. Like, it's just so that I can have shit on in the background and not get copyright striked on YouTube. I still do occasionally. Is this what you use a $600 donation on? Amongst many other things, all right? Just tell them copyright isn't real, bro. Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's not how YouTube works. Dude, if I could play music I like, I would. I don't play the music I like. I just play, like, fucking, you know, like EDM or lo-fi or something. Something that's, like, generic, that, like, is unoffensive and unassuming and, like, gives a bright and cheery background to whatever's going on. Or a chill background. Like, I could play the metal station. I could be in here, like, playing this shit. But I choose the fucking happy EDM because it's good background music. What? Odd Nova is now making his argument in the Discord in fucking, like, in text. Goddamn fucking autistic ass libertarians. Like he was like, oh, get in the Discord? All right, let me get out of the stream and then let me go type it out in Discord. You fucking... Yo. This is what $600 gets you in this economy. Why are you making fun of my boy? Maybe he got a little drunk. I don't know, but he didn't cancel the money, and it's been like 16 hours. So to give the Wikipedia insight on Stevenson, he's a grad from London School of Econ. Should set everyone up for what to expect. Why isn't he just an undergrad that then went to work for Citibank? I did my research, all right, before I reacted. He went to work for Citibank as a fucking like day trader, with like interest trader, right? Which is like, it's basically day trading. Like it's not like there's no need to get into all that. But yeah, I mean, so this is some fucking dude that was like a, you know, like made it rich as a millionaire, fucking, you know, engaged in like the most anti-capitalistic shit there is. And then was like, I'm amazing. And I'm going to tell you how amazing I am. All right. I don't know what Odd Nova's doing, but let me do this. Oh, that's not the screen I wanted. This is the screen I wanted. There we go. All right. So I wanted to start off a little chill, and I want to show you guys something dope, because I know you guys have seen Studio Ghibli running around everywhere now that the new Sora fucking, the new ChatGPT Sora installation is allowing people to spend like $20 a month and make everything into Studio Ghibli style. Okay, so there's a dark side and the light side to AI. And on Twitter today, I believe I've found the darkest side of AI and the lightest side of AI referencing Studio Ghibli. And I'm going to bring them both to you back to back, okay? So I want you guys to just be ready for an emotional roller coaster. So here's what I need from you guys in chat. Do you want the dark side or the light side? Let me know. Which one do you want first? Do you want the dark side of AI Studio Ghibli, or do you want the light side? Dark side or light side? We've got dark first. Dark. Oh, dark wins. We're going with dark first. All right. So from the White House official Twitter, 1.4 million followers. Okay, following five. The golden age of America. So from the White House, we have Studio Ghibli deportation memes. Guys, when I tell you I tried so hard not to laugh, it's like I should be outraged, but this is so fucked up. But good God, is it also kind of hilarious? And worse than them just posting this, it's actually a quote tweet of their other post, which is of this one. Fentanyl dealer arrested. This 36-year-old citizen of the Dominican Republic has a rap sheet that includes a fentanyl trafficking conviction. Virginia Basora Gonzalez, a previously deported alien felon convicted of fentanyl trafficking, was arrested by ICE in Philadelphia after illegally re-entering the U.S. She wept when taken into custody. And they were like, you know what? This wasn't offensive enough. We're doubling down. We're doubling down with a Studio Ghibli edit of your deportation. It feels like I'm in Idiocracy and like 7 other dystopian films all kind of just thrown together and turned into a movie by AI. All right, so clearly AI is going to use the artwork of famous Ghibli studio that has brought us a ton of great anime to have the White House make fun of people that they're deporting. I mean, I'm not outraged. I'm just like, Jesus, fuck, that's dark. The girl and the heroine. But we have a palate cleanser. All right, boys? We absolutely have a palate cleanser. And the palate cleanser is the light side of AI. This has been out for like 48 hours at this point, available to the public, okay? So within 48 hours, some random Twitter user, right? This person is a AI filmmaker, makes stuff on YouTube X, right? So just some guy, not a studio in and of itself or whatever, spent $250 in cling credits to utilize AI and redid the entire Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring trilogy using AI into a what if Studio Ghibli had made Lord of the Rings. And here it is.
Of power has a will of its own.
Evil is stirring in Mordor. The ring has awoken.
It's so good.
Sauron needs only this ring to cover all the lands of darkness.
What must I do?
The ring must be destroyed.
Cast back into the fires of Mount Doom.
I know what hunts you. They're coming.
They will find the ring and kill the one who carries it.
Was appointed to you, and if you do not find a way, no one will.
Let us hope that our presence may go unnoticed. They are coming.
All right, real quick. That is the goofy ass looking troll.
We must turn back!
Shall not pass!
Look what he did. Look right here. I fucking died laughing when I first saw this. Miyazaki. Of course I'm gonna link it when it's over, all right? All right? The Balrog is a cool fucking touch too, the way the Studio Ghibli version of Balrog.
Shall not pass!
You will face evil, and you will defeat it. Even the smallest.
Look, I love how he even put in the TM trademark. He put in the TM trademark, like, fuck your IP, bro. Oh, shit. Guys, we are so fucking close. Of course, I'll link it. Definitely check this guy out. Oh shit, we'll just throw it here. Whatever. It's on the wrong screen, but guys, we are so fucking close. Like 6 months ago, like AI couldn't fucking do hands like at all. Maybe a year ago. But like even 6 months ago, it was consistently fucking up hands like, you know, half the time. And now we're at the fucking precipice, man. Like we're very close to being like, here's a book in this style, make this movie, and then just having to go through and like edit some scenes. Like so many like traditional media studios that like people are so worried about like Hollywood's influence, and I'm like, dude, Hollywood's dead. They just don't know it yet. Like Hollywood's done. All these little fucking furry artists on Twitter can bitch about, you know, AI stealing art, whatever. Fine. Bitch. Complain. But like your whole business model is like is dying. Like the power of like Daily Wire was right just way too early. And I, for one, am super fucking excited about it. I mean, yeah, it relied on IP, which, you know, kind of worked back in the day. But, yeah, that shit's not going to work now. Once VHS came out, really, like, you kind of started to see the death of Hollywood, I think. Once people could just start recording shit, and like DVR and all this other shit, it was like, ooh, they tried a lot of things to like limp on with like the carcass of what they once had. But the contradiction in IP was already there. But dude, I can't wait until like people are like, oh, you made a crappy, you know, version of, like, just imagine, like, I like we're already at the point, right, where you could have AI make an Aragon series based off of the book, and it would be 10 times better than what M. Night Shyamalan butchered. Or was it M. Night whoever the fuck butchered Aragon? And I know he did the fucking Avatar live action movie. Both of those films, right? We're already at a point where it's like, no thanks, Hollywood. We got this. Oh yeah. Well, it's the thing is that ad libitum, you need to understand, and I know that you understand this, but it's just important to state, right, that these people don't have principles and they don't have rules, and everything they say bad about you is a confession about themselves, and that every principle they have or that they claim to have is not a principle they hold, it's a principle they're trying to hold you to. Right? When they say we need democracy or we need this, and et cetera, they don't actually give a fuck about democracy in the workforce, right? But they know that you, maybe not you or us libertarians, but like conservatives, have some value or principle around democracy. So they utilize that against you. Yeah, remember fucking Lars from Metallica losing his shit over Napster? I feel like most of you guys are probably too young for that. But that was like a huge thing. Like Metallica was like, we're gonna fucking fight you guys stealing our music on Napster and LimeWire. When I was a kid, we were all like, shut up, nerds. I got your whole album. I just downloaded it. And it's like, you guys started off by like selling fucking cassette tapes out of the back of trucks. And now you got all this money. You're fucking nothing but a bunch of sellouts. Piss off. I'm going to download your shit on LimeWire. I'm going to put it on a separate hard drive because every 10th download is going to be a virus on my computer.
Right. Hey.
What the left really means? I don't know what this means. I vaguely, like, this looks vaguely familiar, but I don't know what it's from.
Right. Hey, genius. Wow, sarcasm. That's original. Where are the gold bars you were supposed to pull out of that bank vault with your transmatter ray? Obviously it failed, or it would be in the papers. Well, no, they're not going to say anything in the press, but behold, transported from there to here. The molecules tend to shift during the transmatter event. But
it's a part of the internet I missed.
They were transported in bar form, and they clearly were. And by the way, it's not about making money. It's about taking money. Destroying the status quo, because the status is not quo. The world is a mess, and I just need to rule it. It smells like cumin. So,
Mark, that was good. That was good. That was accurate. I agree. That is what the left means. I lost a computer to LimeWire, bricked it totally. That's just because you didn't know what you were doing, bro. Kids today have no idea how computers work at all. And that's because kids today never do anything risky with a computer and never have to figure shit out. Okay? Like back in the day, like we would destroy our computers and then we'd be like, okay, now I have to learn how to repartition a hard drive and install Windows from a USB drive. Right? Like in kids today, it's just like everything's, like click, click, you know what I mean? Like point and click. It tells you exactly what you're supposed to do. I just like computer literacy amongst fucking Gen Z is at rock bottom compared to what we had to deal with. And then they want to make fun of us because like a new app comes out and we don't get it immediately. Try downloading a Minecraft mod, then get back to me. Dog, okay, listen. I've never played Minecraft, and I've never attempted to download a Minecraft mod. I will say this, though. I've had to organize load orders for like over 1,000 Skyrim mods before. Okay, like, so don't come at me like I'm not going to be able to figure out how to download and install a Minecraft mod. All right, get the fuck out of here, Gen Z. Not even comparable? Oh yeah, it must be so difficult manually installing and organizing the load order on them. Literally have to click a button. Yeah, there are ones now where you can just download a pack. That is true, and have them done for you. But when Minecraft, when Skyrim first came out, you had to fucking download them off of Nexus, mod manager or whatever, and then they didn't have their own mod manager. It was just the mods, so you had to manually install all of them. I know you're talking about Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft. You're gonna click a button and drag a file, shit stuff. Oh my God. I mean, When's the last time you played a game? I mean, has Gen Z ever had to edit the .ini files in order to get mods to work? Like, did you ever have to go find the read only, like the file, like find different files, pull them up in Notepad, put in new codes, and then turn them to read only so that your mod would work? And you're over here being like, try installing a Minecraft mod, boomer. Like, shut up. Like, get out of here, all right? Millennials understand computers in a way that Gen Z and boomers and Gen X simply never will, all right? It's a dying art. Yeah, sure, programmers and shit like that know way more than me, but like your typical millennial, pull them off of a street, they'll be so much better at figuring out how to like navigate an issue on a go use Linux, nerd. I used Linux for like a month, and then I was like, fuck this. It was just too much. I mean, Linux has like a lot of shortcuts, and like once you learn those shortcuts, you know, it's better. But it's just so much shit to memorize and use. And then like every program that you try and use has problems that you have to figure out. And then eventually it's just like, nah, fuck it, I'll get Windows. Okay, trolling aside, the effort required to play even a single game in ye old days was crazy. Especially when you weren't buying the game and you were doing it off of like ROM files. When you were pirating games. I haven't used I don't even remember. Like when I'm talking about using Linux, I'm talking about like over 15 years ago. Like, and I did it for a while and was like, this is terrible. What have I done? Try figuring that out on stream. Dude, I have a decent computer. I don't think I can, I don't know that my computer could handle a stream of doing that, number one. Number two, I'm not sure that like I want to open certain files live. Yeah, I heard that Linux is way, way better now. And I've also heard that like Linux has way less issues with games. But yeah, when it came out, it was, well, not when it came out. I mean, obviously I wasn't that early of an adopter. I'm not that old, but or try figuring out Steam. Dog, hold on. No, fuck this. Hold on, fuck this. Do you see my glasses? Hold on. Do you see my glasses? There's a ring light right there. See these triple lights? Those are more lights. I got a ring light over here. I got 3 monitors. I got a Steam Deck. I got my microphone. I got my Focusrite. I got my keyboard, my mouse, you know, which obviously everybody has. The amount of lights and things coming at me when you, like, sometimes when I see something in chat, there's just a bright fucking light hitting me in the fucking face, right? Like, that's what's required to have like a decent, like, decent lighting. You have a Steam Deck? No, Stream Deck. Like an Elgato Stream Deck for like, oh, God damn it. The cord's not long enough for me to show you, and I'm not moving my Canon. No, it's a Stream Deck. It's like it's a thing that allows me to like program certain stuff to make it easier, right? So like I'm not touching the mouse, I'm just touching a button when I do this, or when I do like scene transitions. You can even do this one, right? If I want to make a joke about, you know, censoring something. Fuck. And just a little shit like that. All right, let's get into this reaction and let's play some fucking WoW in the background, and let's have a good time. Which of these programs is it trying to force open? What is happening? My toolbar won't go away. Or my taskbar, sorry. Why? Search icon only, and then... Okay. And then we'll go back to hide. Oh my God, where's the fucking... Why will my fucking taskbar? Why is my taskbar stuck in the up position? What is happening? Windows user equals fake hand cap. Dude, let me put some music on while I figure this out. What the fuck? See, like, you guys jinxed me. Somehow my fucking auto hide taskbar just got turned off. I don't know how, but you guys did this. I blame you. You guys were giving me shit for being like a boomer because I was giving millennials shit. And now all of a sudden my fucking taskbar wants to fight me. Using Mac OS? Oh god. Anybody using Apple products, I just hate you. Tell us more about how much you understand computers. I understand them bigly. I know them super bigly. Ouch. I use Apple products? Yeah, like you can't, I'm just saying, you can't be giving me shit for using Windows as an ANCAP and you're over here using fucking Apple products. It's like, I enjoy my crappy products that don't work as well, that I'm not legally allowed to repair, that use child labor and slave labor as much as I can possibly get away with. And that when something on it breaks, I go to Geek Bar, and even though it's like a simple chip that can be replaced for $2, they're like, yeah, that's going to be 17 grand. I guess you'll just have to buy the new MacBook. Hold on now. What is happening, boys? What the fuck is happening? There we go. Why is Streamlabs Big Brother? What the fuck does that mean? Dude, I'm not super excited about it. I'm not gonna lie. But we're gonna do it nevertheless. We're gonna get through this together, boys. And World of Warcraft Classic is gonna make this burden a lot easier for me.
I'm sick.
I'm also waiting for someone to do a YouTube video, okay, as opposed to a news article on what's going on with Ubisoft, Tencent, and Assassin's Creed. So, you know, maybe in a couple hours some YouTube videos will pop out and we can have that conversation as well. All right, because I really want to know what the fuck is going on there. But I don't want like some fucking like Polygon games journalist to like bullshit and lie about it. I want somebody like Endemont or whatever the fuck his name is to like actually break it down and go talk to some contacts. But it looks like fucking Ubisoft did some type of like sell-off to where fucking to like a subsidiary, and Tencent owns like something like 25% of like Ubisoft now because Assassin's Creed Shadows is doing so beautifully. Is this another Make Scott Angry? I'm almost positive that's what's about to happen. So we're going to go to 1.25 speed. We're going to watch this debate between this guy that I've seen some clips of this, right? Just fair warning. I have seen like a couple clips of this, and I've just heard nothing but commie drivel about why a wealth tax is going to save England. And like I haven't seen any clips of the other guy because all of the clips that are going viral are all from like Gary here, and like people being like, oh my God, someone finally gets it. This is the Joe Rogan of the left that we all needed. This is the guy that bros can understand, that can explain why we need free everything, and then finally it'll be just like the 1970s again, but without the racism. And so like I don't really know what's going on. I haven't heard anything in like the full context. This guy out of nowhere is just super famous and astroturfed everywhere. Which leads me to believe that like it's probably your tax dollars probably funded this shit so that he could, you know, some fucking NGO that gets tax dollars somewhere fucking has bought a bunch of marketing shit so that this guy can be famous, as opposed to like people that speak the truth like me, you know, whatever. But before I get started, there are 12 likes, there are 30 viewers. Give the stream a like. Consider following me on X. Consider joining the Discord if you want to get the go lives and you want to be a part of like conversation, especially when I'm like not streaming that night or whatever. You'll know when I'm streaming. Probably going to be a lot of fun. Probably going to be some new people. I'll be on Tim Pool this not this weekend, but this next weekend, April 5th. I believe the show starts at 11. I don't know exactly that if there's a delay between the show starting and going out on Culture War. But I'll be in West Virginia there. I always answer super chats. So if you super chat me, I guarantee you I'll answer it at least some point during the stream. I've only ever not answered one super chat during the stream, and that's because I wanted to do a better answer, and it was like right towards the end of the stream that I got it. And it was just like, look, I like it was a lot of money, and I was like, no, I want to do a due diligence. But I always answer super chats at some point. Memberships are only $3.99. You get emotes, you get badges. Fun little time. But again, just like, share, subscribe, cut the notification bell on. But if you really want to be notified of the stream, join the Discord. Come hang out with us on the Discord. And if you want to watch me, you know, be toxic and rage, you know, see my thoughts on X.
Multi-millionaires telling kids who can't afford to turn the heating on, you just need to be more entrepreneurial. It's sick, Dan. It's sick.
Well, your video where you talk about...
It's sick. It's sick. It's sick. We need the government to give everyone hate, yeah?
If you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. Well, to me, if I had come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed.
My friends can't feed their kids, okay? If it was that easy, why is everybody not doing it?
I'll tell you why people aren't doing it. It's because...
You'd like to say one thing back on that.
Today's debate is...
Okay, what the fuck was that intro edit? Like, this was literally just, like, who's your editor? There's like, it's like, cut, nothing makes sense. Like, that's, like, it's so, like, reality TV. What the fuck is this channel? Diary of a CEO. And it's got fucking, what, 10 million fucking...
3 to 75% of women do not...
Yeah, this has got to be, like, some BBC-funded shit or something. Because it's so not YouTube. It's so very clearly something a studio made or a production company made, and like not something. It's not something like an editor or something would make. Yeah, I mean, it's edited like there's going to be a commercial break after that, and they need to sell you on it so that you don't change the channel on the next commercial break. Okay, like it's very clearly like. Just off the bat, like, I don't know what this channel is, but I'm just like, I can tell I don't like the editing style of the channel. It just feels like the dude and his virality seems astroturfed, and now I'm seeing this. Like, I'm going to look it up. I'm just curious. Let me go to Grok. Let's see if Grok has anything. Some dude's private funding, an equity fund called Flight Fund. Okay, so I'm guessing it's just this dude, but this dude probably hired production companies because it's got funding from like all his venture capital shit. Okay. So some dude hired Hollywood people, and that's why his shit sucks. But if you have enough money and you have clout, you can get people, and then you can fucking pay for massive amounts of ads. And then if you don't get censored by YouTube because you have the right opinions, your channel does well. Isn't that cool how that works? But it feels glowy to me.
Fiery, to say the least, but important nonetheless. As I sat down with two leading experts in wealth and entrepreneurship and the economy to discuss the state of the US, the state of the UK, and the Western world.
Do you think the reason the average Brit or American are getting poorer is because they don't...
Oh my God, now we're doing the second fucking slightly in more context portion. I hate this editing style.
know how to create wealth?
No, the reason people are getting poorer is because of big governments, record levels of taxes, an outdated schooling system, technology, and remote work.
You sure about that?
How do you disagree with those opinions?
Living standards are falling because of growing wealth inequality. If you allow the rich to get richer, they squeeze the
It's just fucking, hold on. He's making like a fucking, like Joseph Stiglitz called, and he wants his fucking economic talking points from 2004 back. Like, fucking the Gini coefficient is what's killing us all. Like, this is the guy we're astroturfing to represent the left in economics, is like fucking talking points that got defeated before Obama got elected. Jesus Christ, dude, that's such a trash argument.
Middle class and the poor class out of things like housing. Let's cut tax on people who are working hard, and let's raise tax on the richest.
Look, bitch, I'm gonna pause as much as I fucking want. It's gonna take me a while to get through it, but here's the thing: I'm playing WoW now, and so it's probably only gonna take 4 hours instead of fucking 14.
Most powerful people in the world.
That's an overly simplified view of things. We now have 1,000 millionaires a month leaving, which means every ordinary person who pays 10 grand a year in tax will now have to pay 20 grand a year in tax. You end up
like, I like how that dude looks offended by him just saying the facts.
cutting off your nose to spite your face.
If we are a country that don't try and do things which are necessary because they are hard, then our kids will live in poverty.
What do you want people to do?
There's a lot of different ways.
Buckle up.
I can already tell that this guy's gonna have no fucking solutions. He's just gonna be like, he's gonna like, because his only solution is just socialist nonsense. All right, there's a lot of things we gotta do. We need more socialism, mate.
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to the show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to...
Okay, hold on, pause. I want to have a little moment here. When your not subscribed number, okay, is higher than your subscribed number, that means YouTube puts you in the algorithm to people that don't regularly watch your content. Every time I see people bitching about fucking like mine is like, I think it's something like 97% of you guys are already subscribed. You know why? Because YouTube doesn't put my videos in the algorithm and I'm demonetized. I'm not demonetized. I'm ad limited on every single video, or some videos are demonetized. Okay? But it's always above 90%. It fluctuates from like 92 to 97%. So when you see creators being like, oh, a lot of you guys aren't subscribed, what they're really saying is YouTube doesn't censor my channel and pushes me out to a whole bunch of people. I'm blown away that you guys aren't subscribed. Come on, buddy, subscribe. I understand it's a call to action, but like, don't bullshit me like this is like some major problem because your video is getting pushed out to tons and tons of people that aren't subscribed to your channel. Like, that's a number you should celebrate, because that means that YouTube hasn't censored you, unlike people like me that make libertarian content, or that make make more radical political content, or that say the naughty words and shit. Like, shut up.
Haven't yet.
Like, stop this bitch behavior.
Subscribe to the show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start?
And he knows that's what it means, by the way. Like, he understands that's what it means. But he's just using that as like a call to action and not being honest about it, because I don't know who this guy is or what his channel is about, but like, seems like it's sleazy behavior, or the guy's just an idiot. But like, considering he's made a ton of money and he's got 10 million subscribers, he's probably not that stupid.
Start. If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is, if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much.
I'm not going to make that promise because I don't have 10 million subscribers. So like, I want you to subscribe, but I'm not going to find the guests you want me to talk to and get them on, because I don't have 10 million subscribers. But if you subscribe, it'll help me out, and I appreciate it.
Gary, Daniel, you've been on the show a few times before, so I want to start with Gary and understand a little bit about your backstory and who you are. And having been through the trading game and read and watched many of your videos over time, I have a sort of deep understanding of that. But for anyone that doesn't know you, can you give me a picture of the context that has brought you to where you are today, writing about the things you're writing about today and running the YouTube channel and speaking to the subject matter?
Debate Andrew Tate or unsub. I'm literally just going to call him a pedophile the whole time. And then wait for him to sue me, and then laugh my ass off. I'm going to find some lawyer that'll fucking do my case pro bono, because there's got to be tons of lawyers that just hate fucking Andrew Tate. And then I'm going to win my court case because he's open admitted pedophile, and there's like just mountains of evidence online, and that it's not malicious just because dude doesn't have a fucking, a legal court case where he's convicted, because that's some magical thing lawyers and people on the right are going to do. And then I'm going to get super famous. So I would love to debate Andrew Tate, but I'm not actually, this would be the only person I don't genuinely argue or debate in good faith. I'm just going to be like, pedophile. That's a cool argument. It would sound better if it didn't come from a pedophile. I'm just going to call him pedophile like 72 times throughout the debate on whatever the fuck it is, whilst flaming and roasting him. And then just ride me getting sued, ride the coattails of his own clout, because that would be fun to do, because fuck him.
Matter that you're speaking about today. Take me right back and give me as much as you possibly can.
Okay, so
my mod is LVUI, but specifically BinkUI.
My name's Gary Stevenson. I was born
But obviously, like, I set up everything. I've set up a lot of this stuff myself.
in a place called Ilford, which is in outer East London. Quite a poor family, little terrace house by the railway, playing football in the streets kind of stuff. Always very good at maths since I was a kid, very talented maths student. Eventually able.
Can I be honest? Maybe it's because he's a socialist and I just want to hate him. But like, I have a hard time like when you hear people give their life backstory in this practiced kind of like, oh, right by the railway. It's like he's trying to sell himself, like he's about to put out a rock album or something. Like, it doesn't sound real.
East London, quite a poor family, little terrace house by the railway, playing football in the streets kind of stuff. Always very good at maths since I was a kid, very talented maths student. Eventually able to get into the London School of Economics, which is an extremely elite university, economics university in the centre of London, which is basically...
He had to let everybody know it's an extremely elite university. Cool, bro. Nobody cares anymore, not in this day and age.
Basically a kind of investment.
Not when we've seen Harvard and Oxford pump out so many retards, including the London School of Economics, I might add. I bet this guy doesn't have a lick of understanding of Austrian theory.
Banking bootcamp. Got a job as a trader. Started working full-time as a short-term interest rates trader at Citibank in London in June 2008. When I was 21. Obviously, yeah, exactly. That's just before the big credit crash, the big Lehman crisis. And I watched the Lehman crisis happen in front of my eyes. I was... short-term interest rate trading is basically...
Do they call it the Lehman crisis in England? Like from like Lehman Brothers? Is that what they call it? That is such a weird way to like... that's fine. I'm sure that's just like a slang term for like what they're, the crash, but that's a strange way to put it, but all right.
Like short-term loans. And during the credit crisis, what a credit crisis is nobody can borrow any money. So like short-term loans become really, really important. My desk, which was like historically an unfashionable area of trading, became...
Tobias, you're correct. No one cares about Austrian School of Economics except for, Austrians, obviously. You're absolutely correct. That's what happens when something tells you the truth and tells you that you can't keep running can't keep running this evil corporatist game. All of the money interests don't care, and the universities don't teach it because it's not in their interest. Because it tells them, hey, you're fucking retarded with our money.
Like the center of the crisis, or one of the centers of the crisis, people started making tons of money. I was working with all these crazy people, and you can imagine me. Like, I turn up, 21 years old, and then like within 3 months, like everyone around me is making a ton of money during the credit crisis. But what really interested me was what happened after the crisis itself, which was, so we're betting on interest rates. Long story short, interest rates come down when the economy is weak, and they go up when the economy is strong, when the economy is overheating from an inflation perspective. In 2008,
I mean, sure,
all the interest rates go to zero. So suddenly, our job is basically predicting and betting on when will those interest rates go back up, which is when will the economy recover. And this is super interesting, right? In 2008, because all the interest rates went to zero so quickly, like before 2008, it's important to remember, rates would move from like 5.5 to 5.25. And then here in 2008, everywhere in the world slashing to zero.
Boom, 0.5%.
Exactly, and everybody, all the economists were like, well, this is going to cause a massive recovery because they thought that interest rates were powerful. And everybody predicted that rates would come back up in 2009, which of course we now know they didn't. Then everybody predicted that rates would go up in 2010, which we now know they didn't. And then at the beginning of 2011, everybody was predicting rates would definitely go up this year. And this to me was so interesting because I study maths and economics at one of the best economics universities in the world, and now I'm working with
dude's really glazing himself about his education.
These traders who are getting paid £1 million a year to predict the economy, to predict the interest rates, and everybody is wrong year after year after year. And this was it's so amazing to me for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's like, wow, like this is a big thing that we as a society should understand, and like we're getting it wrong. But secondly, if all of the best guys in the world are getting this wrong, then if I can figure this out, I can make a ton of money here.
Gary, how much money did you make for Citibank at the age of 24 years old?
That year,
$35 million in his best year.
Yeah, so that year, 2011, I put this big bet on that it would get worse forever. And I was Citibank's most profitable trader in the world that year. And I made them just over $35 million.
You made them $35 million. You eventually decided to leave Citibank.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I think that's an interesting question, right? In the sense that I've just explained to you what happened, which is I made a ton of money by betting on the collapse of Western society. I did it in 2011. I did it again in 2012.
Somebody watched The Big Short and thought that would be a good idea to make an emotional grandstand on. I like the inauthenticity that I feel from this guy is like off the charts. Like it almost triggers like some danger sense in my head.
I would prefer for it not to collapse, Stephen. And I'm trying to stop it from collapsing.
When you say it collapsing, what exactly are you referring to?
It's just like it feels so rehearsed and practiced, like a fucking narcissist telling a story. I'm not diagnosing this guy with narcissistic personality disorder or anything. I'm just saying, like, you can tell that there's like an inauthenticity to this speech he's given multiple times and rehearsed to make it like an emotional appeal to like why he's the good guy now.
That you don't want to collapse.
So you born in Botswana, right?
Yeah.
Do you still have family there?
I've got family in Nigeria, which is where my family is from. I was born in Botswana because we were visiting there, but got family in Africa.
Do you go to Nigeria much?
No.
I don't know how British you are, but having the name Tobias and being like Crony Corp's buying all the assets is I don't know, it's just funny to me.
Home in Cape Town in South Africa, so I see that it's a great place if you want to see inequality.
I think there is a naivety in this country, places like the US, that the kind of inequality, the kind of broad poverty that you see in places like South Africa, in places like Nigeria, in places like India, can't happen here. It will happen here. That is the future of this country. That is the future of the US. And I'm not just saying that, I'm betting on it. And I've been betting on it for 15 years, and I've been right for 15 years. That is what I'm trying to avoid.
Daniel, where do you come from?
Yeah, so I grew up in Australia. I was born to low-income family. I grew up in a place that had...
Oh, the joys of having started over, but not really starting over. Fucking, you will never see me walk around in these little bags. Wait, he said the railroads created poverty? What are you talking about? What did I miss?
Been right for 15 years. That is what I'm trying to avoid.
Daniel, where'd you come from?
Yeah, so I grew up in Australia. I was born to low-income family. I grew up in a place that had 24% unemployment. Pretty much the only jobs or opportunities around me were things like the trades, building, construction, pest control, hospitality and tourism. So at 14, I got a job at McDonald's, and then I got a job in a bar and Pizza Hut delivery driver. And I discovered entrepreneurship. So I discovered books about entrepreneurship, and I discovered that some people make millions, similar to yourself. You saw Canary Wharf. I read a book about business ownership.
And as we sit here today, can you give me the overview of your business success since then?
Yeah, so I now have a group of companies that I've either started or bought. I've just sold a company, so there's 7 companies in the group. I've started a couple of software companies. One of our companies is now one of the fastest growing companies in the UK. We're a software business. I've got a
pest control in Australia, say less. Yo, I bet that is a great business in Australia. That's a fucking good point. Like, that's a business that's never going out. That's a business that will always be necessary.
There's a couple of agencies. I've got an education and training business.
And when you think about
we'll fight the emus and win.
The UK and broadly the Western world today, what is your assessment of where we're at as a country and what's concerning you? Because Gary expressed quite articulately that his big concern is that because of wealth inequality, we're going to end up in a similar position to the likes of India. What are you concerned about?
I agree.
Wait, what? He quite articulately discussed how fucking income inequality is going to make us like India. What? No, he didn't. Is there some other pre-podcast that I'm missing here? Like, what are you talking about? It's got nothing to do with wealth inequality. Wealth inequality is not doesn't cause anything. Wealth inequality is an effect.
That it wasn't that long ago that we had real serious wealth inequality in this country. There are amazing photos from like 100 years ago of kids working in mines and kids doing oyster shucking and all this horrible work. And there's a book Charles Dickens wrote called The Tale of Two Cities, and the opening line of the book is, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." And I think we've actually gotten to that point here where some people in the UK, it's the best of times. If you, like in your situation, you're booming, you're a globally successful business. I've got a globally successful business. And then there are a lot of people who completely cannot relate to this. Energy prices are now the most expensive in the Western world. House prices are completely unaffordable. It used to take 3 years to save for a deposit. It's now 20 years if theoretically 20 years.
Theoretically 20 years. What happens in fucking the next 10 or 15 years with rising home prices? Like, get out of here, dude. Nobody's saving for a home at this point because nobody thinks they're going to be able to own a home. They're just more concerned with them getting rich in some capacity or getting some job in the future that's going to get them so much money that then they'll finally be able to buy a home.
If you can save for a deposit. Food prices are through the roof. So we're in a really difficult, like for anyone who is...
Children yearn for the mines. I mean, like, you want to get rid of child poverty, right? Like, sorry, not child poverty, sorry, child labor. It doesn't matter, like, child labor laws don't do shit. Like, you can see countries that have child labor laws, they don't work. And then you can see countries that have relatively no child labor laws, and what happens? Once you get to around 12 to 15K GDP, child labor, per capita, obviously, child labor just disappears. Because nobody wants to, unless you're like a horrible, abusive parent, you don't want to send your kids to work in the fucking mines. You send your kids to work in the mines because that's what you have to do to survive. Right? Like, the only exception to this is China, and that's because there's like massive poverty in mainland China and then like massive wealth in places like Beijing and tourist areas.
Not tapped into digital economy, fast growth.
Tobias, I'm not sure what you're saying because you're just kind of like saying things. He is right. It goes to shit. Like, I don't know how to react to that because it's just like, those are just words. Who's right? What goes to shit? What are you talking about?
And all of that sort of stuff. Life is getting harder and worse, and things are collapsing. If you would go with that, there is a predictable path countries go on, and there's this thing called the Economic Freedom Index. And the Economic Freedom Index basically says how economically free are you? How much access do you have?
Economic Freedom Index has some issues. Let's be honest.
To free markets, can you start a business? Can you scale a business? Does anything inhibit your ability to run your own life? Countries that have high degrees of economic freedom have very low poverty. They have widespread affluence. And countries that have low economic freedoms have high poverty. And it can be the difference between less than 10% right up to 70% poverty rates. And when countries go on a path towards economic freedom, poverty just drops. So India, for example, has been on that path, and they announced today that they've almost eradicated abject poverty or extreme poverty. The UK went on that path of low economic freedom to high economic freedom, and we saw poverty rates come right down. But in 2008, when the global financial crisis happened, one of the things that happened is the government said, we need to step in and we need to take charge. And everyone said, please do. So they came in and they said, all right, we're going to ramp.
Hold on, pause. Not everybody said, please take charge, right? Some of us are old enough to have been at Occupy Wall Street, all right? Some of us went to some of those protests at the Federal Reserve Building in Richmond, okay, because we weren't anywhere near New York. Okay, some of us were saying too big to fail is bullshit. Some of us were saying these bankers that, defrauded people and customers and politicians that helped aid this through the Security and Exchange Commission, and these credit reporting agencies, that some of these people that engaged in fraud need to go to jail and these businesses need to fail, okay? Most of us were saying that. That was the whole 99%. And then corporations discovered critical theory. Corporations discovered that if they pushed woke cultural leftist bullshit, no one would care if they got billions in dollars in bailouts. They discovered that if they pushed lesbian dance theory and fucking rainbow flags on the sides of their bombs and shit like that nobody would care that they never got punished and that they stole all of our tax money. But, oh, don't worry, they paid back like 70% of it, so we're all good and hunky-dory, right? So, no, most of us were not begging the government to come in and fucking engage in socialism. I don't think that's necessarily what he's claiming here, but it triggered me.
Ramp up debt, ramp up taxes to pay for the debt, and we're also going to put all regulations in. And unfortunately, that starts to reduce economic freedom. Then the pandemic happens, and they say, oh, we're going to spend more money again through debt. We're going to have more taxes, more regulations, less economic freedom. So the UK, we went from an 82, when I arrived in 2006, we went from 82 out of 100 down to 68 out of 100. So we're less economically free. And predictably, what we will always see happen, if you lower people's economic freedom, more poverty, less affluence, the millionaires and the wealth creators leave, the people who are stuck in dead-end jobs or no jobs get incredibly frustrated. Everyone starts looking for someone to blame. People are angry, and they're like, who do we blame?
And who do they blame?
It's very different because in the US, US blames someone different to the UK. So we have a historical cultural memory. In the UK, we have a cultural memory that the people to blame are the rich. So we have landlords and aristocracy and the landed gentry. Those guys are to blame, right? So blame the rich is what we say in the UK. In the US, they have a very different view. Their cultural memory is that they're anti-government. They want limited government. In 2023, there was this song that came out called Rich Men North of Richmond. And it was the #1 song in America. And the lyrics of the song basically says, people in Washington do not care about working people. They are taxing everything we touch. You can't earn money.
Which is a really nice way of saying America's based and the UK are retarded socialists. Got it.
They depreciate the dollar. They tax, and they want to control our lives. Those are the lyrics of the songs.
No, Rothbardy. No, Rothbardy. No, Rothbardy. I was there at Occupy Wall Street. I knew plenty of people that were there at Occupy Wall Street. When it started off, it was a coalition of libertarians, and there was not a lot of tax the rich. There was a lot of like lefties that wanted to punish corporations. And then they astroturfed libertarian movements. They came in with police and fucking and went after certain areas. And then another thing they did is they brought in all these like NGO funded activist organizations, brought in all these like people that would come in and like give out water and give out food and give out like, like snacks and bring in the media. And then they would come in, they would be like, hey guys, gather around. We're going to have meetings to discuss things. And then on the docket for the meetings would be like, lesbian furry dance shit. And like, it was all like all of these activist organizations came in and took charge, and they were all leftist. When Occupy Wall Street first started, it was just as much like libertarian right-leaning people that wanted to punish these fucking corporations for their fraud and punish the government and the corrupt politicians as much as it was lefty people. And the lefty people were not focused on like weird woke shit or tax the rich. They were focused on punishing these corporations. It was Your own fucking tax dollars, guaranteed, funneled through NGO corporations and people like George Soros and all these people that set up all these NGOs that brought in people and started doing the organization because they had the money to set up like big tents and have meetings and shit. And they pushed out anybody that had right wing or libertarian thought. But you're not gonna get that on the news. Like the news was loving to meme on like this like crazy lefty people or whatever. And they focused their attention on like crazy commies doing stuff because that's what was going on. But if you were there in the early days of Occupy Wall Street when I was a teenager, that's not how it started. But the corporations figured out that they could use their fucking philanthropy and their fucking NGOs and their buddies that, you know, make money by being charitable somehow. And they could shift this movement into this hyper woke thing that ate itself. And then all of a sudden it's about all these cultural issues. And then the corporations could tie themselves to those cultural issues and they could completely avoid responsibility.
Controlling our lives and taxing us. So the American reaction to this is who's to blame? Government. So we want smaller government. We want a Department of...
Look up any fucking political activist organization. That's how they did it. Right? Like when you have tax money given to you in terms of grants, and then you have billionaires that put in like a small amount of money to start an NGO and then get all of these tax, you know, grants and get all of these like charitable donations from like politicians into an NGO, and then they make, you know, 4 or 5 times more money than they invested in the NGO. And then you have these massively well-funded political activist organizations that go in, and it's like normal dudes are just there in their tent that they bought at Walmart protesting, and then somebody rolls up with a truck with food, with like professional tents and like, you know, like a group of people that have like, you know, meetings on a docket and representatives and people that they brought there for speeches. And all of a sudden, they can control an entire protest movement by bringing in that money and bringing in just that organizational skill.
Government efficiency to come in. We want someone as a wrecking...
Then they can, the very same billionaires can subvert those movements into shit that doesn't matter, like woke bullshit. I know, because I was like basically a fucking commie at the time, and I wasn't really libertarian at all, though I was like kind of starting to see how the libertarians were aligned and how the libertarians kind of had the same idea and how the libertarians knew about shit like the Council on Foreign Relations and Bilderberg and all this shit. And I was like, oh, they kind of have this, but they're like, you know, bootlickers for corporations and shit. And then I saw all these lefty people be bootlickers for corporations and shit. And then I had some other things go on in my life and did some traveling and did some construction and had some personal life experience and went into the military. And lo and behold, I just slowly became more and more libertarian over time.
Ball who will come in and smash government. The British instinct is hate the rich. It must be the rich's fault. So when we look for, like all of the Western countries that implemented lower economic freedoms, created more poverty, less affluence, and more disruption to their economies. So both US and UK, for example, and Australia as well, but both sides of the pond want someone to blame. It's just that the Americans blame government and we blame the rich.
Gary, I'm sure you have a lot to say there. I know you both use the word collapsing, so you agree that there's a problem here. But I think you, from studying both of your sort of perspectives, you think that the solution and the cause of the problem is different.
I mean, I put bets on. That's what I do. I put bets on. At the beginning of COVID,
somebody told me that like this is his go-to phrase. Like I put bets on. I put bets on. I put bets on. Right? It's like, and like I told him, and I said in Discord, and I'll say it again here on the stream. Yeah, it's real fucking easy to bet when you're betting with other people's money. Like I get that you used to, you know, be a day trader an interest rate trader, you know, shorting when interest rates would rise and things of that nature. But like that's, what are you talking about? You're not betting with your money when you're talking about socialist policies. That doesn't, like, that's not an argument. It's just an appeal to your past ability to recognize that there's a problem whilst everybody else is high on their own supply. Yeah. Commies often see shit because they want to see shit, because they believe that the system is broken. Libertarians are exactly the same. But that doesn't mean that any of your solutions or that your critique is correct in any way, shape, or form. It's not a fucking argument.
We knew the government was going to give an enormous amount of money out. Total amount of money now. UK government deficit since the beginning of COVID is £1 trillion. US number is $14 trillion. That's £20,000 per UK adult. My background is I understand that when the distribution gets worse, when inequality gets worse, living standards fall. So when the UK government was going to give £1 trillion out, all I wanted to know was who's going to end up with that money. That's all I wanted to know. And the US number, 13 trillion, 14 trillion, it's just outlandish. But I think the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Wait, hold on. hold on. So the government is going to increase the money supply. Okay, so the government is going to intentionally cause inflation. And the only fucking question you have is, why would I ever care if, the government, if the UK government just did money printer go burr and shut down the economy and just pumped out money? Like, that's not a problem at all. The only problem I see is who's going to get the money. Dog, if you just, even if only the poor got that money, they would just go out and buy dumb shit. And you'd have like economic, you'd have some level of like economic productivity, but you're getting it from printing. You're just getting it from increasing the money supply. You're not changing the value of labor. You're not changing the value of products, right? You're just increasing the money supply. You're just causing inflation. And then all that money would end up in the rich's hands very soon anyways, because that's how that's how money works, dude. Like the rich get the money and the poor don't keep the money, mostly because the poor don't save or invest money. They go out and buy dumb shit, and then those products and services are given to them, and they're allowed to make their lives easier for a short period of time. And it might, some of those purchases obviously might be low time preference because they need to buy something to help them make money in the future. But more often than not, it's consumerist nonsense, which is what Keynesianism pushes, and then corporations make a profit off of those things. So what kind of nonsense fucking, I don't care, when COVID money, just money printer go burr, who cares about inflation? I care about the Gini coefficient, okay? I'm really concerned about income inequality. It's like, dude, income inequality directly correlates with a lack of poverty. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? As income inequality increases, the relative income of the poor goes up. Like, it's one of the worst fucking metrics. It was laughed out of like all of these debates and discussions in the mid 2000s when Joseph Stiglitz wrote Income Inequality for All, and then Robert Reich tried to piggyback off of Joseph Stiglitz because at least Joseph Stiglitz is smarter at this grift than fucking Robert Reich was, and then they both got laughed at so much that people stopped talking about income inequality. Like, what is this retarded rebranding of like mid-wit economic theory from the mid 2000s that's already failed?
Seen in my whole life was that at the beginning of COVID, the very beginning of COVID, we knew governments across the world were going to be giving out tens of trillions of pounds, dollars, euros. Nobody even thought to ask who's going to get tens of trillions richer. Nobody in the Conservatives, nobody in Labour, nobody in the Republicans, nobody in Democrats, nobody in the media, nobody in academia, nobody at the central banks. Nobody asked this. It's
also, that's not true. Like, people were pissed immediately when fucking COVID relief checks went out. People were pissed immediately when politicians started using like COVID aid relief like grants and things of that nature for their own businesses that they owned. Like, you're maybe like the BBC didn't give a fuck because it's a government institution, because lo and behold, socialist corrupt government-run news media doesn't give a fuck because that's the type of shit you like. So the only people that didn't give a fuck are the people you want to give more power to with socialist policies.
Almost beautiful.
Dude, people were the PPP loans is what I'm talking about. People were furious about that the moment they came out. People were furious about the airlines getting bailed out again. Like, when the fuck, why do we, every time there's an economic problem, we have to bail out the airlines? What the fuck? People were furious. Like, what the fuck is, this guy's trying to rewrite history as if there's like, nobody cares because nobody is as socialist as they need to be.
Nobody at the central banks. Nobody asked this. It's almost beautiful. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So I sat down and I did the analysis at the beginning. Because lockdown.
He did the maths, okay? Right? He did the maths and he could see everything once he did the magic maths.
And it's essentially banning the spending of the rich. and replacing that spending of the rich with printed money from government. What happens is,
I did the analysis. Okay, actually, he's going to explain it, but I want to see your work. Where did you write this? Where did you, what charts did you use? What magic numbers did you figure out? What predictions did you make in this? Right, you're super good at predicting, but I just don't buy that he did the maths and he figured it all out.
the spending of the rich and replacing that spending of the rich with printed money from government. What happens is the government gives workers money. They use that money to pay their bills, to pay their rent, to pay their mortgage. It goes to the rich. The rich can't spend it because they're locked indoors. And what you get is essentially an enormous amount of money from the government to the poor, to the rich. And this massive, massive transfer.
Okay, hold on, pause. I apologize. So he does understand that money going to the poor just goes to the rich because of the marginal propensity to consume and the marginal propensity to save and the different economic behavior. So he's saying no one's asking where this money is going. So what was his magical solution? Is he just saying that we shouldn't have given money to poor people at all because the rich will just get it? What we should have done is we should have heavily invested in all my socialist programs? Is that actually what he's saying?
Transfer of wealth. That was so obviously going to happen at the beginning of COVID. Nobody discussed it, which I think is itself amazing. Let me ask you a question, right? If we were now to pause the economy for 2 years, and during that pause, massively increase wealth inequality, what do you think would happen to broad living conditions when we unpaused?
Again, what is this obsession with wealth inequality? Right? I mean, I guess, does he believe that there's a fixed pie of wealth that exists? It's just wealth inequality can be a metric of measuring and understanding things. But I don't understand his obsession with it. Because he's not using it as a means of measuring some other behavior. He's using it as if it's a causal thing in the economy, which it so obviously isn't.
See, one of the things that I think happened during the pandemic is everything went digital. And entrepreneurs and investors did actually think about what would happen. The investors immediately boomed stocks like Zoom and Microsoft, and we ended up with the Magnificent Seven. I don't know if there's 7 big tech companies in the USA market, and those big 7 companies have gone from 5 trillion valuation to 17 trillion valuation in the time of the pandemic. And if you think about what did the pandemic do, everyone had to work from home, so we all had to have Microsoft subscriptions. Everyone went onto websites, so we all went to AWS, Amazon. We all started buying and learning how to buy from Amazon rather than buying from our local high streets. Every business in the world.
Pause. We did not need to have Microsoft subscriptions. All right. I'm not going to allow this fucker to fucking apologize for what the fuck they did to us by trying to force that shitty program Zoom on everybody. Okay, out of all of the fucking programs we could have used in some way, shape, or another to communicate online, Zoom was the fucking worst of them. And I won't let this rich asshole pretend like Zoom was anything other than terrible and astroturfed.
Figured out how to run their business remotely. We had this massive transformation. It's actually a wholesale transformation of society that we all learned how to live and work differently. I saw a boom in entrepreneurship. So what I saw as an entrepreneur accelerator, someone who runs an entrepreneur accelerator, is just there was this sudden boom in people launching businesses, setting up Shopify accounts, setting up YouTube businesses.
Completely off topic, but I wanted to thank you, Scott, for essentially teaching me what the law should be before I started studying law so that I can see the loopholes that exist in the law currently. Dude, hell yeah, brother. Learning natural law and having a basis of common law before actually discovering, the crazy way in which they teach law in schools is it's got to be a boon. And it's got to be a really good, interesting way to compare the two. So I'm glad that I was able to be there for that. Obviously, I'm sure you taught yourself more than I actually taught you.
So the money really has moved from the tradition.
Yo. Of course, Slope-Izope comes in and just immediately starts talking about the JQ. Jesus Christ, man. Give it a rest. Nobody gives a fuck anymore. It's the very thing that births the ability to say the JQ online is the very thing that is the desensitization of like speech, right? Like remember like years ago, if someone called you racist, everyone would be like, "Oh my God, like I'm not racist," and they try and like prove that they're not racist. And then eventually you get called racist enough for just like mundane normal beliefs or for like just stating statistical facts. And then eventually someone calls you racist and you're like, "I don't give a fuck." Like you're doing that with like the JQ, even if the Jews did run everything, right? Which they fucking don't. Obviously, like there are some issues with AIPAC. Obviously, Israel has too much fucking power, right? But like this concept that like the Jews run everything and everything needs to be about the Jews, like the more you like fascistic gay LARPers with your fucking with your little twink boy icons, you know, and fucking and like crashing out uncles, you know, that like just can't fucking string together complex thoughts if they tried, with the exception of Nick Fuentes. He can say complex thoughts, but that's probably because he's a Jew paid by the Jews to make us look crazy or something. Who fucking knows? But the more you guys like just constantly push it over and over and over again, the more normal people that like might have been receptive to like fascistic thought are just like, dude, you're a fucking retard. Like, stop. Nobody cares. And I don't know. I just find it funny how you guys are shooting yourself in the foot because like you just can't stop spurging out.
Traditional economy, the 2019 high street economy, over to the digital economy. And what we see is that the investors know what's going on and they just invest in this Magnificent Seven company. I think 50% of the gains of the S&P 500 is tech companies. So all the money just goes flooding into the technology companies. My belief is that technology is really dividing people. That essentially if you take anyone from any background, if they work in technology, if they're in media, tech, finance, any of that stuff that operates online, they tend to actually do pretty well after the pandemic.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think the average...
Okay, yeah, I don't think... I mean, that's a good argument. I just don't know feels less like a debate at that point and feels more like him just being like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not true. You know, like, I mean, it's like, yeah, no, the investors obviously knew something, but it's just like, but to Gary's point, right? Like it, you know, like it doesn't, being able to understand some trends in the economy doesn't mean that you have a macro understanding of like the insecurities in the economy as a whole, right? Like, I agree that companies saw in the immediacy that because we were locked indoors, tech was going to be a big thing, and they recognized the value of things like AI and, you know, automation and things like that. But that doesn't mean that they have like a holistic understanding of, like, you know, the solvency of the dollar and the velocity of money and, you know, kind of like whether or not this rigged game of economics that we're playing is doomed to failure or not.
Brit, American, Australian, whoever the person out there is watching, if they quit their job and go work in tech, do you think they'll be able to get financial security relatively easily?
Depends when you define financial security. The issue with house prices...
The ability to raise a family, have a home.
Yeah. So having a home is a big issue, right? So here's what I see with houses, because houses annoy me as well. My dad bought a house for $18,000, which is about £10,000 or less than £10,000, and it's probably worth over $1 million today. So something went on, and this, by the way, is not UK specific. The socialist countries had house prices go through the roof. If you go to Norway or Sweden, their house prices grew by 600%.
It's happening everywhere.
It's everywhere.
It's not specific. It's happening everywhere.
But what happened? What has definitely happened in the UK is we actually have a housing traffic jam. So in this country, in the UK, we have 9.5 million homes that have 2 or more spare bedrooms. Big family homes have 2 or more spare bedrooms. And when you look into who owns those houses, 78% of housing wealth is baby boomers. And now, anecdotally, I take my kids trick-or-treating at Halloween, and we go down a street that is big family homes, and you go knock on the doors, and it's all people over 65, right? And they're living in a big family home with empty spare bedrooms.
You think the average American over 65 is living luxuriously?
The average American over 65, so more than half of the US economy is in the hands of baby boomers, right? So they own all the houses. The houses got bought up cheap. Baby boomers still own those houses to this day. The big family homes with multiple spare bedrooms are empty. And now that creates this traffic jam where people my age...
My grandparents.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure like what his argument is here, is like that baby boomers have all the wealth, correct?
They all own property. All of them. All 4 of them died with nothing. Because that wealth which they had in property was was used.
Yeah, it is funny. The fact that they can connect, they can talk about house prices rising everywhere and not connect the dot that maybe there isn't a lot of difference between the socialist country and the capitalist country, money and econ, is pretty fucking funny. Yeah.
In equity release schemes, it was used in paying through their retirement. It was used in end-of-life care. Do you think when those old people die, young people today will be rich?
There is half the economy held by baby boomers. It's either going to be passed down or passed into the aged care industry or passed into... But the issue of why we can't get homes, two things. The government massively inflated the value of homes to a debt. So they just...
Okay, like, no, I'm kind of... I'm pretty doomer pilled on the fact that the boomers are going to pass down their wealth. And, like, that's a cultural issue. Like, throughout all of America, like, when I see boomers, like, they're propping up, like, the service economy and like, luxury and travel and stuff. Like, boomers, by and large, do not give a fuck about their kids. They do not give a fuck about the next generation. Like, they have no problem spending every bit of their retirement on cruises and excursions and fucking, nightlife out. And there's an entire industry of, like, things catered to, like, old people that have money. Like, I don't, and you're seeing, like, reverse mortgages go up for the poor boomers, right? Like, the economy has absolutely, the thing about capitalism, right? No matter how capitalistic or anti-capitalist it is that it gives you whatever it is that you value, right? Like, value is subjective, and whatever it is that you want, the market provides for it, because if there's money to be made in it, then someone will eventually figure out that there's money to be made in it. And so they'll give you whatever it is that you want. And we have a cultural problem where we are no longer, and Social Security is a big cause of this, by the way, right? Where we have completely separated families where, like, people are not close to each other. People are not, like, their brother's keeper, not necessarily in, like, the communal sense, but in the family sense. Single moms raising kids, every kid has, multiple grandparents, and they're not close with any of them. They don't live near each other. Like, this is a sickness that is much older, like, this is 150 years in the making sickness that, comes from all kinds of things, industrialization, but also welfare and Social Security, that has tried to band-aid problem in our culture. And, socialists like this guy Gary want more and more and more of those band-aids without realizing that those band-aids, never address the problem, which is people moved into the cities, niche labor, and families started spreading apart, and you get these, like, 15-minute livable cities. But instead of having, like, a mother-in-law suite and, like, your aunt and your extended family all together working together. So no, boomers are not going to pass down their wealth. They're going to squander all of their wealth, and they're going to give all of their wealth to the corporations that are using, state power and regulation to get even bigger and even more predatory.
They just injected, like, low interest rates that you're involved in.
Who is the debt to?
Well, the debt is to anyone who can take out a loan, because if 0% interest rates or 2% interest rates...
Do you think it's the debt to ordinary families? Do you think ordinary families are the creditors?
When you say ordinary families, you mean bottom third?
So if your average British or American family now has £500,000 of debt,
it's anyone
who has the credit?
It's anyone who could get their, at that particular time, anyone who could get their hands on a loan to buy a house.
But who has the credit? Who is on the other side of the debt? So if the average British family
the
has
banking
£500,000 in debt,
the banking license.
Does the average British family have £500,000 of credit?
Well,
you see that expert kiting, bros? You see me kite that one guy away with that expert kiting, boys?
A lot of people have got a lot of equity in their home now.
You think the average British family is sitting on £500,000 cash?
I'd love to look at what the actual number is, but it's a couple of 100,000 worth of equity. 78.
But what about the credit on the loan? Credit on the loan. Who owns the credit on the loan?
Bear in mind, it's disproportionately older people. So 78%.
So you think the average British old person is sitting on millions of pounds of cash?
Not millions of cash, no, equity.
Well, someone is on the other side of the
mortgage. Just want to say, the difference is, if you inflate the value of a house, you don't have cash, you have a house that's worth a lot of money. So 78% of home ownership wealth is in the hands of people over 65 now.
Does Gary just not know what average is? Is like, what's like I'm confused by his confusion. He's like, you think this? And it's like, yeah, what are you talking about? Like, do you not understand how, like, people move in wealth from, like, 1 quintile to, like, usually on average 2 quintiles higher, right? Like yeah, old people have a lot of wealth because they grew up in a better time and because they were able to get homes, and that's equity. And a lot of these people, yes, they still owe some money to the banks, but they have more equity in their home than they have in terms of what they owe the bank in terms of a mortgage. Like, what is he talking about? It's like he's, I don't know if he's playing dumb to like make a point or something, like because he's just trying to sell like Doom. It's like you can still sell Doom though by recognizing that wealth is, primarily held within this one sector, this one demographic of people in terms of age, and that the conditions that allowed them to have that wealth no longer exist. Like that's fine.
It's baby boomer generation. And they got a great gift from the government, which is the government said, we're going to just give free loans away. If someone previously could have only afforded to take out a 200 grand loan with low interest rates, they can afford a 300 grand loan.
Do you think it's okay that the average British or American young person will never own any wealth?
The issue is not whether it's okay or not. The issue is what do you do about it?
Do you own wealth?
I've got wealth, yeah.
Do you own wealth?
But it depends what you call wealth.
This guy in the middle seems so reasonable, and Gary just seems to be like asking dumb questions. Bro.
Wealth.
I do. Yeah. So do we, three multimillionaires, do we think it's okay that the average Brit or American young person will never own any wealth?
To me, that's
because I don't think that's okay.
To me, that's not the debate.
But is it okay?
It's not. Well, it's not okay. No, we want widespread affluence.
Would you rather that the people who currently are multimillionaires, would you rather that all of the wealth was owned by their kids?
I think that the way you see the world as a trader is that the world is a zero-sum game, and that there's basically the pie is a fixed pie and it gets sliced up.
How fast is the pie growing now?
There's something like this.
What's UK GDP growth?
Yeah, it's not high, right?
1%. How much did your wealth grow in the last year?
Exponentially.
Okay, so if our wealth, my wealth probably grew about 20% in the last year, maybe 30. Okay, if our wealth is growing 30% and the economy is growing at 1%, where's it coming from if it's not coming from our viewers?
So I'll tell you where.
What? Like Gary seems mad at just like economic reality here. Like it's not like this guy's not saying that like the situation is good or anything. He's just trying to like give an accurate depiction of the numbers and say like, well, what do we do about it? And he's like, you're not mad enough. Like you can see that he's getting more upset because he wants this like performative anger. And like this guy's like, okay, but what do we do about it? And he's like, I think you see this as a zero-sum game. And then instead of being like, no, of course I don't see that because, that's not how economics works. He's like, let me explain to you how it's like kind of like a zero-sum game and in a way that proves that it's not. Like, what the fuck is this guy on?
Where my wealth comes from. My wealth comes from building technology companies. And the way it works is pretty weird, which is that I invent something out of my head and I go to investors and I say to the investors, here's what we're going to create. I give them a spreadsheet. And then they say, we'll give you a couple of $100 grand to get started, which is called seed capital. But that on paper makes me worth a couple of million, right? Nice. But there's nothing has been taken from anyone at this point. The investors have said, okay, we'll invest some money. Then as the business succeeds, some more investors come along and they say, we'll give you a little bit more money to keep growing it. And I'm innovating something new. And let's say investors come in and give me £1 million and for 10% of the company, and the rest of the company is worth £9 million or $9 million, right? So I'm not stealing something from the existing economy. I'm bringing something from outside of the economy into the economy. And my quote unquote net worth is growing exponentially because investors say, we'll give you a little bit of money that values the rest of the pie at a lot of money. But
so everyone's getting richer.
In the wealth there's wealth extraction, which is what traders do. They extract from the existing economy, and they bet on the economy. And then there's
yeah. This is the nicest fuck you have ever heard. He's like, yeah, well, there's wealth extraction. That's kind of that's what you did, right? And then there's wealth creation, and that's what I do. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's fucking hilarious the way he's just like so nicely putting him down to be like, yeah, I get why you feel guilty and doomer-pilled because you did fucked up shit. All I'm doing is coming up with ideas and then getting investors and funds from it from rich people and then turning those ideas into reality, which creates new products and services for people.
Wealth creation, which what entrepreneurs do. They come up with new ideas, better ways of doing things, and they build wealth.
So do you think the reason our viewers, the average Brit or American, are getting poorer is because they don't know how to create wealth?
No, the reason people are getting poorer is because economic freedoms are being eroded. Okay. When we have high economic freedom...
And you associate that with taxes?
Well, it could be anything that impacts economic freedom. So taxes and regulations are big.
Was economic freedom higher in the 50s?
50s was okay. So 50s was a interesting time. We were in food rations in this country till 1956. So we had 10 years of food rations after the war. We had a labour shortage because only really men worked. Women hadn't entered the workforce in mass. There had been 300,000 or 400,000 men killed in war. So we actually had this big labour shortage. The whole country needed to rebuild because of the Blitz had bombed it. So we had this huge need for economic activity and not enough people to do it. We only had 2% unemployment. People who had their legs blown off were put to work at that particular time. So we had this boom, this post-war boom, and we also had the post-war baby boom, which drove consumption. And then when we got to the 60s, we had the...
Okay, now he's just being like me, being like overly verbose about like a historical analysis of what was happening in the 50s. Like, I feel like you could have just answered the question. You know what I mean? Like
roaring 60s or the swinging 60s, right? Pretty amazing time in Britain. And along comes high taxes. And they put up the taxes massively at the end of the 60s. And it pretty much crashed the economy. One of the things that happened...
So what were the tax rates in the 50s?
Well, they went up as high as 80 to 90% for the top end. I think it was in the 60s.
You sure about that?
Well, I think the 50s are unique.
What is the answer, Gary? I feel like you know.
They went up after the war.
They went up after the war.
Well, in the US, actually, tax rates got before the war.
But also the size of government as a percentage of GDP was like 30%. It was a tiny... Like, we are now 45% of the UK economy is government spending. We have got a massive
who
government...
funds it?
That's fucking insane. That's just so insane that people like that's 45% of the economy is fake money, doing shit that the market doesn't want, or at the very least wouldn't want in the way that the government is doing it. Like that is a recipe for abject failure and poverty. That is insane. Like the fact that you hear that number and then just be like, yeah, no problem. We need more. We need more socialism. We need more. We need more government programs and government employees. Like at what point do you not realize that you just hate any concept of a market economy when 45% of your GDP is government spending and you're like, nah, we need that shit to be like 70 or 80%. Why should businesses even exist? I'm pro-capitalism. It's okay. I just want 4/5 of the economy to be based upon what the government spends and is centrally planned. They need Margaret Thatcher? Facts.
Debt. The Bank of England allows them to print endless amounts of debt, which deflates.
No taxes.
Gary, I want to get your opinion here, because you're asking a lot of questions, but I actually don't know your opinion.
I just want to know what Daniel thinks, and I want our viewers to be able to research Daniel's opinions.
But how do you disagree with those opinions?
Listen.
Like, what is that fucking smile? Like he thinks he's cooking or something. Dude, I very rarely say this about people, right? Like, I genuinely think that this guy is like a problem. Like I just every alarm bell in my head, maybe it's just I would say it's because I don't like commie fucks, but I don't get those feelings when I'm talking to Noah from Midwestern Marks, right? Like I've DM'd him. I gave him Tim Pool's Booker's phone number because I think Tim Pool needs better leftists, and he has connections to everybody in the ACP, so that when Tim Pool's looking for like a strong leftist for Timcast or something, he can get fucking Haz or Hinkle or Liger or Noah or something, right? So that's my relationship with a full-blown communist. Okay, so don't try and put it on me that like, oh, this is just because he's like a socialist or a lefty. Okay, it's not the politics that is doing this. Every fucking alarm bell in my head that says don't trust a person, they are shisty, is going off with this guy. And, it doesn't surprise me that a astroturfed, popular out of nowhere commie fuck that is, saying all of the things that big business actually want. Not a real communist, right? Because a real communist would be for doing everything they can to destroy these corporations and just have the state run everything. But he doesn't want that. He wants massive regulation and massive government services so that these large corporations can continue to make money, but that there's no economic freedom or mobility in this country. And, oh, by the way, his background is a fucking trader from Citibank. All of that shit, all that history makes perfect fucking sense with the alarm bells that are ringing in my head. I know that's not an argument. I know that that's just like like I know that that's like just ad hom, right? It's in lieu of an argument, but I'm just being open and honest about my thought when I'm seeing like, oh, I just want to think what he says so viewers can see. And a big old smile, like he thinks he got away with a devious thing that allowed him to expose the evil capitalists in front of him.
Daniel's a businessman. He's obviously a very successful businessman. You know, I've not been anywhere. I'm not a businessman. I'm not going to pretend to be a businessman. I'm an economist. I make money by being right in the economy. Daniel's a good.
Dude, you're not a like, you have a bachelor's degree in economics and you did day trading. That is not the same thing as being an economist. Like, that'd be like me saying I'm a psychologist. Why? Because I have a bachelor's degree in psychology and because I went to grad school for counseling? I'm not a psychologist. Okay? I don't have a PhD in psychology. Like, what are you talking about? You're not a fucking economist. I'm just a betting man.
A businessman, and I'm right on the economy. You know, it's as simple as that, basically. You know, I'm not a good businessman, but I've got 15 years of being right on this, on the economy. And look, I know you're probably a wealthy man. You probably don't want to pay high taxes. You probably don't want your kids to pay high taxes. But we exist in an economy where wealth is being extracted out of the middle class, out of the working class, very, very rapidly. It's been.
Why? Like this is the thing, right? Like if you recognize that there's wealth being extracted from the middle class and the lower class to the rich, do the analysis of why that is occurring. Who's extracting that wealth? Because corporations don't have the power to extract wealth in a free market economy. They have to give you something, okay? Everyone benefits in a trade. Why? Because I value this vape at a subjective price, okay? Now, that price is going to change. If I'm out of fucking vape juice, I might be willing to pay more than the price, okay? But if I have vapes, right? Like I have two of them, they both have juice, okay? Right now, there's no part of me that wants to go spend money to go buy vapes because I've already got all my vape juice. I'm good, right? But when the nicotine starts fucking hounding me and I'm out of fucking vape juice, all of a sudden I'd be willing to pay a pretty penny, okay? So when you're talking about extracting wealth, what you're talking about is I, as a person, want something more than the money that I currently have to trade for it, and you want my money more than the thing that you're trading. Like, we both gain wealth when we engage in an economic transaction. Now, I might squander that wealth by, you know, buying it on some dumb shit, and then it's vaped, and then eventually it's thrown away. But we're both creating wealth when we engage in an economic transaction. The same thing is true of labor. The same thing is true of healthcare. The same thing is true of groceries. Okay, like we're both gaining psychic profit. Like we both have something that we want more than the money, and or there's something, you know, we want the money more than the thing that we created. So like so how is it then that wealth is being extracted? And the answer is really fucking simple. Government. Wealth is being extracted via taxation. I don't want to be taxed, but it's being stolen from me. I don't want to pay gas tax. I don't want to pay property tax. I don't want to pay fucking the taxes when I you know have to register my vehicle. I don't want to pay the grocery store tax. I don't want to pay tariffs. I don't want to pay income tax. I don't want to pay all of those fucking taxes. And I certainly don't want to pay the tax of inflation when the government prints money out of nowhere to solve problems and gives most of that money to wealthy corporations and creates inflation. And the inflation predominantly occurs quickly in asset inflation, which funnels wealth to the wealthy, and then the inflation hits the rest of the market, and people that don't have assets don't get a growth in their wealth because they're buying perishable goods that have been inflated, and the people that already had a lot of wealth in the form of assets get more money. When you're talking about how is wealth being funneled from the poor and the middle class to the wealthy, you're talking about government intervention. And the response then is, well, we need more of that government intervention. You're literally, you know, there's this phrase that the cure shouldn't be worse than the disease. But in Gary's example, he wants to give you more of the disease to get rid of the disease. It's like, oh, you have cancer? Well, then I'll just inject cancer cells into a different part of your body. How fucking dumb is that?
Benefiting people like the three of us at this table, it will benefit our kids. You know, our kids will be rich, their kids will be poor. And I just think we should be honest with them. Capitalism's finished. We won. Well done, Stephen. Well done, Dan.
Capitalism's finished. Got it. Maybe we should have asked Gary some questions so he could showcase to the audience that he's just a commie red fuck. He's not even a real communist. As much as I hate that, like, I have less disdain for real communists that hate the government and hate the fucking corporations and hate all of the bullshit compared to somebody like him that loves the fucking state and loves these corporations. They just want to make sure that they pay their fair share.
Daniel, well done, Gary. It's over now. Our kids will be rich. Their kids will be poor. They'll pay the taxes. We won't pay the taxes. We'll avoid it. I'll make money betting on it year after year. Why are we lying to them? Why are we lying to them?
Yeah, I think that's an overly simplified view of things. I don't think.
Why are we lying to them? Who are we lying to, and what are you talking about?
A simplified view of things that has made me a multimillionaire.
Yeah, well, look, entrepreneurs take bets on the economy as well. We take bets differently.
What is the fuck is that? It's made me a multimillionaire. No, it hasn't.
When we start a company, we're betting on how the economy
Do you think the
would
average
be.
British and American worker at the 50th percentile, do you think their kids will be richer than they are?
It depends if we have economic freedom or not, right? We're going to have a split test on this.
Do you think we will?
Right? We're going to have a split test. We're going to have the UK seems like we're going to have more taxes, more regulations, and it seems like the US is going to have less taxes and less regulations. Here's what I've noticed. I've noticed that places like Singapore that have small governments have got widespread affluence. There's not a lot of poverty in Singapore.
Yeah, except for the cleaners living in the closets, yeah.
You know, look...
But we don't count them in the statistics, just like we don't count our viewers.
That's not widespread in Singapore.
Dude, what? Oh my God! Listen to just the fucking the lies and misinformation here, right? We don't count our viewers, right? He's trying to say I'm one of these rich people, but I'm one of the good ones, right? And so I understand the game you're playing, right? He's trying to say that he's the lone hero in the field of all of these evil people that, you know, lie about the numbers and all of these different things. And that's what he's so he's doing it in a way that actually makes it harder to critique him if you don't understand the game that he's playing. And the game that he's playing is just such a manipulative, shitty way of playing it, right? He's not making a real argument here. The real argument that he's making is that there is a group of people in Singapore that are doing really, really bad and that they go completely uncounted in statistics. First of all, that's not true. Second of all, it is true that there are a select group of people in Singapore that are doing really poorly, just like there are in England, and those people are counted on the statistics, just like there are people in Skid Row in California, and those people are counted on the statistics, right? But what he's saying is that in Singapore, economic mobility is way better, and Singapore does really well because they have an incredibly free market, and they also have an incredibly punitive justice system, right? Like, if you get caught stealing, like, they'll chop off your fucking hands type shit, right? I don't know that I like that part of Singapore, but in terms of like the economics of it, they're really fucking good, and they're a lot better than most countries. But God, I hate shisty little fucks like this.
There's a lot of people. I've seen him in the closets. I've seen him in the closet.
Yeah, really, it's like the narcissistic girls on TikTok that are pick me girls. That's what Gary is, but for like commies, or not commies. I keep using commies, but for like, you know, these LARPing midway, you know, democratic socialist types.
There are some,
but they're not Singaporeans.
Well, also
we only count the rich ones.
Look, the issue is that they've come from even worse.
This guy's trying to be way too nice to deal with somebody that is such a fucking snake as Gary, right? Like, he's trying to have an honest conversation instead of a debate, and Gary is trying to lie and manipulate and create doubt and like expose things from a, you know, emotional appeal.
Conditions in many cases. People move to Singapore for an increase in lifestyle, right? You could take Ireland or Switzerland, right? Economically free places. Ireland was economically in a disaster.
Do you think the average Irish person lives well?
Well, their economy almost
Irish person
their economy almost collapsed in 2011, and they went down.
See, like this is what I'm saying. Like, he doesn't realize that Gary's interrupting him because he's making a good point and he's trying to, you know, speak like his portion of the narrative. And Gary is attempting to interrupt him with a question. And he's so good faith that he's actually trying to answer the question, and it's distracting him from the point that he was making because Gary wants to subvert whatever narrative that he has to resell his narrative, you know, to the audience which, by the way, we don't count. We don't think about.
down the road of lower taxes, lower regulations, and they attracted all sorts of businesses into the economy.
Corbynites,
Do you think that works well for the average Irishman who doesn't own a home in Dublin?
If you measure everything by home ownership,
I'm measuring people by the average. I want to know what the average man or woman in
also,
Dublin today lives like.
By the way, I'm also furious about the home ownership. Everyone is. I think it's utterly ridiculous the way, like the idea that homes are now worth 10 times the average wage, all of that. The difference is I blame government for that. I blame high taxes where because of high taxes, they can take out more debt. They can then inflate the economy.
So do you think if we shrink the government, if we start to slash government spending, do you think that would improve living conditions?
Well, the UK government is 45% of the economy. Like, that's a huge government. It's
so do you think
biggest
US
since World
living
War
conditions
II.
will increase in the next few years because we have a US government now that's planning to slash the US government?
Well, that's what the US voters have asked for.
Do you think it will improve living conditions?
Do I think it'll improve
for the average American?
If there's smaller government? Yeah, I trust markets.
So you think the average US American will be richer in 3 years than they are
Here's what
now?
I trust. I trust economic freedom. If people have freedom, they create...
Well, it's like if Trump actually does that, you know what I mean? Like tariffs aren't going to fucking get us there, right? But if Trump actually shrinks government and shrinks government spending, which is not gonna, let's be honest, he'll shrink government in some capacity, grow it in others, and government spending will probably go up. Like, that's my prediction. I'm probably right on that. But if he actually did slash government spending and slash regulations, that absolutely would have that effect.
Better decisions for their own life. There's two ways to make decisions, right? There's two
Do you
ways.
have freedom?
I've got less freedom than I did when I arrived. Just
because my sister can't pay the rent. Is that freedom?
If you're living in a country...
She can't afford.
Okay, so now your sister can't pay the rent. You're a millionaire. What the fuck are you talking about? Help your sister out, you fucking weirdo. Oh, but of course, if I were to call him out on that, he would say that he's helping him out. So what's up? You know what I mean? Like, your sister lacks freedom because she can't pay the rent? This is a reframing of what freedom is, away from negative rights into this idea that freedom is when people are free to steal the wealth of other people and have governments come in after they steal that wealth and then squander half of that wealth and then redistribute it to them. That's the new definition of freedom.
To live in the city that she was born in.
I agree. You and I agree on the problem. You keep bringing back to the problem.
I keep bringing it back to people because the people who watch, we're millionaires, okay? The people who watch us are mostly not millionaires. Is life going to get better for them?
Dude, because we're millionaires. Like he keeps stressing that he's like the good. Like, I thought this was going to be a conversation about his dumb, economic arguments, but he's not really making that many economic arguments. It's all just appeal to emotions and like bad faith interruptions and, slimy tactics to try and keep this guy from being able to have a conversation where he describes the situation and the solutions as he sees them. That's where we're at 30 minutes in, is just he's just been a slimy piece of shit the entire time. And this guy is like, I guess, too nice to really notice it. And yet people will gobble this up because they're not going to watch a 2.5-hour debate. They're going to watch this dude's YouTube shorts, and then they're going to spread around clips that are edited that make him sound like the based revolutionary, that one of the good guys, because that's what he's doing. He's selling an image of a pseudo-revolutionary spirit when he just wants fucking regulations and wealth. He just wants people to eat the bugs, live in the pods, and act like that's going to make them happy, whilst he's selling the exact opposite.
Life will get better if you are connected to the most productive parts of the economy. If you pretend that it's 1955 and you recreate the post-war era conditions, if you try to go back to 1955, I don't think that's going to work.
So let me ask on that then, the point about if you're connected to the most productive parts of the economy. I was quite surprised when I was doing some research on this to find that there's quite big differences between the UK and the US in terms of GDP growth. In Q4 2024, the US economy grew by 0.6%, while the UK growth was 0.1%. So they're doing significantly better in that regard. US GDP per head stands at $82,000 per head, whereas the UK stands at $49,000 per head. And stock market performance, which is an indication of, I guess, whatever, rose by 300% in the US, whereas the FTSE 100 declined by 20%, which is the UK stock market. Productivity growth since 2018, productivity increased by 30% in the United States, which has outpaced the UK.
Yeah, because you guys can't stop regulating your economy. You can't stop pushing millionaires out of your economy. You can't stop having like green, energy policies that that force all of manufacturing to China. But so you've done even worse things to your manufacturing than we've done in the United States. You can't stop bringing in massive amounts of migrants that commit crime and have crippled the NHS, so that people are trying to get appointments for like cancer screenings and they have to wait a year, but migrants that are holed up in fucking hotels have an on-site doctor that gets them that shit done the next day. You can't stop having like you have a whole host of issues, and overwhelmingly like your government is more concerned with online racism than with the average day-to-day person's ability to be able to move in the economy.
UK. And lastly, income growth. Since 2007, American income per head has increased by 72%, while it has...
Stream these days is not the same. I should play Treasure of Nottingham. I'm playing a game that like is literally just here as a distraction, right? Like, because it keeps me from talking too much, which is remarkable considering we're like an hour into this reaction and we're a half hour through the video, which for me is great time, by the way. Like, it usually takes me like 4 times the amount of time, or like twice the amount of time I'm currently taking, which would be 4 times the length of the video. I'm just playing something that's just a distraction in the background that like my ADHD brain can do because I've played it so much. If I played a game that I'd have to focus on, I wouldn't really be able to listen to what I'm reacting to and give like a genuine reaction. This is just something so that people like hop in and they're like, oh, what's he doing on screen, when they get distracted, and like, keep them engaged in chat.
Decreased by 2% in the UK in dollar terms. So they seem to be doing better if you just look at the economy. Why is that? Is that because they lean more into technology and to innovation and entrepreneurship? And is it because of the things you were saying earlier about their attitude towards the government, like reduced government spending versus tax the rich? Why? I'm keen to hear Gary's view on this because I understand yours because you've just said it.
Right, especially considering that Gary's entire thing is that the reason we're doing bad is we don't have enough socialism, and the country that has less of it is doing way better and is recovering way quicker.
Yeah, I think these are great statistics. And of course, the US has a strong reputation for being very free markets and being very small states. In the last 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, we've had a UK government that has been aggressively slashing the state. And the US...
State's bigger than ever. It's 45% of the economy.
And the US, we had a government in the last 4 years which has been running a massive, massive deficit. So in that period of time, it appears the government which has been aggressively increasing its deficit has massively outperformed the government which has been aggressively stuffing.
Oh no! So the economic recovery was due to the genius of Biden's spending, and the reason that the UK government is doing poorly is that they just didn't have enough socialism, and there's been too many cuts to services. This is his argument. This guy lives in fucking fantasy land and pretends like he has the entire world economy figured out because he's a betting man.
Slashing the state. That's what it looks to be for us. I mean, Joe Biden enormously increased the deficit, enormously. And the Conservatives were austerity government for 14 years. Which one seems to have given the numbers?
Well, I mean, they were all...
That's just like this guy now believes... Oh my fucking God. Like... There's this weird shell game that the left likes to play with economics, right? Which is whenever there's a Democrat president and then there's a Republican president and the economy starts doing well, they go, see, actually that was because it takes 4 or 5 years for the economy to do well. And the reason the economy is doing well is it's not Trump, actually, it's Obama. Obama, got us out of like the worst depression since the Great Depression, and it was Bush that destroyed the economy. And so like, he had all the recovery and he did all the hard work, and Trump was just riding on the coattails of all the things that Obama did, but he actually ruined the economy. But then when growth occurs during a Democratic presidency, it's all the infrastructure bills and all of the spending and the deficit spending and all of the increase in money supply, and Keynesian theory, works, immediately. Like the moment you prime the pump, it works great. And then like, so when there's, an issue in like the first terms of the incoming Republican president, it's all his fault. And then when things start to do better, under a Republican president, if they do, right? Because Republicans are damn near as socialist as the Democrats these days. But if they start to do better, that's actually just the long-term effects of the Democrat president. Like they play this shell game of like, whenever the economy is doing good, it must be the Democrats. So we'll say it's either the Democrat that's in office now, or we'll say it's the policies of the Democrat from the previous administration. And whenever the economy is doing poorly, it's because of tax cuts and spending cuts. It's like there's simple ways to test shit like this, right? And so like a really simple thing that you can just see plainly and obviously, right? If you're confused as well, that's kind of a fair point though, right? Like because sometimes economic policies do take a while to kick in, right? There's a very simple thing. There's this thing called the Laffer curve, right? So let me just pull this up. I'm probably going to spell it wrong, but whatever. I'm bad at spelling in generals. Right? So we can look at the Laffer curve, right? And so in this theory, right, this is obviously not a fucking, is obviously not like an Austrian analysis, okay? But basically, in this theory, there is this growth maximizing point, okay? Then there's revenue maximizing point, and then region of declining revenue. And so what does this mean? According to the Laffer theory, you can have you'll have a tax rate, okay? So and at this point, this midpoint between these two, this point can kind of move. It can be a static movement. These people name their stock market FTSE. No, it's the FTSE 100. Like it's like a Forbes. It's like when we talk about like the Forbes 500 or 400, or like when we talk about like the top CEO companies, right? Like the top performing companies. Like they're talking about the FTSE 100. Right. So this point can move in any one place. Okay. This is a static point. It doesn't necessarily need to be right here on the curve, but basically, when you can have a certain level of taxation, and what can happen is you can actually reduce taxation and get more revenue by reducing taxation. And then if you have too little taxation, right, then you'll lose revenue, but you'll have increased growth in the economy despite losing revenue. And then there's this point past the revenue maximizing point, right, where you're losing both revenue and you're losing economic growth. So it's like, well, how could I lose tax revenue if I increase taxes? That doesn't make sense, right? So if I have a 10% tax and a 20% tax, how does that make sense? What's going on here, right? So what? Yeah, again, I'm in Austrian. I get that. Oh fuck, somebody's attacking me. Who's fucking you, little fucker? Right. So hold on. I actually want to run away because I want to explain this, or whatever. I'll kill this guy real quick. I'll just dump my mana. Okay, so whenever you tax, no matter what the tax is, you have to recognize that you are taking money out of the economy and you are reducing economic transactions. And whenever you lower taxation, you are taking less money out of the economy, and thus you are allowing for more economic transactions. So for example, let's say I have $1, okay? And the government taxes sales tax at 20%, right? So everything is taxed at 20%. And I have $1, and I go to the store and there's these widgets, and these widgets are sold for 45 cents. And I go, well, I have $1. I would love to buy 2 widgets. And they go, okay, 2 widgets, that's 90 cents plus a 20% tax is another 18. So that'll be $1.08. And I go, fuck, I can only afford 1 widget. So I give them the 45 cents plus the 20% in tax, which is 9 cents, right? And so I give them 54 cents. I keep 46 cents. They sell 1 widget and they get to make the profit as if they sold 1 widget. And then the government gets 9 cents in tax, okay? So by having a 20% tax, the government gets 9 cents in tax, I get 1 widget, and the business gets to sell 1 widget, and let's say they made like 5 cents in profit, right? Now, let's half the tax rate. So we're going to literally get rid of 50% of the tax, okay? And instead of having a 20% tax, sales tax, we're going to have a 10% sales tax, okay? So now we have a 10% sales tax, same thing. I go into the store and then I go, I have $1. I would like to buy 2 widgets. And he goes, okay, that'll be 90 cents plus 10%. So that's 99 cents. I keep a penny, okay? But the company makes 10 cents in profit. They make double the profit because they were able to sell 2 widgets. And I'm happy because I wanted 2 widgets. I didn't want 1 widget plus some leftover change. So now I've got 2 widgets that are in my pocket, and I've even got a penny to spare. And the funny thing is that under both tax policies, the government made the exact same amount of revenue. Under both situations, the government got 9 cents in taxes. Now, obviously, it's a little bit more complicated because, you know, in the first example, I have more money left over in my pocket, so maybe I can go buy a 35-cent widget or something. But nevertheless, when taxes are too high, what you end up with is you get a destruction of revenue, tax revenue, and you get a destruction of growth. Growth is always destroyed by taxation. But how much tax revenue you get can change based off of how much economic activity occurs. Why did I go through this whole explanation of the Laffer curve? To explain why Gary's full of shit. The reason Gary's full of shit in this is that Trump lowered the corporate tax rate. And the United States government, the United States Treasury, got more tax revenue when he lowered the tax rate. They talk about, oh, the rich aren't paying their fair share and blah, blah, blah. It's all bullshit. It's all lies. The government took more money from corporations when Donald Trump lowered the taxes. Okay? More money. They had to pay more money in taxes because Donald Trump lowered their taxes. And the reason is because when he lowered their taxes, that meant that they could do more economic transactions. That meant they could sell more widgets. That meant they made more profit. That meant that they hired more employees. That meant that they put more money to invest in their business so that their business could grow. And so because of that, because they grew more, they paid more in taxes, but it didn't matter, and they didn't care, and it felt good because the rate was lowered, which means they had more growth, which meant they didn't care that they were paying more in taxes because their company grew more than the actual amount of taxes that they had to pay grew. We saw that under the Trump administration. We saw Biden, you know, keep many of his tax cuts for a while because it was working under the Trump administration. And then he added in new degrowth policies and new things that need to be spent, which meant more inflation, which is another form of tax. So he engaged but like just, we can know just from that one policy that this idea that like big government, you know, the rich paying their fair share magically leads to like prosperity. No, we can see and compare the Obama administration and the Trump administration, and we can see the tax policy, and we can see how Donald Trump lowered taxes, and thus the government got more tax revenue because the lowering of the taxes created more economic growth. And we see that in the exact tax policy. And this is another reason why we know someone is absolutely full of shit when the New York Times trots out some fucking economist professor somewhere and says, this is how much the such and such tax cuts are going to cost the average American. It's like, you don't know what the economic impact of lower taxes are going to do on growth. You're talking out of your fucking ass. You're pulling out magic numbers because most economists these days are fucking, that's what they do. They fucking make up bullshit with their own wizardry, and then they find some fucking means of measurement to go, look, chart on number go up, so that they can be like, see, I was right. So there's no solution for the poor? I don't know why you would say that. Check the infographic of Norway implementing wealth tax and economics on Discord. I just went on a big rant, though. I'm ready to get back to the reaction. Oh, I don't like these infographics. I mean, these are cool, interesting statistics, and people should go check this out in the Discord. But I don't like. I'm just not a big fan of like. I'm not a big fan of shit like this, Because like, I want to see the chart, and I want to see exactly what it's measuring, and I want to see it like over time. I'm not shitting on you. I'm sure like this data is true, but it's hard to like, it's even harder to see the context of things like this when it's just like a big kind of mixed together graphic like that. Because I want to understand the mechanism, right? I don't want to be just like the lefties that are like number go up.
Austerity in name only, they went from 30%.
People like you love theories but ignore reality. What reality am I ignoring, dude? Is it because you're a betting man in it? Like, you know, fucking like what? Well, like you're just lobbing accusation now. People like me. Do you know me? Are you here often? Do you watch my content? Have you seen my debates? Or are you just like, or are you just popping in and seeing that I'm like against somebody, and so you're just automatically against me because I'm against somebody? The reality of massive inequality? Hold on. Remember how I was making fun of that guy, guys? Because I was saying like I've heard all these arguments before, and these are old defeated arguments from Joseph Stiglitz, right? The reason I was saying that is because I've read the fucking book. What am I ignoring? Yeah, I've read this. I've taken notes. I've heard these arguments before. I'm not ignoring the income inequality. I've done the research on it. I've gone through it. You just pop in and you're just saying you're ignoring things. No, I'm not. I've specifically talked about why Gini coefficient is a bad variable. Talked about Kuznets curve. And and explained the differences between the UK and England in this reaction while I'm playing WoW, listening to this idiot speak. Inequality is a symptom. Inequality, like income inequality, the Gini coefficient is just a symptom. It's not a cause of anything. And again, as income inequality rises, you get relative income for the poor goes up. Like it's just a bad metric. Now you might be able to use that metric to be able to see other interesting behaviors in an economy. And certainly the Gini coefficient is certainly something to look at. But when you start to say that the Gini coefficient is a cause of something, you're just showcasing an economic illiteracy.
The state was 30% of GDP
So do you
to
think
45% of
government
GDP.
services are better funded now?
The government is terrible at doing.
Right, odd Nova. I can get rid of all income inequality with a simple and like redistribute everything. We'll all starve, but we'll be equal.
Doing most things. That's the problem. You don't want.
You don't
government...
think that spending on government services has been slashed?
Let me zoom out
Do
a
you
little.
think the police spending's been slashed?
Oh, police spending is
Do you
definitely.
think education spending's been
Dude, the way this guy just constantly interrupts with questions that are designed to make it seem like he's callous and evil, and then utilize the brother, like this concept of like, I'm one of the evil guys like you too, but I changed for the better. Like this dude is so fucking slimy. Like I said, it's like every time I hear this guy speak, it's so crazy just how all the alarm bells are ringing that this guy is just so bad faith and manipulative.
Do you know where it ends up? It ends up.
And again, for the new people that are coming in, go watch me talk to Noah on Midwestern Marks. Like I have good relationships with full-blown communists. It's not just, ooh, I hate socialism so much that like I can't listen to a socialist without getting super angry. It's this guy and his bullshit arguments and his bad faith tactics.
With like big corporates, big consulting, who get paid $50 million to produce a report to tell government something. Right, all of these big, I won't name names, but all the big consulting firms, they're all...
Nah, dog, you're too nice. Name names. Like, we hate them.
Bloodsuckers to government. They know that the money's in the government, and they set up business models to extract that money from government. And it also is in the financial trading side of things. One of the issues that we've got, right, and this is a big issue as well, because you care about wealth inequality. One of the biggest issues I see is that during the pandemic, we all learned to work remotely, and remote work became the norm. And what I see at the moment is huge amounts of what would have been normal British jobs are going to the Philippines, going to India, going to Vietnam, people who work remotely now. We now have 1,000 millionaires a month leaving to go to Dubai. We have 120,000 British people living in Dubai in that economy. The world's become incredibly mobile. And one of the things that's happening is that what would have previously been good British jobs are getting moved overseas to lower cost countries. And that's technology that drives that wedge. The US is very smart in that they've built.
Look, I hate this like economic protectionism argument of like, oh, the jobs are going overseas and it's like evil. It's like, are we supposed to deprive India of growth so that we can protect jobs in America? Like, are we supposed to if something can be done because the value of labor is lower in another country because our labor is valuable here, then we ought to utilize our valuable labor for the value that it has in different sectors of the economy, which we do. If the government got the fuck out of the way, we'd do it more, obviously. But this concept of like, oh, when are we going to get the 1950s manufacturing jobs back? We're not. It's cheaper and better and more efficient to produce cars in fucking Mexico than it is here. And why in the fuck would I want to use tariffs or some economic protectionism thing so that we can what? So that we can have more expensive cars in the US and so that we could less efficiently utilize our valuable labor in the US so we can have degrowth in the US and have more expensive products? Like, no, I want cheaper products and more growth. And I don't want to make Mexico or India or Bangladesh or Malaysia or hell even China suffer because we have this weird protectionism racket. Like, I understand it plays well with crowds, right? Because nobody wants to hear fuck your manufacturing job that your grandpa did that like fed a family of 4 and bought him a house, right? Like they don't like, just hearing that alone is like, fuck, dude, fuck you, right? But the reality of the economy is that if you try and protect these jobs and keep them out of developing nations that are industrializing, all you're doing is making those products more expensive and then wasting the value of our labor in America. Like the reason we don't produce certain things in America or in the UK is because we have a better educated population that is more technologically literate, and thus the value of our labor is more. It would be a waste to utilize that labor in less productive capacity, which would be like working on a factory floor, as opposed to doing intelligence labor in an office or a cubicle. I get that like everybody hates like the 1990s, fucking, what was that Y2K movie? Oh, somebody's got a bad case of the Mondays, office space, right? Like I get that people don't like that, right? But what is the argument of trying to drive up prices on commodities and try and underutilize our labor? Like, it just doesn't make sense. We're a global economy. Okay. Now, obviously we ought to have people, economic protectionism in the sense that we don't want other countries tariffing us and then we don't respond in kind, right? Obviously, we want to make sure that we push for actual free trade policies. We want to make sure that those countries aren't utilizing like slave labor or something, right? We want to make sure that, they're not defrauding us by like having multi-source chocolate. So we think that we're getting chocolate from a place that is actually like, pays people good wages and all these other things, but really you're only getting 10% of the chocolate because, it's multi-source chocolate, and so the other 90% is coming from like slave labor in some other area, right? Like, we want to make sure that we don't have fraud. We want to make sure that we have protected trade routes. We want to make sure that we don't have like environmental regulations that like make trade overly expensive or damaging to the environment unnecessarily in some way. Like there are certainly things to talk about with trade and how we implement free trade and how we utilize labor, but this appeal to like the old school manufacturing job is just not living in reality. It's not actually looking at how our economy, how our education, how our countries have developed and how that has occurred in other countries and, actually engaging in the way that the global market works in a way that works for us. Delulu live? What?
Built a technology powerhouse, and the UK has completely lost our technology industry. Our tech industry is in decline, same across Europe. China and the US know that the game is tech, and they're basically pulling all the tech company into their borders. And what's happening a lot is the erosion of good jobs and the erosion of just normal, well-paying jobs because they're going. And it's a bit of a self-fulfilling loop. that the more we lose millionaires, the tax burden falls on everyone else, so they put the taxes up, and then the millionaires say, oh, the taxes are too high, so they leave. I've watched some of the most
brother, like, bring some arguments if you're going to come into chat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Join the Discord or something. Fucking come yell at me if you feel like I'm so off base and I'm so delusional. But like, just constantly being like, you're dumb, he right, me good. Socialism was great back in day. Now you bad, right? It's like I'm making arguments at like way up here, right? And honestly, they're mid arguments. They're not even that like crazy. And then you're just being like, no, you're dumb. Like, dude, just like I'll respect you a lot more, and my chat will respect you a lot more if you just make an argument, and then we can engage with said argument. But if you're just gonna come in here and be like, no, you dumb, like, then what are you doing, brother? Like, what's the point? Like, what are you getting out of just trolling the argument, right? Like, are you learning anything? Do you feel like me or my audience is convinced with you just like saying like asinine like attacks or like non-arguments? Do you feel like the people in here that like watch my content regularly are like, oh shit, this socialist has got a point because he says the guy I'm watching that's explaining Kuznets curve and the Gini coefficient is dumb because socialism a thumbs up. You know what I mean? Like, just do something. Like, give it, like, I promise, I'll engage. Right? Normally, I only promise to engage with super chats, right? Because I am, unlike you, a capitalist, and I want to make that money, right? But I'm telling you that I will engage. I think capitalism and socialism are flawed. Okay, you've posited an argument, but I think capitalism is not flawed. That mixed market economies of socialism and other varying degrees of socialism are the flaw in capitalism. There we go. We've made the exact same argument back at each other. Do you have any supporting evidence, argumentation, reasoning, praxeological arguments? What do you got?
Incredible entrepreneurs that you would want here that would employ your sister at a high rate, and they've picked up and left because the taxes are too high.
So you said we should tax working people less?
Well, the overall government has to be smaller. Okay. You can't. Whoever's
so what do you want to cut in the government?
Wait, hold on, Susan. Fuck it. We got a third positionist in here. Like, is he just gonna be like, see, what you gotta understand is both of them are run by the Jews. Like what's the like? I don't know if he is a third positionist. You guys are saying that, but that'd be fucking hilarious if we got another fucking Jewsburg in here.
If you, yeah, well, I mean, you'd have to
child services.
We'd have to
police.
No,
education.
No.
I don't give a fuck about fairness. Fairness is a value that is like, I don't care. Capitalism can't function as dynamically as the theory demands for it to be fair. First of all, I don't give a fuck about fairness. Second of all, socialism and mixed market economies run by the state are way less fair because they can't be fair because they require theft.
NHS?
So one, I don't see that as a flaw because I don't care. And two, by your own internal critique, the systems that you would presumably be supporting are less fair.
All I know is this.
Pensions?
You go to Switzerland, they spend
25%. Disabled benefits? What do you want to cut?
Hold up. All I know is in Switzerland,
I'll tell you what I want to do.
The government is 25%.
On those.
So if I don't share the same values as you, everything I say is illegitimate. So only people that think exactly like you and value the things that you value are legitimate, even though I did an internal critique of your argument and showcased why you must support capitalism by your own value system. So I must have your values and I must be delusional in the same way that you are based upon those values. Otherwise, everything I say is illegitimate. Got it. I'm sorry that I promised to respond to you because you're gigatarded.
Those entrepreneurs and raise the taxes on the billionaires. Yeah. Because I worked my tits off.
How many billionaires are in the UK?
There's a lot of billionaires in the UK.
It's 150.
Yeah, so tax them all. What do they pay? Yeah. Listen, I work.
More taxes for the billionaires. That'll solve the problem. No, it'll just drive more billionaires out of your economy, you fucking dolt.
My tits off. And I paid, it was 50% top rate tax. 50% top rate tax, plus national insurance, 60%.
So $1 million a year.
To bring my family out of poverty. At the same time, the Duke of Westminster inherited $10 billion.
Dog, do you think you're doing something in my chat by saying, yes, it's illegitimate because appeal to the majority? Dog, I don't know what live streams you're used to being in, but the average IQ in here is not fucking sub 80.
60%.
So £1 million a year.
To bring my family out of poverty. At the same time, the Duke of Westminster inherited £10 billion and paid nothing. Do you think that's fair?
That's not true.
Okay, why is it not true?
Because the Duke of Westminster is one of the highest taxpayers in the country.
What does he pay?
Well, on the trust, the Grosvenor estate, they don't pay inheritance tax because trusts can't die. They pay something called periodic taxes,
Which is how much?
6% every 10 years.
6%, so they pay 0.6%
Just one
a year.
sec.
So I paid
Just hold
60%
up.
and this guy pays 0.6%.
Apples with apples, inheritance tax is 40% across the course of your life. If a trust is, if a person lives who owns a trust for 70 years, then 6% times 7 would be 42. So they actually pay more.
So he pays 0.6% a year.
Pro
You're
rata.
telling me 0.6%.
But that would be the same as.
What percent?
Bro, am I crazy right now? Are you guys seeing this? I don't know how many of you actually play WoW, but I cannot open this chest. It's still great. Like, is it a magic chest? It's not locked. Oh, I'm in combat? I am crazy. I'm dumb. All right. Listen. All right. I'm checking it out on chat. I'm listening to this fucking commie gobbledygook. All right. Like, I got things going on.
Did I pay per year?
No, but that's
60%.
Hold up.
So you're saying I pay, what's 60 over 0.6?
No.
100 times the tax rate.
You're not comparing apples with apples.
Wait, why is it not apples with apples? This
Because
guy pays 0.6% a year. I paid 60% a year.
That's inheritance tax.
I paid that 60% every year, Daniel. Every year.
Yeah, so now he's just going to try and like aggressively talk over him because he's been called out on the fact that he's not comparing similar taxes. If we want to talk about overall taxes, sure, have that conversation. But if you're going to bring it into individual taxes and say, well, how much taxes does he pay? And the guy actually knows how much taxes the dude pays and the percentage of those taxes, which is fucking, to have off of the top of your head is wild already. This guy in the middle is just so fucking nice. And this guy's such a shisty piece of shit the entire time.
Year I paid.
You're paying income tax.
So why have I
the
paid?
Duke of Westminster
Why do I
pays
pay
income
more
tax.
than him?
The Duke of Westminster pays income tax. He probably makes your bill blush.
Yeah, the Duke of pays income tax.
Yeah, well, if he's going to live, he has to withdraw money to have his income. He also, let me give you a list of all the taxes he would pay. He'd pay income tax, corporate tax. He'd pay stamp duty when he buys a building. He pays any of the other taxes, VAT when he spends money. All the same taxes apply to a Duke as they apply to anybody else.
So you think he pays income tax on the income on that?
Any income he draws.
Okay, well, our viewers can research whether he pays income tax on his income. Because I don't think he does.
I mean, how?
What the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, I'm not intimately aware of the UK tax, but like, is it? Hold on, is it untrue that if you take money out of the bank that you don't pay income tax on that? Trust pay capital gains tax and income tax, 45% non. However, there can be some loopholes. Okay. So I guess he's like going to argue that there's some loopholes that are being utilized. Wouldn't surprise me if there are, that like fucking, corrupt politicians are getting loopholes in some form of tax or something. Like, but I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I mean, like that wouldn't surprise me, but do you have like an argument, or is he just going to be like, nuh-uh? Meanwhile, this guy has like recognizes every tax and is able to break it down. And he's just like, not really though, because socialism could.
On the income on that.
Any income he draws.
Okay, well, our viewers can research whether he pays income tax on his income. Because I don't think he does.
I mean, how could he not?
In a trust.
He's
in a trust.
But the only difference with a trust versus income is that the trust pays periodic tax versus inheritance
At
tax.
0.6%.
But we're only talking inheritance. That's just one type of tax.
So you think he's paying 60% on his income?
He's one of the highest taxpayers in the UK. I'm not like his big fan club, but the truth is he's one of the highest taxpayers in the UK. He's one of the biggest employers in the UK. He's one of the
biggest landowners.
Landowners in the UK, right? The issue is does he pay tax? All the same taxes that apply to you apply to him. If you want to set up a trust, you can also pay periodic taxes as well, which would be on top of all the other taxes.
So what would you say?
But it's just not true that he doesn't pay tax.
No, what would you say? This guy, he's inherited £10 million.
I love how he just keeps getting just bodied by this other guy, and then who's just so nice. I wish I could be this nice and calm and collected in debates. I'm actually beginning to admire this guy. What is his name? Daniel Priestley. Like, I gotta watch more of this guy's shit, because this guy is just so nice and calm and collected, while this guy constantly interrupts, constantly tries to bring in questions to try and make him look like a piece of shit. When he gets called out on it, he's like, I'm just exposing his ideas. And it's just, he just can't keep his cool throughout the thing. And then he also doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, while this other guy, just right off the top of his head, knows the exact numbers and figures. And then when he gets down to brass tacks, he just goes, I'm a betting man, and fucking back in the day, socialism good.
So he's worth £10 million. What would you say will be the total amount of tax he will pay in his lifetime?
Well, I know that just the smallest.
If I make £10 million, I pay 60%.
Just one second. You're talking about income versus the transfer of an estate.
So why is it that the Duke of Westminster can be worth £10 billion?
You're comparing your income.
Yeah.
Versus the amount he inherited, which is not a fair thing. That's not
because
income.
that's his income.
Inheritance is not income.
Which now he's just going to be like fucking. Okay, so obviously this guy hates the concept of passing on wealth to your children or to your family. Like, I understand that, like, landed gentry and aristocracy, probably, much of that should be returned to the people that they fucking stole it from. Like, I would have to look into the history of this specific person and whether or not he has that. But acting like inheritance and income are the same thing is just fucking wild garbage.
So wait. So if I get given £10 billion, I don't pay any tax. But if I work for £10 billion, I pay 60%.
No, he does pay tax. He just explained all the different taxes. It's just different than income.
Well, if you inherit,
if this is the tax system that you want, you will end up in a system where the kids of the rich will own everything.
I'm just saying
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, and that's fine because that's our kids.
You're not telling the truth about his
Let's support
situation.
it. Let's have a tax system where your kids and my kids and Steven's kids are multimillionaires, and these guys out there can't afford to feed their kids and put the heat in.
That's not what I'm saying.
Right. It's just emotional interruptions, and he's acting like a fucking toddler. At this point, like now that he's been cornered and the other guy is showing his superiority in the conversation, he can't handle. Like, I'm telling you, this is like textbook cluster B manipulation. I'm not going to armchair psychology and say that that's what this guy is, right? Because plenty of people can have narcissistic tendencies without being like someone with narcissistic personality disorder. But like, these are the same exact tactics that you'll see in a relationship with someone with like malignant. Especially like covert vulnerable, like the constant, cry for the victim, or like, the I'm the hero. Actually, it's more grandiose in this sense because he keeps labeling himself as like the good guy amongst the bad guys.
But that's what you will get.
That's not what I'm
saying. That is what you will get. Listen, that's what I'm betting on. That's fine because I'll make money in the markets. It's fine, and you'll make money, and you'll make money. It's our viewers who'll be poor, and that's fine.
It's our viewers will be poor, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm a betting man. I'm gonna be great. I'm a betting man. Like, that's not a fucking argument. It's just you throwing a tantrum and not letting the guy be able to explain tax policy because you made an erroneous claim that just wasn't true, and then he absolutely bodied you, and the dude off the top of his head actually knew the percentages and fucking figures. Which I prep for debates, but like, I don't remember that shit. I have to like write down notes and then look it up. Like, this dude prepped so well that he had the figures memorized. That's how well he got. That's how much he just got completely bodied. And now this guy is trying to run with, I'm a betting man.
Fine. That's fine. It's fine for us.
Let's explore the other alternative, right? So let's say tax the rich, right? Yeah. So let's play the game of tax the rich.
Tax the owners, not the workers.
Yeah. So
the owners.
So the issue that we have with the rich is that
I like how he says not tax the rich, tax the owners. That is a really important thing here. He stressed it for a reason, because rich is like an arbitrary metric, right? Rich is like, what do you consider rich is going to be relative to how much income you make, right? Like, everyone in America is rich compared to people living in a fucking, South Sudan. Not everybody. There's obviously rich people in South Sudan, but you know what I mean, right? So rich is this metric that can move up and down, but that's not what he wants. He wants tax the owners. What he wants to do is he believes that there's something that those that own the means of production have some form of moral duty or responsibility to give up their power so that he can redistribute power, in some means by, democratically or whatever. Because in his heart, he's just arguing for a Fabian strategy. Peep the name of my own channel, right? A Fabian strategy towards bringing about communism, towards bringing about socialism. Like, that's what his, even if he doesn't know it, right? Because like I've said plenty of times before, it's just such a great quote. People don't have ideas, ideas have people. But his insistence on the fact that it's ownership of land, ownership of factories, ownership of the means of production, as opposed to, this concept, this base concept of equity, puts him a step further in the dialectic, than your typical socialist.
is the number one most valuable assets in the economy now are intangible assets. So there's this chart called the S&P 500 of the 500 richest countries in the world, in the US, sorry. In 1970s, 75% of the value of the S&P 500 was physical assets like property, and today it's less than 10%. It's closer to 5%.
So you think that housing is not particularly important?
Just let's stick with what I'm saying.
It's like you know what it reminds me of? Like he reminds me of Kathy Newman in that like when he does shit like that. It's like hold on, here we go. This is what he reminds
Jordan
me of.
Peterson, virtually by definition. So let me put a. That's silly. I really do. I mean, look at your situation. You're hardly unsuccessful. Yeah, and I have. How do you? You got in trouble for refusing to call trans men and women by their preferred personal pronouns. No, I want to that's not actually true. I got in trouble because I said I would not follow the compelled speech dictates of the federal and provincial government. I actually never got in trouble for not calling anyone anything. Right. That didn't happen. You wouldn't follow the change of law, which was designed not once it was law.
Right, it's just like, so you're saying, you wouldn't do this. You're bad. Like it's the same energy. He's got this like peak feminine narcissistic energy of just aggressively misunderstanding what the person is saying and trying to subvert the narrative constantly, as opposed to engage honestly with the conversation.
The powerhouse, the engine room of the economy is digital assets, and that's reflected in the S&P 500, for example, which is 95% intangible assets. One of the issues that we have is that the richest people are completely mobile now, so they can be absolutely anywhere in the world. So if you come up with this idea of let's tax richest people 1%, if a tiny proportion of them leave, we're all in trouble. So
these really rich guys, what do they own?
Companies.
And why are those companies worth money?
Because investors say they are.
Well, where do the revenues come from?
Globally. Okay. The issue is that these companies operate globally now.
So if
like,
I'm a billionaire...
Take my company, for example.
Yeah.
My company has 8,000 customers in 150 countries.
Okay.
We could be anywhere. If you push a button...
What country is your biggest single revenue source?
Probably the US now.
Let's say you move to Cayman Islands, and the US says, we're going to tax your revenue at point of sale. What can you do?
Well, that's different, right? Because that's not taxing billionaires, that's taxing companies. See, when you say tax the rich on their wealth, that's different to saying tax companies a consumption tax.
Oh, but you just said the rich own companies. You said that's what they own.
Yeah, but you're saying, how do you tax them, right? So do you tax their wealth?
I like how this like economist that is a betting man that has all the best bets. So far, this conversation has mostly just been educating him on how taxes work. Like the last 10, 15 minutes of this has just been like, let me explain to you how taxes work because you clearly don't understand it at all. But he's a betting man. Well, fucking, I don't know that if I'm a betting man too in some regard. My bets are a lot smaller than his, but I'm not betting my money on any of this guy's predictions.
Which is what they own, or do you tax the companies where they trade? Typically, consumption taxes get passed on to consumers.
Oh, it's not consumption.
No, the guy's not a bad moderator. Like, here's the thing that you have to understand about moderating in online debates, right? What is the goal? Okay, you have this type of content. Okay. And then you have this type of content. Now, if you want good moderation in an Oxford-style debate, then this is where you go. Go to Intelligence Squared, right? I mean, it's got a bit of a neoliberal lefty bias or whatever, but you'll find good conversations. But but the style that you're looking for, absolutely here. When you're doing this shit is designed to farm clips and to get popular by farming those gotcha moments and drama, right? So 4129, watch.
I'm sick of multi-millionaires telling kids who can't afford to turn the heating on, you just need to be more entrepreneurial. It's sick, Dan. It's sick.
Well, your video where you talk about if you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. Well, to me, if I had come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed.
My friends can't feed their kids, okay? If it was that easy, why is everybody not doing it?
Right. That is the point of this debate moderation style, right? That's what's that's what he's moderating for. He is staying hands off so long as the conversation is explosive, and then he puts hands on when it seems to dull out or the conversation seems to lull, so that he can move it to a new topic, so that he can get the fire and the drama back. Because the goal here is not to have a good faith conversation between two people discussing the issues. That is only a portion of the goal. The primary goal is to farm clips so that those clips can then reach a wider audience, so that he can get more ad revenue and more fame and popularity and more clout, and he can get more important people, and in part so that he can have those good conversations with some of those people. But ultimately, he is in the entertainment business. So and I understand, like, it's frustrating, right? And I'm not trying to shit on you when you're like, this is a bad moderator, right? But you have to understand, it's not so much that he's a bad moderator, it's what he's moderating for. And what he's moderating for is reality TV. That's what this is. This is reality TV. It's not intellectual conversations. It's just not. And that's partly what I do, right? Like, I'm playing WoW so you guys have something to distract you. And I'm here to break apart this and, be fiery and talk shit and, express emotion. I'm giving you some form of entertainment. I'm not trying to really ham it up. I'm trying to be genuine, but subconsciously sometimes that happens because that's the business that I'm in. And right. And there is a little bit of audience capture, and people get excited and give me, like, I got a ton of money last night. I haven't gotten any money today. Right. I've gotten $2 today, and I got like almost $700 last night. Right. And part of the reason I got a ton of money last night is because I was fired up and I was angry, and there was drama, and people love that. They donate money for that. Right. And so there is that pull to be more dramatic and be, more engaging in that way, so that people will give you money and people will tune in and you'll get the drama, and then, people will start donating, and then YouTube is like, oh, this is a good video. So they suggest it to more people. And then my concurrent viewers go up and I gain more clout. And all of that is part of a game that you have to play, and you have to be willing to know, like, to what degree am I going to sell out my goal of spreading libertarianism and spreading my ideas, versus to what degree am I going to entertain my audience and not have a boring show that nobody wants to show up for. I don't know what to tell you about the ads. Like, I have the ads on conservative. If you want to make sure that you never have ads again, then buy YouTube Premium. Or, I don't know, get an ad blocker that works. There's like 1 billion of them. Like, you haven't seen me have any ads pop up, have you? Funny how that works.
I'm here saying I want to tax rich people because it's easy. I know it's hard. I know probably I'm going to lose. I know our viewers, kids, will live in desperate poverty. I know that. I do this because it is hard. If we are a country which says...
Oh, funny little... You mean this? Brave browser? This little thing right here?
To ourselves, we don't try desperate poverty. I know that. I do this because it is hard. If we are a country which says to ourselves, we don't try and do things which are necessary to keep our kids out of poverty because they are hard, then our kids will live in poverty. I don't need to be here. I'm a multimillionaire, just like you. I could be...
Okay, I do. Again, we have this like appeal to the fact that he's a millionaire. And then what is he saying? He said, we need to do the things that are hard because they're hard. That's not a fucking argument. Like, you don't, like, what the fuck are you talking about? We need to do the things that are hard because they're hard. No, he's demanding sacrifice against those things of which you do not value, which is the height of socialism. It's what socialism ultimately is. And it is the height of altruism, which is evil. He is demanding that you make sacrifices simply because the sacrifices should be done. It's self-referencing. It's sacrifice because sacrifice ought be done. There's no argument as to why the sacrifice should be good. There's an appeal to, outcomes of like the children are going to be fucked in some way or something, but he doesn't actually have, a reason to explain this or argumentation behind it. Ultimately, it is just sacrifice or you're bad. Give up what it is that you value, give up your wealth, give up your family, give up, the things you want to pass down to your progeny. And if you don't, you're a bad person. And I don't need to do that. I'm a millionaire. I'm willing to do it, so you should be willing to do it too. Well, if you're willing to do it, fucking pay your sister's rent so that so she doesn't have to bitch about the fact that she can't pay rent. Mr. fucking I'm a millionaire. Go fuck off on this goddamn podcast. Go do your day trading and go fucking pay your sister's rent if you care about your sister's rent and the heat for her kids so much. But you don't want to pay rent. You don't want to do that. You want to be at the top of a game that you know that you can make money by scamming and cheating off of people, and you want the middle class and the upper middle class to pay an ever increasing burden that makes it impossible for them to ever get your level of wealth so that you can pat yourself on the back and say that you're the good guy after you fucked everybody. Go fuck yourself, Gary. You're a piece of shit. You're a thief and you're evil.
Be in the Philippines drinking pina coladas. I come in here because I come from a poor background and it's ordinary families like my family, like the kids I grew up with, whose kids are going to be in poverty. It's difficult, but it is necessary. Sometimes we have to do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. That is what makes a rich...
That doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. You don't do things because they're easy or because they're hard. You do things because there's value in them. And whether or not they're easy or hard determines whether or not it's worth the value.
Country, rich, and that is what protects ordinary people. Listen, our grandparents lived in poverty. Did they say, let's not change it because it's hard? No, they didn't. They fought and they demanded healthcare, education, housing, food, and they got it. They got it.
So
that's why my parents could live a good quality life. They got those things. They got those things, and they were aware that in order to do that, you could not allow the super rich, who have been living lives of luxury for hundreds and hundreds of years, to eat everything, while ordinary families couldn't afford to feed their kids. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult. And I know I'm probably going to lose. I know that. I know I'm probably going to lose, and that means our viewers will be poor. But I do it anyway because I do not want this country that I grew up in to fall into desperate poverty.
I agree.
None of what he said is actually an argument on like policy, on what we're going to do to fix things or how the outcomes are going to occur. It's just sacrifice or else. And also, I know I'm probably going to lose, but I am the hero fighting the evil capitalists. I am the champion of the good cause. I'm so wonderful. I'm so amazing. Not only am I the competent person that was able to succeed, unlike these poor people that are too stupid to be able to do what I did, because I'm a maths genius. I was able to do all the wonderful things. I'm so amazing. I'm so great. But the other people, they need a leg up. They need help. Oh, I'm gonna die here. There's no way I get out of this. Yep.
Agree with you on the passion, and I agree with you on the problem. I don't agree with you on the solution because in 2019,
we'll be rich and our kids will be
in
rich.
2020, and that's not what I'm saying.
Dude, this little slimy fuck, dude. This guy's patience is so fucking is just off the charts, man. The amount of times I would have started calling this guy names and calling him a piece of shit to his face. Like, don't fucking say that to me. Don't say that, like, I don't give a fuck about these situations and that I don't care about this because I'm going to just be able to give my kids and fuck other people's kids. How fucking dare you? Like, fuck off with that. Come bringing a goddamn argument or shut the fuck up. Because I'm the only one here discussing ideas, discussing how the systems actually work. You're just positing fucking conspiracy theories with no goddamn arguments and then trying to interject with questions and accusations against my character this entire time. Fuck you.
In 2020, we made a decision globally to shut down the economy, and we taught everyone that they can live and work from anywhere. The biggest threat to everything you're saying is remote working. The fact that we can live and work from anywhere. Our grandparents, their boss, if their boss owned a company, that company had to physically be in the country and the boss had to physically be in the country. If we look at today, there are plenty of fitness trainers who work for a gym and the owner of that gym is somewhere overseas. Plenty of people work in a restaurant and the owner of the restaurant lives overseas. You can run a business from anywhere in the world right now. So the problem that we face is that you're describing, on one hand, you say we need to tax it at the point of sale, which is a consumption tax. And then
it's a tax on profits.
Okay, and then you say a tax on profit, and then you say, oh, but then we'll stop profit shifting. By the way, I'm also actually all for this idea of stopping profit. I've already said, I think it's utterly ridiculous the way that many of these global companies are treated. And if we don't stop that, then all the money just flows out to the tech companies. So I'm with you on that. But when you say tax the rich, the actual people who own the companies, those people can just be anywhere right now. So,
but their revenues can't. Their customers are where their customers are. Their customers are where their customers are. Listen, Amazon.
What the fuck does that mean? Their customers are where their customers are. Okay, so you want to find a way, like, He's living in La La Land when he thinks that like these people aren't just going to move their wealth out of the UK and then just run the businesses there. And then what are you going to do? You're going to just tax the fuck out of the businesses there? Well, then eventually they're just not going to fucking do business there. If you're trying to recoup more and more and more and more taxes to people that have already left your fucking country, then eventually they're just going to realize that it's more profitable to own a fucking McDonald's in Bangladesh or in India than it is to own a McDonald's in the UK. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like he lives in this La La Land where the businesses will always just thrive there and these other countries will always just be behind? Like, how about this, Gary? Do you not give a fuck about the children that are in the ready-made garment industry in Bangladesh? Do you not give a fuck about the kids that are growing up in abject poverty in the Sunderlands in India? Do you not give a fuck about mainland Chinese kids that are living in abject poverty whilst there's wealth in Beijing? Do you not give a fuck about the people in Africa? Oh, well then why are you so full of anger and indignation of those people being able to get resources and jobs as they move out of your country? And then, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you hate children? Two can play at this game, you fucking piece of shit. I can just bring that same energy back to you.
It doesn't pay any UK tax, doesn't pay any US tax. Where are the customers? In the UK
In the
and
UK, US.
Do you really think it's impossible for us to tax that?
Well, you're talking about taxing people at 10 million plus, right? So this is a lot of startup entrepreneurs.
Jeff Bezos is a lot more than 10 million.
Yeah.
Jeff
No,
Bezos is worth a lot more than 10
But
million.
you talk about anyone above...
Okay, yeah, that's not what he's fucking saying. Okay, again, he's just interjecting. Yeah, but Jeff Bezos. Okay, Jeff Bezos is one fucking dude. You could literally take all of Amazon and liquidate it, and it wouldn't fund the NHS probably for more than like 3 months. I don't actually know what the figures are on the NHS spending and things like that, but I'd have to look into it. But it's not gonna fucking, you're not gonna be able to, it's not gonna be a full year. I can guarantee that.
Above 10 million is on your radar.
You don't want people worth 11 million pounds to pay more tax.
I'm not just talking, it's not that.
Dan, if you're worth more than 10 million pounds, so if we tax people on, as Gary says, that have more than 10 million, what are your options to avoid? Say if your objective was to avoid that, what options do you have?
Look, if my objective was to avoid it, I pass a board resolution that we're moving the head office somewhere else.
Yeah.
We move the intellectual property somewhere else. I pick up and move my family somewhere else. And within about a week or two, we've got a WeWork office somewhere else. I've got a new house on Airbnb somewhere else. And I cut ties with the UK, and I'm non-tax resident here, and I have a digital business. I can literally make my head office anywhere in the world. If there was a particular country that turned hostile towards our operations, then I'd have to withdraw service from that thing. So that's possible, but it's unlikely that would actually happen. But ultimately, if I choose to get up and leave, then I get up and leave. Now, the bigger issue is, would I have even come here in the
Dude, this guy is so quick with it, man. He's just like, okay, if that was your goal, what would you do? And then he just gives a step-by-step process. It's super simple how he can just be fucking done with this bullshit in a week.
first place. And then there's another issue. And here's the other issue, Gary, for you. You've just had 750,000 subscribers to your YouTube channel.
It's 820,
right? It's 820, right? So it's going up fast. I could have one of my analysts at a consulting company.
Dude, he couldn't let that go. He couldn't let that go that it was 750. It's 820 now. He's got to let you know how many YouTube subscribers he's got right now. Like he can't take that hit to his ego and just be like, yeah, it's a little more than that. That's fucking funny, dude. Dude, the more I see this guy, the more this guy just reeks narcissism to me. It's because it's not like there's very many arguments for the media critique that this guy's making. He's just spouting bullshit.
Do evaluation.
And for all those that want to judge me for clicking with a keyboard and mouse, all right, it's just because I'm lazy with my other hand and it's not necessary, all right? I have things bound. I have a mouse that has all of the buttons on it, right? All right, like I'm not a fucking keyboard turning fucking like, ooh. Like, all right, just don't talk shit.
Of your brand and do evaluation of your YouTube
I can
channel.
feel it coming.
We could say this is a fast growth media company and it's worth 11 million. Right? So we could come up with a forecast and a projection and we say Gary's Economics is actually a new fast growth media brand. It's worth 11 million. Now your channel, now you have to pay 100 grand a year in extra taxes because you're a millionaire.
Well, sorry, 1% on wealth above 10 million on 11 million.
Oh, you're saying only on the part above?
That's how taxes
Okay,
work.
so it's not on everything. It's okay. So it's a
Yeah,
marginal tax.
that's how
law.
taxes work.
It's above. So okay.
That's not how taxes work. Dude, this dude has been cooking you on how taxes work this entire time, and you have no idea how they fucking work. Please sit down and shut up just because he didn't fully comprehend the tax system you're proposing that you didn't explain. Fuck this dude.
Okay, so but is it fair that like
I'm not calling you judgy, but when WoW is in the tags, then some people will just hop in and be like, "Oh, this is interesting," and then they'll be like, "This keyboard turning motherfucker," and it's like, no, I'm just scratching my balls and only using my mouse right now, and I'm doing like 3 other things.
who gets to decide what wealth is wealth and what it's worth? Because wealth, let's just hear me out. Wealth is a technical term for unrealized gains, right? It's not real. You know, someone buys a house for 20 grand and it's worth 200 grand. They've still got the same house.
You'll debunk this live in my book? What are you talking about, brother? I already gave you an opportunity to come into the Discord and fucking argue with me. And I gave you an opportunity to argue in chat, and then all you had was nonsense. So, I don't know, sit down and shut up.
But now they've got wealth. If someone starts a business and a tiny little seed investor puts in a little angel investment, now they've got wealth on paper. But who gets to say what is wealth? Like, for example, if you introduce wealth taxes, theoretically, that will actually reduce the value of wealth of things anyway, because the things inside that economy are now subject to a disadvantage. So therefore, investors will be unlikely to invest in them to a certain point. And also, people start cutting and dodging and weaving and ducking and weaving. So they say, oh, our UK operation's worth 10 million, so we're now going to start a second company over in some other country and make sure that's where the wealth accumulates. So it's incredibly difficult because it is just unrealized gains.
I know it's difficult.
Yeah.
I know these guys have the best accountants. I know it's difficult. I know.
This is going to be his cope. It's like, I know it's difficult, but we got to do hard things because they're hard. And I know I'm going to lose, okay? I know I'm going to lose, but I don't want my sister who can't pay her rent, but that I keep bringing up for some reason, and the children that I grew up with. Dog, start a fucking charity in your hometown and shut up instead of this nonsense commie gobbledygook that you're saying on a podcast. You're a fucking millionaire? Then start a fucking soup kitchen. And better yet, start it as a fucking NGO, and you'll be able to get those tax dollars you love so fucking much funneled to you, and you'll be able to make a goddamn profit feeding all the kids in the neighborhood because you don't live in a capitalist economy, and you don't even actually have to try and push this garbage online anyways. But your goal isn't to feed the kids in your neighborhood. Your goal isn't this presumed altruism that you're selling. Your goal is your fucking ego and everybody, and you're transparent to anybody with any bit of a brain.
What if there was an easier solution?
If there was an easier solution, I would support that, you know.
Bro, it's hard to kill shit and pay attention and rant at the same time.
It's called economic freedom. The economic freedom index.
Okay, well, this
Can
tell
I
the
show
viewers
this?
that. Give them more economic freedom and then they'll be rich.
Yeah, so this diagram here basically says the most free countries have less than 10% poverty, in fact, less than 7% poverty. As soon as you reduce economic freedom, it jumps to 30% poverty. You reduce economic freedom again, and it jumps up to huge amounts of poverty. So these countries here are the least economically free, and these countries are the most economically free. The countries that get in the way of your economic freedom have more poverty, and the countries that let people make decisions for their own life
So what you're
have
saying
less.
is, if the governments of our countries cut taxes on us, the 3 multimillionaires sitting at this table, that will improve the lives of the ordinary British and American
I'll give you a
worker
real
who
life
can't
example.
afford to feed their kids.
I'll give you a real life example. I know of a company that was going to give pay rises to its employees, and then national insurance went up, and instead of giving
National insurance is a tax on employment.
Yeah.
I'm saying to reduce that. I'm saying to reduce tax on. I want your viewers, the viewers here, to be paying less tax,
Okay,
whilst multimillionaires pay more tax.
It's good in theory, but if you could tax rich people one.
yeah, but that's a tax I don't like. So that's the logic doesn't follow. Dog, it doesn't matter if you tax one type of tax on employment. Yeah, it does have a different behavioral incentive in terms of that. But if the company overall is not paying one tax, but then they're taxed in another domain, well, they have to shift money over to payroll. Like, what are you talking about, my guy?
Percent of their wealth above 10 million. I did a back of a.
Sorry, I had to pause because a dude gave me a buff. All right, and I might be rude as shit on the internet, but when people be giving me buffs, I got to give them buffs back. Like that's just the rules. All right, you gotta reciprocate.
Napkin calculation, you might be able to get 20 billion.
Yeah.
Right? That's if they don't leave. That's if they don't respond to it. If they just happily pay it, you get 20 billion. Okay. That's less than a week worth of current government spending. So the government's out of control. 1.2 trillion a year of government spending is now what they spend.
Okay, so let's get that 20 billion and cut the taxes for the viewers. Cut their income
So that works out about 250 a year.
Okay, so let's do more. Let's make
That works out to about 250 a year. It's like, hey man, that's not really the issue here. I mean, I'm all for cutting the taxes on the poor. I'll cut the tax on anybody. I'm all for it.
Make it 60 billion.
So then you tax 3% above wealth.
Yeah, do that.
Right, and then you also bring it down.
Bear in mind,
this is what governments do.
We make 5 or 6%. Yeah, and then and that's what they did.
What they do?
That's what they did in the Second World War, and that's why my dad could afford a house.
What they actually, that's not why he could afford a house.
Okay, all right,
It's just this guy is so economically illiterate. It's just it's funny. It's just funny at this point how much this guy understands nothing and is so enraged. And how do you go to the London School of Economics and not understand basic economics? It's like there was a study a few years ago that showcased children going to Harvard, right? And it showcased that they would give people that were going in as freshmen to Harvard a civics exam, and then they would give them a civics exam after they graduated from Harvard. And what they found is that people that graduated from Harvard knew less about civics, right? So about the branches of government, how government works, how legislation gets passed, things like that, right? They knew less after a 4-year education at Harvard than they knew going in. And what you're witnessing is the same thing with economics, is that he has learned so much bullshit MMT Keynesian non-socialist and socialist light nonsense that he has forgotten and unlearned things that ought be common sense. Like understanding econ better than somebody like him. You could watch this stream and you would understand economics better than him. Just this one stream of me speaking, and you would have a better understanding, right? Or you could go watch MRH Legacy's video on debunking every anti-capitalist argument. It's like 1 hour, and you will know more about economics than almost every single person that graduates with a bachelor's degree in economics. And it's not like I'm super smart or that MRH is a genius, though that is an incredibly well done video that I suggest people watch, right? But it's just when you are learning anti-real things, when you are learning things that go that have baked in contradictions, that utilize empiricism, which is just establishing historical fact, as like evidence for things that we can praxeologically know are untrue, like Paul Krugman proving through empiricism that minimum wage laws don't have a downward pressure on the labor market, which is just patently false and obviously untrue. That like any redneck that knows nothing about economics in some rural town that's like a car mechanic is like, hey man, if I increase the minimum wage, would that make it harder for businesses to hire people? He'd be like, duh, right? And you would know more about minimum wage than Paul Krugman. It's like we're watching how people uneducate themselves, de-educate, re-educate into nonsense, and thus they come about with like a worldview that is cohesive but just completely false.
Well, if ordinary people are losing their houses and the wealth, which they are,
yeah,
and we're getting richer,
yeah,
who is it who is now owning the houses if it is not us?
The government used to own the houses, and then they sold
Government wealth is collapsing.
No,
Host is low IQ and probably not a nice person. I mean, I get along fine with people that I value. I get along perfectly fine with people that I value. Maybe I am an asshole, but it's not really, again, it's not one of my great values here. But the idea that I'm low IQ just because I disagree with you is, ironically, people that start talking about other people's IQ, like especially when they meet them for the very first time, and they're utilizing that as a means of attack, is kind of like, I don't want to say that it is a sign of low IQ, I would say it's probably more a sign of like Dunning-Kruger effect. And ironically, bringing up Dunning-Kruger effect is kind of a sign of low IQ, because if you actually read the study, it doesn't say what it says. It's really more about a confidence interval and a statistical analysis of people that, you know, that are doing well, as opposed to people that, you know, could get 50-50 on questions, as opposed to people that, you know, expect to get 90% of questions correct, but they're always going to be, you know, unsure about some small portion. It's more of a statistical sampling issue than an actual effect. But everybody knows what I mean when I say Dunning-Kruger, right? The people that are just smart enough to think that they're smarter than other people, when, you know, the people that are a little bit more intelligent kind of have a concept of just how much they don't know. So like when you see people come in and, you know, into a chat or into a conversation or on Twitter or some shit, and like they're just immediately being like, this proves how low IQ you are with like every interaction, and that's like a common theme with them, you're probably dealing not necessarily with someone that's dumb, but probably someone that's maybe a little smarter than average, that thinks they're a lot smarter than they are.
But what they did is they sold the houses to the people.
Okay, but
Right?
ordinary middle.
Right, because economics is value free, and if you actually want to make people wealthy, you're going to make things that make economic sense as opposed to do things that give you good feels. I'm missing a part of the conversation. I don't give a shit, boot me. I'm not going to boot you, right? Because you're not breaking TOS. And unlike most streamers, I don't mind if people in the chat get a little combative, right? I don't mind if my people argue back and forth, etc., right? Like, I only boot people if they like spam or they, you know, break TOS. Like, I'm not going to give you the victory of like, I had to kick you because I couldn't deal with your arguments, so you can go pat yourself on the back that you got kicked. I'm just going to let you like yell in chat. And if I find it entertaining, I'm going to make fun of you because it's entertaining to my audience. And if it stops being entertaining, then I'll ignore you because you mean nothing to me. And also, while you're here, you're a viewer and you're giving me chat engagement. So thank you for your support. I appreciate you helping grow my channel by being such a Weasley little bitch.
You can only do that. You can only do that once, and they did it for the baby boomers.
So you think it's our viewers who have got my houses now?
Where
is
Tyler?
going,
Tyler was too smoked up. That's wild. That's funny though.
Where is the wealth going? Who has the wealth now? Who's getting richer? Who's getting the wealth that is lost by our viewers?
I'll tell you where the biggest amounts of money are going. The biggest amounts of money since the pandemic, 11 trillion went just to the value of 7 companies that own technology. So the biggest 7 companies in the USA, 11 trillion has.
And you don't want their billionaire owners to pay more tax?
Well, would that help the UK?
Well, if you use that money to reduce tax on working people, then it would help, yeah.
They own shares in...
Like, we're just going to shift around taxation and it's going to magically work. Except you're going to shift taxation away from the people that aren't transient towards the people that have power and are transient. And that's just totally going to work. Like, Jesus Christ, these people, like socialists just live in fucking fantasy land. They don't live in fantasy land, right? Like, what they have is they have axioms that are untrue and don't match with reality. And so, you know, they're working backwards from proving the thing that they already believe. And often you'll find very, very smart people are the ones that are actually so trapped by socialism. And it's because they're so good at finding those axioms or finding, evidence to support those axioms, I should say, right? Or finding the things that they already believe to be true somewhere in the market. And so it's actually, you tend to find like these ideologues that are so far away from reality are the ones that are actually fairly intelligent. You know, like this guy's probably fairly intelligent, but the shit he's saying is so stupid. And it's not like because it's like low IQ or anything. It's just, it doesn't match with reality. And anyone with common sense is like, that's not true. Right. But when you're intelligent, it becomes so much easier when you become ideologically subverted to justify your own ideology and find examples, you know, out in the world of your ideology. And that takes in creativity and intelligence to be able to do that. So when I say they live in La La Land, I mean that the ideology doesn't match with reality. And the smarter they are, the more they try and shape their perspective of reality and, you know, piecemeal together pieces of evidence while ignoring those that don't agree with them, so that they can construct and maintain this worldview. And they come off sounding crazy, especially the smarter they are.
In the USA, they're US citizens, so that doesn't help us here.
And but it will help the American consumer, and then we can export the American consumer, and it will mean the American consumer has money, and then it will show rich people how much you can achieve by taxing super rich. We can raise tax on our super rich here. And then what I want is these guys to be taxed so much that they start to sell assets, and then ordinary rich people can buy assets again. Because what I want...
Holy fuck. You want the wealthy to be so taxed on unrealized gains that they're forced to sell their companies and sell land and sell assets. Like oh my God. This is this is a recipe to just destroy the UK economy. Like this is a recipe to just very quickly and very rapidly, like circling down the drain, the already weak economy with plenty of issues, to just decimate it overnight and to continuously decimate it, right, 10% fucking day by day until you're begging for like Weimar Republic economic situation. Like you want companies to all flee and or for the wealthy to be forced to sell off all of their assets, because then the middle, like you're begging for poverty and then we'll all be equal.
One is our viewers to be able to own things, to be able to own their own homes.
When I hear this,
Yeah, no, for sure. Debates don't necessarily reveal the truth, dude. Like obviously, like sometimes people that are debating, both people are wrong. Sometimes, and then of course debates like this, like I said before, are more about like drama and clip farming than they are about making actual arguments. Like I would say the guy in the middle is like really patient and really good faith and actually is trying to discuss the truth. But this guy Gary is just being weaselly and trying to clip farm and gain off of his own ego and sell his brand that is himself. He's not interested in the truth in any way, shape, or form.
Admittedly don't know as much about these issues as you guys do, but when I hear that there's these 7 tech companies in the US, my brain goes, can't we have one here?
Yeah.
Can't we start? And then so my brain goes, what conditions do we have to create?
One of our ones that we had, yeah.
What conditions do we have to create to have one of those 7 tech companies here, especially in this sort of AI world we're heading towards, where when I was reading through the stats, most of the investment in AI, which is going to be hugely destabilizing across every industry, from driving to any form of knowledge work, even podcasting. I can play your podcast now, which sounds exactly like me, which has a 4.6 star rating on Apple, which was written by AI, in my voice, published by AI.
Wild.
And who's accruing the value there? Well, it's a company in America called 11 Labs, and it's bloody OpenAI. And I go, why can't we have those companies?
Okay, 11 Labs is just, it's just mimicking your voice, but 11 Labs is super fucking helpful. I'm so happy 11 Labs exists.
Here.
We need them here.
Because China and the US are dominating this next revolution. And I worry, as a bystander, that if we don't create entrepreneurship-friendly environments here, we are gonna become India.
So if you want businesses to thrive, you don't need just a good environment for entrepreneurs. You also need people to have money that they can spend. And we are in a country where increasingly most of the people out there have almost nothing left over at the end of the month. They can barely pay the bills.
Those companies are selling globally, right?
Yeah, duh. Fucking duh.
Right, so they don't need any particular company to do well. They sell to anywhere. So like OpenAI, ChatGPT, we're all using that bloody product and paying our $20, $30 a month.
Yeah, where do they actually get their money from, right? They get their money from selling data to the rich, right?
My point was making the environment more friendly for entrepreneurs. Because when I start a company, I can't explain the disadvantage I'm at the moment if I start that kind of company here. There's no investors, and then all the talent seems to flock over to San Francisco. So the guys that built, the British guys that built an AI company called Fixer, which I was going to invest in, all British lads from London, they went over to San Francisco. They're like 25-year-olds. They've just raised at a 60 million valuation. They're in this room, this building in San Francisco full of entrepreneurs, and they're pumping knowledge and capital into this room.
Cool. With all due respect, Stephen, you're not a great example for the fact that it's impossible to start a successful online brand in the UK.
Facts. But I also realised that
the problem of...
But he started when things were different.
But I also realised I don't like using personal examples because there's a huge amount of privilege and...
Okay, is there a...
Oh, shut the fuck up about your goddamn privilege or whatever, right? Like, oh my God, like... He just gave you an entire argument for why business and entrepreneurship is easier to do in in Silicon Valley in the United States, which is hilarious because that's California, but it's still not as bad as the UK in terms of regulations, right? And what that mechanism looks like and how individuals with money and investors go to places that are friendly towards them. And he goes, well, with all due respect, you have a brand here. It's like, and I just gave you an argument as to, how online companies and the way that they work and how entrepreneurs and how they avoid taxes and where they go to build those businesses. And guess what? When someone lives in an area and they have a ton of fucking money, well, they spend that money in that area, right? Like that's how those local people make money. If you drive out all of the wealth out of your nation, then there are no wealthy people in your nation that go to the fucking get their car inspected, that go buy cars from the local car dealer, that go to the restaurants where there are waitresses there. Okay? Like it's like the left hates trickle down economics so much that they've like taken whatever aspect of their brain that could even be closely associated with the concept of trickle down, and they've like just chucked that and said, I don't need that. Like, dude, if you take all of the wealthy people out of your country, then those people will not be spending money in those local communities. If there are no wealthy people spending money in the wealthy communities and there are no wealthy people to tax, then how are you going to fund all these fucking programs that you want to do? And who's going to spend money? I was like, well, the people there will spend money. We'll have this wonderful utopia where everybody is a small business owner. And then once everybody's a small business owner, eventually they'll be one of the wealthy people and then they'll fucking leave. Like, what are you talking about?
ChatGPT in Germany?
No.
Is there a ChatGPT in France?
No.
Is there a ChatGPT in Australia?
No.
Is there a ChatGPT in Japan?
It's China and...
One sec.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
What you have here is an extremely low labor, extremely high capital model, which employs extremely few people across the entire world that is focused in basically 2 cities.
Yeah.
Good luck competing with that.
How do we create an environment where the UK can start to build some of these companies which are going to capitalize on this next technological revolution? If you were Prime Minister, what would you do?
I think you need to look realistically about what companies do we have a chance of growing. I'm not an expert in AI, but I think trying to compete with San Francisco and London will probably not work.
Why?
Try and do it, try and do it. And listen, I know that you can get a lot of likes saying, let's just invest in AI, let's just invest it. Only one city in the world outside of China has managed it. China has managed it by basically state capitalism. This is very similar in a sense to what we had with microelectronics in Japan.
All right, let's see his argument, okay? It can't be done, it can't be done. So why deregulate and stop taxing people, okay? That's just one sector of the economy that is increasingly getting large amounts of the investment. So let's that doesn't conform with my worldview, so we're going to ignore it. Oh, but China did do it. Oh, I found the vein that I can push my socialist nonsense. State capitalism.
In the 80s, right? When you have a new industry, especially these industries which are very capital intense and don't employ many people, you get a first mover advantage. They tend to win. Eventually, often they get undercut by cheaper rivals. And that does happen. That does happen. And you might see that in AI. I don't think AI is going to become a massive, massive employer. Of course, a lot of countries are going to be like, because basically it sounds good, we're going to invest in AI, we're going to invest in AI. Personally, I think we should be looking at what does the British person need? We live in a country where the housing stock is falling apart.
Dude, he is just like, this is, all right, so this is just a full-blown gish gallop, right? Like he's saying it won't work. Here's the reasons why it won't work. Okay, you have first-to-market advantage. Then he undermines his own first-to-market advantage, which is, oh, well, sometimes competition works or whatever. But now, oh, fuck, I'm getting into a concept that capitalism might be good. So now let's talk about what individual British people need and why they need healthcare, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then I'm going to use an emotional appeal that you don't care about the poor people. But don't forget that we're all going to be good. But we need to do the hard things that are hard. And I'm a betting man.
If we say AI, when we talk about AI, I think we're actually talking about technology, because even a podcast like this, you don't think of this as an AI company, but actually now the editing process, the scripting process, the transcription process, even YouTube itself is an AI company. So it's really technology we're speaking about here. And I'm wondering why we can't create a better environment in the UK to start launching and building some of these technology companies. We've even seen.
I think we should, and I think we should be looking at reducing taxes on people who work and make money. This is what I've been saying for the whole time.
What about people who start companies?
Yeah, we should reduce their taxes on the income that they make. But then if they start owning a £50 million company, are you telling me, if you come to me and I say, all right, you want to start a company, we tax you very, very little on a company that you start. If that company becomes worth 20, 30, 40 million quid, then we're going to start taxing you. You're going to come and say to me, oh no, sorry, 50 million is not enough for me.
So can I ask a question on that? So my company was valued.
No, but if you're going to fight for more and more taxation, then and you're going to put in political candidates that want to put in more and more taxation, and one country that is already a mecca for investment in AI and technology is moving in the direction of less taxation and less regulation, and your country is moving in the direction of more taxation and more regulation, and I've got quote unquote 50 million quid, right? I'm going to go to the fucking country that's moving in a direction that's going to tax me less and regulate me less and allow for more growth and has, more people for me to network with, as opposed to the country that is already going to tax me more and is saying that they're and is moving in a direction to tax me even more than the higher rate that they're taxing me. It's not a matter of like rich people and their willingness to pay some level of tax, right? Most rich people are statists. They love the state. It protects them. They love that shit, okay? Most people are not anarcho-capitalist libertarians that hate taxes just because they hate taxes. I wish more of them were, but most of them aren't. What they're going to do is they're going to go, I'm going to get taxed at 10% here, 5% here. The 5% place has more networking opportunities and less regulation that's going to allow my startup to grow quicker. And oh, by the way, it looks like they're electing people and their culture is one that wants to deregulate even more and wants to tax even less, as opposed to the place that has more regulations and wants to tax me at 10% and doesn't have the same networking opportunities. Oh, and by the way, their culture is moving in a place where they want more regulations and more tax. Oh, and I got to deal with the EU's bullshit too, because Brexit never really truly fucking happened. Obviously, they're going to move to America. And the idea that you think that it's crazy that they want because you're trying to individuate it on whether or not some person making 50 million quid is willing to pay some level of tax or not, as opposed to a competitive market, why the fuck would they handcuff themselves to your stupid tax policies?
50, whatever, 100 millions.
Congratulations.
And I still had, because I hadn't had an exit event, I still had £10,000, £20,000 in my bank account. Are you saying at the point when I sell the company, or are you saying just because I have shares in the company?
I think you can structure it a number of ways. My preferred way is to stop people from hoarding enormous amounts of wealth for enormous amounts of time. That's basically my preferred method. There's also the wealth tax method. There's also capital gains as a method. There's a lot of different ways here. But you have to deal with the problem.
A bunch of different. The problem is we need to tax the rich more and more, and like you're just not engaging in with any way, shape, or form what the consequences of those actions are. Obviously, you don't have like a principled position. I mean, other than your principles being communism, right? Like, but you don't have like a principled position that connects with reality that you can justify. I don't want to get into like argumentation ethics or whatever, right? But like, he's not engaging with any of the fucking arguments at all. He's just regurgitating crap.
If you do not tax very wealthy individuals and very wealthy families, their share of the pie will obviously grow over time, and they are, as we are watching, squeezing out ordinary families. You have to deal with that.
My friend sold his company in the UK. It's a company everybody knows. And I remember him saying to me at the time, it was in the middle of the pandemic, he'd got this big exit event. I think he'd made 300 million. And he goes, I'm off. I go, where are you going? He goes, I'm going to go to Dubai and Monaco and live between the two. And I said to him, explain to me why. He goes, well, the amount of tax I'd have to pay in the UK is equivalent to me paying 20 million rent in the UK for the next 6 or 7 years, which he'd have to stay here for. So he went and he pops back in every now and then, but it meant that he could keep that 150 million, whatever tax he would pay, never had to pay it to the UK, is living this high-flying life now in Dubai, drops into Monaco every now and then. And I remember him saying to me, well, Steve, I'd have to pay 20 million rent.
Oh my God, are people talking about hoarding wealth? No way. No, what, did I miss something? Who the fuck is bringing up wealth hoarding? That's such a dumb myth that people have. Like, rich people do not hoard wealth. Like great grandmas that lived, at the end of the Great Depression hoard wealth. Pablo Escobar fucking hoards wealth in his walls because he can't fucking money launder enough. Rich people don't hoard wealth. They put their money in investments in the bank, and then the bank loans those things out and they go back into the economy. Like, hoarding wealth is just like one of the silliest fucking economic, it's just silly. It's just a fantasy that people have because they heard it from somebody, and then they're all just regurgitating the same thing. If you find a rich person that is hoarding wealth, I'll show you somebody that is losing money. Hoarding wealth is how you lose money. Like, it's so silly.
To year to live here, and he went on to say the UK product just isn't worth it. He goes, crime, I'm going to get my Rolex robbed off me. He goes, the healthcare system isn't the best, the education system isn't necessarily the best, and the particular one was crime. which is I'll get mugged walking through London streets.
Stephen, if you allow British people who own £300 million of British assets to technically live in Monaco and not pay tax,
of British assets, right? So now it's our land. It's not his, right? They're not his assets anymore. They're our assets. How dare you? These are British assets. This is our land. This is our company. All right, well, next time you get a hot girlfriend, just let her know that it's a British girlfriend. It's ours. I'm going to fuck her. Will you sit in the cuck chair, Greg? You going to sit in the cuck chair while I fuck your girlfriend, Gary? Or maybe that's your girlfriend and it's her body and she has a right to do what she wants to do and you have a right to do what you want to do and you have bodily autonomy and it's your property.
then you will get crime. And you will have dirty streets. And you will have a bad healthcare.
Our cue music.
System, and you will have education, because if you give all of the wealth to a group of people
Hey,
who do
Casimir.
not tax, there'll be nothing left to provide things like healthcare
I brought up the our girlfriend meme, and of course fucking Casimir pops up.
and education for ordinary people. It's not unconnected.
These people are not technically living there. They're moving out. My friends have moved out of the country. They don't come back to the UK. They've left and they leave with
So
their
they built a
companies.
company here,
No, they
and we
they
let
typically
them
build
leave
globally.
and pay no tax.
They typically
And
build
you-
globally business.
Okay.
It's not that they
Yeah,
pay.
it was a global
no,
business
They
that-
don't
yeah.
pay no tax. They pay extortionate.
It's like fucking Gary still can't figure out, after this guy has tried to explain to him a bunch of times, like, hey, Gary, we live in a global economy. Like, what the fuck did this guy learn at Citibank and at the London School of Economics? I'm telling you, these people go and they just unlearn shit. Like, I'm glad that this guy's really good at pattern recognition, but it's working against him because once he became a fucking socialist, he was able to see his own ideological patterns out in the world, and he stopped being able to engage in fucking reality. And it's so obvious because this guy doesn't understand shit, and he's like, and this guy that has explained tax policy to him a billion times, and like all he's done is run scared and go on emotional bullshit. Now he's just like, he's had to explain. It's like the 6th or 7th time that, like, yeah, dude, I don't build a fucking dry cleaning fucking empire in the UK. That's not where money is going in the global economy. It's going in like technology and shipping, and fucking like people in Singapore own a gym over here, and they move around. Like, we live in a global economy.
Amounts of tax, right? Anyone who's here is paying extraordinary taxes, more than they've ever paid before. 1% pays 30%, 10% pays 60% of 1.2 trillion a year
So this
worth
guy
of
who
government spending.
300 million, how much tax do you reckon he's paid in his life?
I have no idea. I have no idea. His business was global. His biggest customer was the US. It's
This guy pays 60%, and our viewers will pay 30, 40, 50%. Do you think it's fair that your 300 million guy pays his 2 or 3?
I have no idea what he pays.
Well, it sounds like he didn't pay 50%. I'll tell
Well,
you
he
that.
dashed before he got the tax
Yeah.
bill.
But why did we allow it? Why did we allow it? I'm not allowed to not pay my tax.
What could you have done to...
You are allowed to. When you were in Japan, you wouldn't have paid UK taxes.
Yeah, because I was working in
Yeah,
Japan,
because
and then I
you're-
paid Japanese taxes.
Yeah, because you're living in Japan. This is the thing. People can live wherever they want now. So,
but we're talking about this
guy still doesn't understand fucking at this point it just seems like he's being aggressively dumb. It's a tactic I see often. It's what I like to call aggressively misunderstanding. Right? Like, he's just going to play dumb and then ask questions that divert away from the topic because this line of reasoning and what's occurring right now doesn't match his ideological position. So instead of just like accepting the loss or coming up with counter arguments, he's just going to misunderstand and say silly shit.
I think we should stop obfuscating tax on people's work from tax on the assets that they own.
so I'm talking about entrepreneurs' work
Yeah.
generates wealth.
So now he's going to accuse people of obfuscating? Holy shit. Oh my God. Every bit of I hate this guy so much. There's very few people I hate. I just hate this guy.
So
So if I own £1 billion of British houses,
yeah,
and then I say I live
Like, I hate this guy. I hate Destiny. I hate Hassan. I hate Vosh. I hate Andrew Tate. Everybody else I just kind of dislike or have disagreements with. I'm probably missing one or two other people, but those are kind of the ones that I see shit from them. I'm just like, oh my God, shut up. I hate like basically every OnlyFans whore that like feels like she needs to get some social media clout to put for her business. I can't stand those bitches. But we're cool. Yeah, we're cool, Grid.
In Dubai.
Yeah.
And I'm getting the rent on £1 billion a house, which would probably be something like, that's going to be something like £50 million a year. So I'm getting 60 million pounds a year of rent from British people.
Yeah.
And that gets paid to me from British people.
Yeah.
And I don't pay tax. I live in Dubai. Do you think that's fair?
No.
All right, so let's change that.
Yeah.
Let's make people pay tax on their...
Gary doesn't have great solutions, but he's right about the problems. The problem is, first of all, he's got terrible solutions. He's not right about many of the problems. He's of the ones that he's right about, he thinks they're problems when they're not problems. They're symptoms of problems. The dude hasn't been right on a fucking thing since he started speaking in this debate.
In their world, regardless of where they live.
Yeah, the question would be, though, how would you tax people, right? And how would you actually structure it? Because regardless of what you feel like is fair, this is the thing. It's not about fairness. It's about what you can pragmatically and practically do in the modern economy. Yeah. You might say, oh, actually, like, for example, if we said what's fair, a lot of people would say a flat tax is fair. You make £1, you pay 20%. You make £1 million, you pay 20%. You make £100 million, you pay 20%. So a lot of people would say the fairest tax system would just be a flat tax on everything, right? That would be a fair thing. It's pragmatically, can you do it? Is it actually good for society?
What are the causes of income inequality? Rent-seeking, corporatism, large corporations that utilize state power to gain regulations that favor them in the market, tax loopholes on equity firms that are able to do, hostile takeovers of other companies so that they can drain them and destroy them. Companies like Vanguard, BlackRock, things like that. Let's see, taxes in general, right? The state in general. But, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. Those are probably not the most popular ones I'm going to sell right now. Let's see, what are some other problems? There are a ton of cultural problems. Social Security and welfare as a system that breaks apart families, breaks apart gender dynamics, and has created a system of funneling wealth from young men into the elderly and especially into young women. An economy that is based upon taxes and NGOs and feel good, both from a culture and from the state's perspective, that has overvalued giving women administrative roles in companies, employment, and government, especially as we have voted for more socialism, that has created an even worsening gender dynamic and family dynamic. These things have lowered the birth rates, and then the lowering of the birth rates coupled with the welfare system has created a need for the government to sustain itself tax-wise by bringing in massive amounts of immigration without assimilating those people, which have led to all kinds of problems, especially when you have critical theory philosophy that has made it impossible for police to deal with crime, such as the Rotherham Report in the UK and Luton and other UK towns that have mass migration issues that have crippled the NHS. Just to name a few, those would be a few problems. NIMBYism, that's another big one. Yeah, I mean, like, those are just a few of the problems. But wealth inequality is not a problem. It's a symptom of problems like the ones I've described. It's like it's a thing you can measure that might showcase problems. But in general, the trend is wealth inequality leads to better outcomes for the poor. Like in general, when the Gini coefficient goes up, right? Like what you see is the poor doing better and better. Now, this has started to become not true, in a global economy where Kuznets' curve has kind of passed its peak, right? But that's another conversation.
Should people be excluded from that? So it's not about fairness. It's about pragmatically what can you get away with.
All right, well, pragmatically what we can get away with is...
Yeah, the idea that trickle-down economics doesn't work is silly. I mean, trickle-down economics is just obviously true. It just is. It's silly to say that it isn't. It's like, when someone says trickle-down economics doesn't work, my next question is, do tariffs work? So Cone Man, do tariffs work? Are tariffs good for the economy?
desperate poverty for our viewers' kids.
If you want to have, can we zoom out just a minute, right? I want to zoom out.
Let's zoom away from our viewers' kids.
Zoom
Forget
out.
about them. They're not that important.
Dude, this fucking piece of shit, he keeps trying to push it into domains where you're not conversing on the actual topic or the things, and just trying to like emotionally manipulate people in the audience on the idea that like you don't care about kids. And he's like, let's zoom out for a second. And he just goes, yeah, let's zoom out on these kids. Nobody cares about poor kids. Dude, go fuck yourself. Like you would, like honestly, if I had to sit across from this dude and deal with him, like I feel, and he kept playing these games with me for an hour straight, like I feel like we would need to make sure that the interview wasn't live, because I'm going to start calling this dude, like, I'm going to start calling this dude some names, and some of them are going to be TOS violations. But I'm just curious. Answer the question, Cone Man. Are tariffs good for the economy, or are they bad for the economy?
I'm a dad, right? I got 3 kids.
You are a multi-millionaire dad.
Do you know?
You probably don't have the same problems as our viewers.
Do you know that kids born into the top have a 60% chance of dropping out of the top? Right, 60%. That's the number. It's called persistence. You can Google it. The persistence rates is actually only 40% for the richest, so which means 60% drop out in the second.
Do you think your kids have a 60% chance of living in poverty?
Also, not poverty.
Do you know what's interesting? We're all trying to aim at the same goal.
Yeah.
I think here.
I'm not sure we are, boss.
Well, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe we're not.
I suspect some of us are maybe trying to protect our kids.
No, I want widespread affluence through the tech.
Dude, you fucking little... Oh, God, dude. I'm trying so hard not to say the F slur. Like, this little swarmy little cuck bitch, slimy little narcissistic jackass. I'm hovering around the F slur in every way that I can. Right? I just want you to know that that's how I feel in my heart. Right? That if I was listening to this in my car in traffic, I'd be letting it loose. Which I feel like might be a TOS violation, but I don't think it is. Like, Jesus Christ, man. I suspect some people are just trying to protect their children's wealth position. Why wouldn't he, first of all? Why the fuck wouldn't he try and pass down his wealth to his children and give his children that which he worked for? Like, he worked and built businesses and made money. Why the fuck wouldn't he try and give that to his kids?
Technological revolution that's happening, and I don't want the people who create that to want to go somewhere else.
So you agree with me that we should cut tax on wealth creators and raise tax on wealth hoarders?
Wealth hoarders? I've already explained how wealth hoarding, the concept of hoarding wealth is stupid. It's like the rich don't hoard wealth. Okay? I mean, I presume if I was to steel man his position, the idea would be that assets and inheritance have less of a tax system than income, and so they keep their wealth in those assets as opposed to drawing it out as income, and therefore they would have to pay more in taxes. That's me being as charitable as I can in that, but like utilizing the term wealth hoarders is hearkening to something that is just absolutely untrue, and he knows it.
Broadly.
Okay, so let's do it.
But
Let's
if you-
cut
no,
tax
sorry,
on people
sorry.
who are making income.
Sorry,
Let's
broad-
cut tax on people who are working hard, creating a good product, making a good income, and let's raise tax on people who are sitting there on 20, 30, 40, 100, 200, 500 million pounds of assets.
Hey, brother, I asked you a question about tariffs. I noticed that you completely didn't answer that question about tariffs. And now we're just saying, so all poor people don't work hard and we're engaging in chat. We're here, we're talking, but we're not answering my question. Is it because you want to create distance from the fact that you recognize that your logic behind why tariffs wouldn't be a good thing would be the exact same logic behind why trickle-down economics does indeed work? So you're just a cowardly little bitch?
That they're going to give to their kids, and they're going to use to dominate society and squeeze out the middle class.
So who's an example of someone who's hoarding wealth?
Rishi Sunak.
So his family owns a tech company.
His wife's dad owns a tech company.
That's what I mean.
Which he will inherit, and his kids will inherit.
But his net worth that is quoted is based upon his wife's...
Yeah, but that company already exists.
Yeah.
It's created now.
Yeah.
It's worth billions.
But they have to reinvent that business every 2 years. Like it's a...
So you think that if Rishi Sunak's father-in-law stopped managing the company, it would be valueless?
No, I think it hires hundreds of thousands of people, and it's it's a big company. I don't know a lot about that particular company, but I know it's a tech company.
Steve Jobs died. Okay?
Yeah.
Is Apple valueless?
No.
Let's not pretend that these creators are the sole reason these companies are valuable.
Sure.
And what we're talking about in many cases.
What the fuck is this guy talking about? How is he hoarding wealth? Well, he has a business, and it's worth a lot of money, and he's not doing anything with that business he's making. How dare he be wealthy? Look, dude, if you want to describe the ways in which they're rent seeking or using, governments to protect them, or you want to talk about specific tax loopholes that they're avoiding in some regard, that normal British people can't do because of some means or whatever, have that conversation. And I'm willing to bet that the guy sitting across from you would be on your side in that, right? He's not like me. He's not anti-tax, but it's just more bullshit.
But I was a trader, okay, and I'm worth millions of quid, and now that is just assets. I just own the assets. I own the assets, and that will grow and it will grow and it will grow and it will grow. And that will squeeze out and squeeze out and squeeze out and squeeze out our viewers. And I'll give that to my kids.
How is that squeezing out viewers? You owning property is not squeezing out people. It's not exploitation that you own land. Now, yeah, when the Federal Reserve in America fucking uses quantitative easing to increase the money supply and then, and does so by buying up land and thus makes land more valuable, and you can see investment go into land and those assets go up because those are assets that are owned and the poor people get fucked by inflation, that you're absolutely right. That squeezes out the poor people, but it's not the fact that you own land that is the problem. Again, this is like, he's looking at causes as if the causes are the problem, and socialism is always the magical solution, when the fucking socialism is what caused the problem to begin with.
They don't even need to work. They wouldn't even have to work. They can just live on. I can live off the wealth. Is that what you want?
Do you think there are any opportunities for people today? Like, if you're born into a poor family,
yeah,
do you think it's possible that housing being shit, and we can both agree on that,
yeah,
but do you think there are new opportunities that didn't exist for our parents or grandparents, but they do
Dude, these little fucking wind harpies fucking stunning me. It's pissing me off.
exist for people today?
I think the reality is, for kids from poor backgrounds, it is almost impossible to realistically get even financial security, never mind wealth.
But why do you think you could do it, I could do it, he could do it, but you don't think other people could do it?
Well, yeah, that was my question like fucking an hour ago. Like, why do you keep talking about how like you had all these wonderful opportunities and that you can do all these things, but my sister can't afford her rent? Well, tell your sister to fucking study some math, because apparently being good at math runs in the family.
Well, the first thing is I'm 38 now, so I'm not a kid nowadays. Listen.
Y'all just don't get it. He's a betting man.
I want to do it. Well, the first thing is I'm 38 now, so I'm not a kid nowadays. Listen, I won every maths competition I've ever been in. You know what I mean? Since I was a little kid. I didn't even have a desk in my house, I was one of the top students at LSE. And I still had to win my job by cheating in the card game. That's the world that we live in. I don't think that's a very replicable strategy. And it's very easy.
Dude, the narcissism that just exudes off of this dude. See, actually, I was really good at math, and I'm such a brilliant little guy. Don't forget how brilliant I am and all the ways I won. Listen. I'm gonna put you on some game if you live in America. I don't know about the UK, but here you go. Step one. All right, you're a young man. You're an 18-year-old man, and you know what? You're not like Gary over here. You're not. We're going center for this. This is pissing me off. We're going center for this. Okay. Let me pull up my other thing. And we're gonna put some music. We're gonna put some music on for this. Okay, some lo-fi. I'm gonna put you on some game. No, actually, you know what? We're not gonna do that. We're gonna do something different. We're gonna open. Let's see. Hold on. New. Give me just a second, boys. All right. Here you go. All right, and Grid here is an actual millionaire. So tell me, Grid, if I'm wrong. All right, Grid. Grid the millionaire is going to tell me if I'm wrong, right? How to be a millionaire. 18 to, we'll say 20. All right? Sorry if you're older than this. Oh my God, my mouse disappeared in the gray. Here we go. Bitch. All right, whatever. All right, step 1. All right, here we go, boys. Here we go. Be bad at maths. All right, so that's step 1. Because you're going to be bad at maths, okay? Step 2. Learn Learn basic maths. All right, step 3. All right, guys, step 3. Buy a lawnmower. Step 4. We're just gonna go. We're not gonna type out steps anymore. All right, we're just gonna go. Jokes aside, we'll do it like this. Okay. Start cutting grass in wealthy neighborhoods. Step 3. Watch YouTube videos on how to cut grass perfectly. Practice lines. Step 4. Make enough money to buy a nice lawnmower. Hold on. I missed a step. Hold on. Get a business license. Make it an LLC. Okay? Make enough money to buy a nice lawnmower. Step 6. Make enough money to buy to buy a truck / wagon. Yeah. We'll do this. Buy a lawnmower. Sorry. Get a job at McDonald's for $15 to $20 an hour, because that's what it's fucking paying right now, boys. There you go. All right, make enough money to buy a truck. Okay, now, step 7. Here's where it gets interesting, okay? Learn how to branch your business out. So what does that mean? Learn to power wash, paint mailboxes, clean gutters. Oh, damn it, someone's trying to kill me in the game. Give me just 1 second to kill this thing. All right, so learn how to branch out your business. Learn to power wash, paint mailboxes, clean gutters, etc. 8. Strive for perfection and build customer base. 9. Hire employees slowly. 10. Start a YouTube channel with before and after grass, weed eating, etc. videos. Okay? So now you're gonna do the same work, but you're gonna get a new revenue stream because you're going to be able to advertise your company on YouTube, and you're going to be able to make ad revenue by doing like cool videos, because now you're good enough to where you can like cut really good lines and the before and afters look really amazing, and you're going to use this to help market your own business while at the same time make some ad revenue on the side. Okay? 11, save up enough money, business credit, etc., to buy property in growing suburb. Large amount of land, growing property in suburb for office of business, and later as a storage facility. 12, once you have enough money, invest in real estate. Learn real estate and manage your lawn care, storage business, and real estate. All right. Bonus. Do not put your dick in crazy. Bonus. Do not marry without prenup and a good woman. 13. Congrats. You are a millionaire. All right, that's it. That's it, boys. That's fucking it. Bro doesn't know how to type. Look, I'm thinking about what I want to put and typing at the same time and paying attention to make sure mobs don't kill me on World of Warcraft, which you can't see on the other screen. And I'm occasionally looking at chat. That's it. That's all you need to do, guys. You don't need to be good at maths. You don't need to be super intelligent. You don't need to be you don't need to do anything. You just fucking, when you're young, you hustle, you work hard, you buy a lawnmower, you get a fucking job, maybe even 2 jobs. Okay. And you use that so that you can get a good lawnmower, so that you can learn how to fucking cut grass and do things, and you learn to be a polite young man, and you get good equipment, and then you have a company, and then you grow that company. You use YouTube, right? Because it's the modern era, so that you can get a new source of revenue via ads and a new way to market. Okay. And you learn that game, and then you grow your business. Then you get placed in a growing suburb that will eventually be a very profitable storage facility, because when the suburb grows and there's a lot of population, that land will be worth a whole lot more money, and a whole lot of people will be trying to move into apartment buildings. And so your storage facility will be worth way more money than when you originally got the business loans off of your business that was doing well, right? And it, that is an asset that will go up way, way more than just regular real estate, okay? And in the beginning, when it's not making you a ton of money, you can use it as a place to park your trucks, keep them safe from getting robbed, and run your business out of until you need to expand. And then you just get into real estate. And now you've got multiple revenue streams. Okay. You've got a lawn care business. You've got a YouTube channel. You've got, which helps with your advertising. You've got storage facility. You've got real estate, and you build a family off of that. And you don't put your dick in crazy. You don't get some random chick pregnant. You don't do, and you make sure that when you marry someone that you protect yourself with a prenup, and you start a family that way. And then guess what? When your kids get a little bit older, you can put those kids to work fucking cutting grass and working at your storage facility and teaching them values, whilst you can eventually pass on these things to your children. This idea that like, oh, we need massive amounts of socialism so that like we can and regulation is the very thing that's going to make this process an American dream of the past. This works right now, okay? But if people like Gary keep telling you that nobody can make it unless there is some genius like he is and everyone should stroke his fucking ego because we need more and more socialism, you're not going to be able to afford to start a business on a McDonald's salary and hard work anymore because the taxes are going to keep going up and the regulations are going to keep getting worse. And the real estate, wealth tax, the people are going to value your storage facility at a wealth like way above what it actually is because it's unrealized gains because you bought it so that you could make money in the future. Like you're not going to be able to do this business model in the future if people like Gary get their way. So fuck Gary, and this is how you become a millionaire. There you go. Perfect fucking freeze frame, by the way. Are terrorists good for the economy? I don't know. Are they paid by the FBI? Because if they are, the Keynesians count that as GDP.
Easy for people like us who've made money say, oh, we did it, aren't we great? Go out and, you've said that you think if young people go and work in the tech business, they can get financial security. If it was that easy, they'd all be doing it. They're not idiots. Our viewers are not idiots. They're trying. They want to find the good opportunities, and they work. Listen,
I'm
they're
not
working
the one
so
saying
hard.
they're idiots. You're the one who says that they can't do it anymore. I see people do it all the time. Like I'm working in entrepreneur.
People from poor backgrounds. But then why are our viewers? You think all of our viewers? If it was that easy, why is everybody not doing it?
I'll tell you why people aren't doing it.
Because some people are fucking lazy. Because some people are victims of circumstance, and that happens. And because some people like you push socialist shit to make it harder and harder. Like we can look at the Forbes 400 wealthiest people in America, and what do we find? A majority of them come from the middle class, the lower class, and poverty. Majority of them are not born rich. The 400 richest people in America, a majority of them grew up middle class, poor, or lower, some form of lower income. They didn't inherit any wealth. That's just the reality, and you want to take that away. Wait, you're way back there trying to talk about... You already understood way long ago. I asked you if tariffs were... Don't try and make fun of the way that I'm speaking, or like somehow my microphone, which is a Shure SM7B and isn't plugged in through USB, that is obviously plugged in through cabled. Like, stop. You heard me. You just chickened out.
We went through a schooling system that taught us how to get an office job.
Okay.
Right? We went through a schooling system to prepare us for a world that doesn't really exist anymore, which is the Industrial Revolution world. And you have to go through a process of figuring out how it really works. So what I see is most often the people who do really well financially who are young, they dropped out of school, they dropped out of university, they started learning how to do things by doing their own research. They start their own business or co-found a business. They take a very alternative path. None of that was taught to us at school. None of it's taught to us in normal society. We have a school system.
Yep, like almost everyone is like, if you want to do well, you need to get a bullshit bachelor's degree, go into massive amounts of debt, and then work in corporate America. Like, you're not going to be a fucking homeowner that way. Like, you're just not. You want to be a homeowner, then be a welder. You know, like, you want to be a homeowner, then learn an actual valuable trade. You're not going to be a fucking homeowner getting a bullshit bachelor's degree in the humanities and then getting a job that makes $60K a year eventually whilst you're fucking 80 grand in debt from college.
System that manufactures people for a set of skills that are not particularly valuable anymore, and we also get them in debt for those skills. When people sidestep that and say, okay, I'm not going to get into university debt, I'm just going to go off and actually figure out how the world works, there's actually loads of opportunities.
Okay, so I guess we've sorted it then. All of our viewers need to do is go and buy Dan's book, become an entrepreneur and become a millionaire. It's that easy. Why weren't you guys doing it to begin with? They're idiots. The viewers are idiots. They should be just being more entrepreneurial. It's as simple as that. More entrepreneurial, start a business. Listen, I come from East London, okay?
I love how he keeps trying to frame it as if this other guy is calling people idiots over and over again because he has faith in people and he wants them to utilize the skills and the assets that they have in an intelligent way and work hard to find out what those things are. This guy is lying to you because he's selling the concept that he wants to give people opportunity, but he doesn't want to give people opportunity. He wants to make everyone a looter. That's it. Read Atlas Shrugged. He wants everyone to be a looter. He wants the state to do the thinking for them. He wants everyone to be a happy little slave, and he wants people to live in the pods, but then he's going to bitch about the pods not being good enough once the pods come.
Friends can't feed their kids, okay? And if it was as simple as going out and being an entrepreneur, I can bet you they would do it. I can bet you they would do it. I'm sick of multi-millionaires telling kids who can't afford to turn the heating on, you just need to be more entrepreneurial. It's sick, Dan. It's sick. This gives people mental illness. It gives people mental illness. Tell them the truth.
No, it doesn't. Nobody's lying to them. It's not giving people mental illness. Just because he's not supporting your socialist nonsense to destroy the economy. Yeah, I'm sorry. The default state of man is poverty. Okay, if I drop you on a fucking island, Gary, I drop you on an island with nothing but the clothes on your back, the squirrels and the bees and the birds aren't going to fucking fly, fruits and berries over to you and feed you. Okay, you're going to have to go out into the environment. You're going to have to shape the environment based upon your will, your needs, your desires. And then you're going to have to gain sustenance, and whatever it is that you make, whatever it is that you have will be something that you made yourself. Man must shape reality towards its own goals. You can't just expect this magical fucking hand of the state to fucking fix all of these problems for you. Every single time the state does that, it comes at a cost. It comes at the cost of other people who are trying to put food on the table. Okay? Yeah, I get it. There are poor single moms out there that made bad decisions that can't feed their kids right now. But when you say, well, we need the government to come in and save these people, what you're saying is that there's a 23-year-old man right now who can't find a fucking girlfriend, who feels like his prospects are worthless, who's working a fucking dead-end corporate job, and he needs to pay just a little bit more of a burden so that some single mom can be enslaved to some single mom that got to go out and have fun and make bad decisions, because fuck that guy's ability to have a family, fuck that guy's ability to be able to own a home, become a provider, and live the UK dream or the American dream, because we just need more socialism so we can all be equally miserable. You're the one selling death, you're the one selling poverty, and you're the one who's constantly, whilst trying to accuse other people of it, selling the idea that people are too stupid, too weak, and too lazy to be able to go out and achieve success if we simply give them the opportunity to do so.
Okay, your older generation, we took the opportunities, and now it's almost impossible to get out of poverty. And don't just stand up and wave, your millions of pounds in front of them and say, if you were entrepreneurial like me, you could do it, you could have it. Because it's sick, because they can't. They can't feed their kids, Dan. They can't turn the heating on. Don't tell them to be more entrepreneurial. Fix the system that drives more and more and more of them into poverty every generation.
I find it very strange that you think it would be easier to fix the entire global economic system than to start a business and fix your own personal economics. The thing that...
This is the first time that guy wasn't just super nice, and he fucking cooked. He fucking roasted his ass. Jesus Christ, it took him fucking an hour and 15 minutes to finally be like, I'm fucking sick of this guy. And he did it in the nicest way possible, and he just deep fried him. Oh, I gotta hear that
drives
again.
more and more and more of them into poverty every generation.
I find it very strange that you think it would be easier to fix the entire global economic system than to start a business and fix your own personal economics. The thing that I know that gives people mental health issues is feeling that they have no agency in their life, that they can't do anything. Your video where you talk about if you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. There's no such thing as meritocracy. You're never going to be successful. To me, if I had have come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed. I'm so glad that I came across people who said, Daniel, you weren't born into a rich family. You don't have any bank of mum and dad, but it's cheap and easier than ever to start a business. Start by working for someone who's got a business, then figure out what's your opportunity, And there's a way. There is a way. I've actually worked with a lot of teenagers from poor backgrounds. And one of the things we do is we tell them if it's possible for someone else, it is possible for you. I also worked in rural Uganda with a charity that did work with the poorest of the poor. One of the most incredible things I ever saw was a woman who started out literally picking food out of a trash pile. And she was basically, they shared with her how to start a chicken business, which then ended up as a pig business, which then ended up as a cattle business. And she ended up hiring 15, 16 people in her local community. The power of entrepreneurship is that starting with nothing, you can actually make improvements. I'm not saying everyone ends up as a millionaire, and I'm not saying everyone ends up equal, but I'm saying you can make improvements in your life. And the thing that causes mental health issues is the feeling of having no agency or no control over your circumstances until the world changes the whole economic system.
I mean, he literally just described the mental health issue of, internal versus external locus of control, right? But he did it in like such a nice way with, God, the guy in the middle is really good. I mean, he's very good at it. And this guy is just smiling because he can't, I don't know, like, it's just like he has to try and smile it away like it's ridiculous what he's saying. But he also knows that he can't be an asshole in this instance. I'm interested to see how this guy who's behaved like nothing but a narcissist until now responds to this.
I never told people don't work hard. I never once said that. Never once said that.
You said if your dad wasn't rich, you'll never be rich.
Which is true in 99.9% of cases. I've never told people don't work hard.
That's actually not true in 99% of cases.
I've never told people don't work hard, okay?
I've never said that. That's the logical conclusion of what you said. So now you're gonna go into this technicality so you can run away from what a piece of shit you are.
And listen, if you think that Ugandans should be more entrepreneurial, I've never been to Uganda, maybe that's the problem out there, maybe that's the problem in Nigeria, maybe that's the problem in India. Listen, I've never said don't work hard, okay? When I brought my book out last year, the hardback, I was at some event and I come out, I was drinking in London Bridge. And
those were words. I didn't quite get that. All I got out of that was him shilling his book.
I've never been to Uganda, maybe that's the problem out there, maybe that's the problem in Nigeria, maybe that's the problem in India. Listen, I've never said don't work hard, okay? When I brought my book out last year, the hardback, I was at some event and I come out, I was drinking in London Bridge. And I come out late.
Is there a British person that can translate for me? Hold on. Let me close captions on. Okay, hold on. I need that.
When I brought my book out last year, the hardback, I was at some event and I come out, I was drinking in London Bridge.
I was at some event and I come out, I was drinking London Bridge. Why is this guy who fucking went to the London School of Economics and worked as a trader at Citibank talking like this? Listen, I understand that people have regional dialects and that like people that come from working class towns have like, speak differently. Okay, I grew up in the projects. I spoke very differently, until I got into the Army. And when I got into the Army, I was very well read, so I had a vernacular that had a large vocabulary. But I still had an accent, and most of my friends growing up were black until I got to late middle school. So I had a lower socioeconomic status accent. And I code switch sometimes when, especially when I'm, especially if I tend to my long-term girlfriends have mostly been white, right? With a couple of exceptions. But when I'm dating a black girl and I'm talking to a black girl and I'm with family, I end up finding myself code switching back to, an accent that's closer to when I grew up. But here he is talking to two well-spoken millionaires, and it seems like he is code switching to something on purpose. It doesn't make sense. Like, code switching happens when other people are speaking a certain way, and the environment is in such a way that it reminds you of circumstances when you spoke that way. And so your accent and your dialect, whatever, begins to change. There's nothing around him, and there's no one that he's talking to that should give him this thick working class accent. It feels like he's trying to sell his working class identity. Like, this is a guy that went to London School of Economics and then worked at Citibank as a trader. Okay, this guy, more than a decade of living in posh surrounded by like posh accents, high society people, and it seems like I don't know. It's just another tick in the box. I swear to God, I'm almost completely convinced that this guy's just a full blown narcissist. Yeah, but that's not, you can't code switch to an audience though. You can code switch to an audience when they're speaking back at you. Like people gave Kamala Harris shit when she was at like an event, right? And like she kind of code switched from like earlier in their day to later in the day. And I was like, guys, you don't understand. Like, yeah, now all of a sudden she's surrounded by a different group of people. Those people are yelling back at her. Everybody that was at that event was probably speaking that way right before she went up on stage. So yeah, of course she was like, you better blah, 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 blah. It's like, that's totally normal, right? And conservatives were trying to act like that was proof that she was fake. But in this instance, there's no one around for him to do that. It's very clear that he's doing it like to sell an identity. Like this is the type of shit malignant narcissists do. Like this is the type of shit con artists do. Wealth is a zero-sum game? Jesus Christ. The 1840s called, they want their economics back.
And I come out late, it was like 1 a.m. And some guy come up to me when I was unlocking my bike. Some guy from Newcastle, which is the northeast of England. It's quite a poor town, there's a lot of working class people there.
Yeah, working class people there. Yeah. Oh, this is an emotional moment for me. Let me tense my jaw and really talk about the sad thing, because I'm mirroring the fact that you told a sad story that helps support your argument. So I'm going to use a sad story to try and engage the audience in pathos. This dude is good at being a manipulator, but his ideas are shit. I'm sorry, Gary. Like, I see through you, man. Like, this is the type of shit con artists do. I mean, it's he's hit the head of the nail with the hammer like too many times in this one podcast for me not to just, for me to do, I'm confident now in saying that this person is manipulative and is likely has some narcissistic tendencies and utilizes them to to grift and to con people. Like, this is probably a dangerous person. And when I say dangerous, I mean like dangerous to be in a relationship with, dangerous to be in your family. Like, this is the type of person that will create mental illness in those around them for his own satisfaction.
Walk with the earth, mother.
And maybe I just hate British people. I get along fine with Liquid Zulu, and I get along fine with American Midwest communists. All right, so it's neither of those things.
And he said, I've been watching you on YouTube, and I love your stuff. And this guy started crying. This guy started crying on the street, right, in front of me. He's like, I work so hard, Gary. I work 2 jobs. My mum's sick, and I'm trying to help, I'm trying to support, and I don't understand why. And I'm sorry that I'm crying, but nobody ever told me that it wasn't my fault before. That's what he said to me, okay? And listen, I believe 100% aspiration, ambition, entrepreneurial spirit. I would never see a kid that has that and say, turn it off, okay? But the flip side of if you just work hard enough, you can make it, is if you didn't make it, it's because you didn't work hard enough, and it's your fault. And I would like you to sit and think very hard before you send that message to young men and young women in our society.
Right, so he's trying to switch over the shame to him, and it's like, no, dude, like, you're trying to sell an external locus of control. Like, at no point did this guy say that everyone is going to be a millionaire, everyone can make it, or that like circumstances don't happen. Like, that's not the message that he said. He said that he's selling a message of hope, and that there are means by which you can make it if you work hard. And it's just true. That doesn't mean you're gonna be a millionaire. But it does mean that if you bust your fucking ass and you find multiple jobs and you keep fucking working and you keep fighting uphill, eventually in the UK today, even with the fucked up economic situation from commie fucks like you that are trying to ruin it, even in spite of people like Gary that are doing horrible things, and in spite of when he was doing the other horrible things, when he was working for fucking Citibank, fucking people out of their money, playing gambling games, in spite all of the things throughout his life he has done to manipulate manipulate and fuck over people and ruin the people's lives in the UK, and that he's still continuing in that manipulation arc to destroy success and family and entrepreneurial spirit and opportunity for people whilst lying and grifting and saying things. In spite of all of that shit, if you keep busting your ass, you can indeed be okay. You're not going to be a millionaire. Not everybody's going to be a fucking millionaire. I mean, I gave you a step-by-step process that worked pretty well, right? But even if everybody, and if 100 people followed that, you know, a lot of them would be millionaires, and some of them fucking wouldn't. And if they didn't, they probably failed one of those fucking steps, okay? But even still, you're going to be all right. You're going to be able to, you know, to put money in a 401k. You're going to be able to fucking, you know, make ends meet and pay the bills. Yeah, you might not have a nice car and a hot wife and a mini mansion and like a big family of kids and a bunch of cool shit, but you'll be all right. He's selling depression, and he's attacking hope, and he's attacking the good with a demand for sacrifice. Scott needs to enhance his grift. He will never be a millionaire if you keep your wallets closed. So send those donos. The grift must flow. Listen, Grid, I made like $700 last night, and so everybody that was here for that is probably like, he's good for now. I made a lot of money last night streaming, and so so they're probably just like enjoying the content, and I don't begrudge them of that at all. I appreciate the money though, I do, and I know you got plenty of it. But I appreciate it. I do. And if anybody else wants to chip in, you know, be my guest. But I'm never going to beg you guys for money. I will beg you guys to fucking like, share, and subscribe. I will beg you guys to show it to other people. I will beg you guys to, like, I don't know, throw it up on Twitter or follow me on X or Twitter and help me, you know, get the word out when I'm going to be on Tim Pool or on other programs so that we can grow and we can get more people in here. Because I think what's going to make it even more valuable than giving me money is getting more people in here so you guys can argue and you guys can debate and you guys can learn and we can grow a bigger community and we can push this libertarian message forward. And money does help with that, right? But I don't need your money. I don't got to take your money. I don't, especially not right now. I could use it. I could always use it for sure. But if you feel like you want to do something, but you're like, bitch, you made enough money last night, do that. All right, spread the stream, spread, you know, the interview that I did with that Australian guy, from the LP, Mark Hornshaw. Not enough people have seen that. That was an amazing interview from my perspective and from his perspective. Like, get the word out. I'd much rather you get the word out and get more people in here than get your money from me, but money helps. Don't get me wrong. Money does help. I got a lot of fucking bills.
Meritocracy doesn't mean that everyone ends up with the same result.
Scott, don't tell the IRS. Listen, YouTube takes a 30% cut. Streamlabs takes like a 5%. It's like a 7% cut because it's like them and PayPal, right? But YouTube takes a pretty decent cut. But I'm going to tell you, after YouTube takes their cut, YouTube pre-taxes it. So like when I make like $600 or something, right? You need to know like YouTube takes a third of that, and then the government takes like a third of that 2/3. So, right. So I pay the highest tax rate on YouTube. And then when tax time comes, I let them know how much money I'm making because it lets them know how much fucking tax they're taking. Because they tax like YouTube, like ask anybody that does YouTube that's monetized. Like YouTube takes like fucking 30%. Sorry, the government takes like 30% after YouTube takes like 30%. Which is like what, like 0.21? So it comes out to like 0.51. So I get like 49% of the money that you guys send. And the government and YouTube take the 51%. And that's before I pay all the other taxes in the world we all have to pay.
Here's what I'm trying to achieve. I'm trying to achieve the people who have ambition, who can go for it, are incentivized to do it and incentivized to build jobs and build companies.
And what about the ones that just want to work hard and have a good family and take care of them and have a home and be able to turn the heating on and be able to have financial security?
They need to work for a business, don't they?
They need to work for you?
Yeah. Pardon?
They need to work for you?
They need to work for a business.
Dude, he's constantly fucking trying to like turn him into this evil fucking person. And it's just like, it's so heavy-handed. It's crazy how much the left, you know, in their like slave morality and, you know, the feeling of resentment, you know, buy this shit. Because I've seen this guy's videos going everywhere, and the left is just celebrating like he's like the next fucking Jesus. Wait a minute. Dog, I am level 9, and I have not been wearing boots this entire time. The hooves made it hard for me to notice. I have been walking around with no boot. I've been barefoot for 9 fucking levels and didn't notice because the only time I've been playing this character has been on stream. And I've been doing so like while doing like reactions and stuff. You going to bed, buddy? Fair enough, man. Catch you dudes later, Scott. I have a feminist on the show tomorrow night if you want to drop by. I have my kids and I'm getting them early because the mommy's going out of town, so no. I mean, I would stop by to like shit on feminism. That would be funny. Holy crap, Scott just used a fancy German philosophy word and a French philosophy word at the same time. No, Nietzsche is a German philosopher. When he wrote Will to Power, okay, which is a collection of things. It's not really it's not a finished book. His sister added a bunch of shit that she wasn't supposed to add. So you got to get a good translation because his sister added like some pro-Nazi shit, which he wasn't at all. Right now, when he wrote that book and he wrote resentment, it wasn't the word resentment in English, but it was the French word because it encapsulated more. So it would be properly pronounced resent them all.
Some business, right? If someone doesn't create that business, then where do they work for? We now have, by the way, 11% of working age people are now declared too sick to work, right? We have a huge problem in the UK. We also have 25% of people who are working age don't work. It's 1 in 7 men don't work at all.
Do you think they're lazy, Dan?
I think the system is collapsing.
Do you think
the system is
the
changing.
average British American
Here's what I think
is lazy?
What I think is happening.
Dude, this dude cannot stop trying to force this idea that he's like a piece of shit, and it's just getting annoying at this point.
Is that the technology companies are totally transforming and disrupting everything. And what happened is around the post-war era, we had good jobs. We had, you could work in a local thing. What's happening now is that jobs are going to the Philippines. They're going to, technology does 3 things. It makes jobs more simple, which makes them replaceable. It makes jobs global, where you can move them to anywhere else. And then ultimately it automates the job altogether and gets rid of it through code and software. And what's really going on in the last, especially 5 years since the pandemic, is technology has decimated the existing systems that we all relied upon when we grew up. And when I say the education system isn't really working, it's still pretending that there are office jobs available for people when they graduate. And it's still pretending that there's like 1950s scenarios available when actually my kids are going to be disrupted by AI. Everyone's kids are going to be disrupted by AI. These sorts of things are the things that really we also need to be talking about.
To all the founders and small business owners listening.
All right, I don't skip ads, all right? That's just a thing. I do not skip ads. It's a thing on my channel. Just know that it's like a thing that I believe in. If I'm going to stream their content, even though I obviously react with a long enough of a reaction to where the content is transformative, these people get paid because the ads reach a certain level of reach. This guy clearly doesn't need the fucking money, but nevertheless, I don't skip people's ads.
I think you need to hear this. It's an update from my sponsor, Fiverr. They've just launched something called Fiverr Go, and in short, it's a huge game changer for you and your team. It's a tool that's been created to help freelancers train and control a personalized AI tool specific to them and in their style, which means that Fiverr freelancers and their clients can now generate unique work almost instantly, purely by combining their own unique style of freelance talent with personalized AI technology. The big unlock for me here is time and getting more of it back. What might have taken me a few days or a week can now be done in seconds with Fiverr Go. You get what you want and you get it straight away. And if you need tweaks, the original talent is on hand for fine tuning. Fiverr Go is already available across 60 categories, and that number is growing rapidly. If it's something you'd like to tap into, head to fiverr.com/diary now and explore Fiverr Go. Use code DIARY for 10% off your first order. This is the moment where AI superpower meets human talent. I want to take it back to a point.
I do love them though. Like, oh shit. I accidentally clicked a mouse button. Hold on.
I want to take us back to a point you were talking about earlier, which is about personal agency.
Sorry, I clicked a button on my mouse and then it like switched in the video. I do love how they're just like AI technology. It's taking away all the jobs and making them global, and we got to do something about it. And then the ad read is like, AI is a wonderful and beautiful thing, and this is what you should be using for your business. Like, it is kind of funny. Oh fuck. Dude, I don't think I can stomach more of this fucking bullshit. I'm almost 5 hours into stream. I got to get some food. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to read some of these comments that people are talking about. Cuz that's fucking fun. Oh, hold on. I'm going to listen for a little bit longer cuz I forgot to set my Hearthstone.
Because I would like you, Daniel, to give the counter to your own argument. Because I want to make sure when we talk about solutions to this problem.
Who the fuck is King Sithis? Never heard of him. Another ANCAP? Is some ANCAP playing WoW? And why is he playing on this computer? Yeah, I'll reach out to him. I'll watch some of his content. I'll subscribe. I'll watch some of his content and like maybe DM him on Twitter or something later.
Problem. Start a business, be entrepreneurial. You can also understand how that works for people with our brains and our mindset and whatever we had that made us do that, our risk appetite, our trauma, whatever it might be. But not everybody is wired in such a way. So that's not necessarily the best solution for and also we sit here with a bit of hindsight bias where we were lucky and it worked out for us. But when you look at the stats around businesses succeeding, the stats, it's like 90% of businesses fail.
Yeah.
So most of them are failing. The ones that emerge from that, people like me, then we have a bias where we go, well, it worked for us, so you can do it too. I don't come from money, so I have the same bias. Like I watched.
Well, I've built from scratch several times.
Dude, what is this? Like, this dude also can't sit properly for this entire interview. And I feel like it has to be an act. Like, there's this, I'm so annoyed with having to do this. I'm so, like, it's, what kind of a 38-year-old man shows up in, like, in jumpers, right? And, like, sweatpants and a t-shirt to, like, this, to talk about business and the economy and things like that. And then like he's just constantly like and then he's like sitting on his feet and everything. Like this is pathetic. Let's read some of these comments. I'm curious because you guys said that they were really bad. People are believing the grift is what you said. What in the fuck? Here we go. Someone in a society earning a 50th percentile wage can't afford to raise a family. That society has failed at a fundamental level. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. That's what happens when you have socialism, my guy. People are taxed to death. There's absolutely no reason somebody that's in the middle class shouldn't be able to afford to raise a family. If everyone needs to become an entrepreneur to earn a living wage is such a fucking a nonsense term. What the fuck is a living wage? It's an arbitrary thing that is just used to say we're not making enough money, raise the minimum wage. Then what happens to teachers, nurses, doctors, janitors, cooks, cleaners, clerks, security guards, police officers, emergency personnel, et cetera, et cetera? Notice how every single job that they mention, with the exception of teachers, right? So nurses, doctors, janitors, cooks, cleaners, clerks, security guards, police officers, emergency personnel, etc. Every single job that they picked is not what my man was talking about. My man was talking about going to college, getting a bullshit degree, and then working for some company somewhere, in a cubicle. Right? Like these are real jobs that are necessary. The same thing is true of teachers. Teachers don't make that much money. And the reason teachers don't make that much money is because of psychic profit and cost disease, socialism. Right? So like, productivity of labor goes up in the tech industry. Productivity of labor goes up in, producing and manufacturing. Productivity of labor doesn't necessarily go up in healthcare, and it doesn't necessarily go up in like teaching and things of that nature. But because the economy has to balance out, there's cost disease, and individuals that are, when one individual's money or salary goes up, there's kind of an expectation that other people's salary will go up to keep up with the price of, the cost of inflation and assets and things like that. But when you have the state heavily involved in healthcare and you have the state heavily involved in education, what you have is this demand that labor and teaching and nurses and doctors, right? There's a demand that those wages go up with the wages in other sectors of the economy that are getting more productive, but they're interjecting socialism and they're interjecting regulation and they're not innovating in terms of productivity because they're not privatized, or at the very least they're heavily regulated and working in competition with the state. And so you have a lack of an increase in the productivity of labor, whilst a demand that the wages go up. And so these jobs actually become a burden on society because the government is the one that has so much control over those jobs in society. Nevertheless, these aren't the fucking things he was talking about. If there's no incentive for regular working people, that's when the system will collapse and there's not going to be customers or good employees left for businesses to thrive. Yeah, that's true. They don't need you as an employee when they're doing AI shit. They can let the UK burn for all they care. If they're a millionaire in America or a millionaire in Singapore, they'll just go to places where they're not pushing all of this socialist nonsense. It's a lie that everyone is either jealous or wants to be rich. I live in Norway, where you can work your life in a supermarket, retire in comfort and security, afford a once-a-year holiday in Southern Europe, and be completely happy with that. I mean, that is true for some parts of Norway. There's also people that are making like 60 grand a year in Norway, and they're still in bread lines. So like there is, I understand, I don't know what lie he's talking about jealousy or wants to be rich. Maybe that was a part of the podcast that I missed because I just don't care to finish it. But there are people that are essentially living in poverty whilst also being in the middle class in Norway. And that's a problem that has been caused by such massive wealth redistribution. Like, people in the middle class have to pay so much in taxes that like their income isn't really their income anymore. King Sithis doesn't have access to X, so he'll hit you up on Discord. Yeah, sure. I didn't know you were going to reach out to him. After I do this, I'm going to hop out of here though. Basically, we're in a system that is collapsing in front of our eyes. God help us. It really is a dog-eat-dog world. God bless you, Gary. All right. I don't sell nihilism at all, brother. I just say that there's no hope, and then the commenters agree with me. And then people say, God bless you, because I'm selling fucking nihilism to people and telling them that they're too stupid and lazy to be as good as me. Notice how Daniel is constantly talking about improving a single person's life, while Gary is talking about society as a whole. Yeah, that's the difference between an individualist and a collectivist. I think they thought they cooked with this. They thought they really said something here. Most people want to start a business. No, Daniel, they do not. They want to be able to work 40-ish hours a week and afford food, house, heating, children, and leisure. That's probably true. Most people don't have the drive to start a business. Most people don't have that capacity. I don't know if he actually said that or not. I don't feel like going through it. Choose to be a nurse and have worked in healthcare for over 40 years, not a business person or an entrepreneur. Choose a profession to care for people and contribute to society in this way. Never need a big house or multiple homes. I just wanted a decent home and able to take care of it. In my profession, I've seen it factorized to funnel money upwards. Bitch, you live in a socialist system. I bet you think Gary's the one that's got it right here, but you're literally an example of how the NHS has ruined people like your life. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? When I was studying for my finance exams, we were taught methods to avoid tax, such as bear trusts, which are not subject to periodic tax. Heavy emphasis was made that we sought to avoid, not evade taxes, as the latter is illegal. At the end of the day, Britain's complex tax system is designed to keep only those that understand or employers of them wealthy. Yeah, agreed. Yes, true. That's how socialism works. Right? Like when you have wealthy people that are able to influence the government and the government has a monopoly on making the rules, yeah, the wealthy people in the government work in tandem to each other, and pat each other on the back. That's how that works. I'm guessing the massive support of Gary's points goes to show just how much regular people are struggling to survive due to living standards collapsing for the middle class and the poor. Gary is not going to save us. We have to save ourselves by working together to demand change. Not everyone is meant to be an entrepreneur, but even a teacher being... Why can I not see more of this? There's no show more button. But even being a teacher should be valuable enough that one doesn't have to struggle to pay the bills. Yeah, well, that's, again, private teachers do just fine. I guess that you had Gary on. I love that you had Gary on. I'm an entrepreneur. It's my calling. It is not for everyone, and it's delusional to think that it's the answer to inequality or the wealth divide. Just because you start a business does not mean it's successful and profitable. My first business went bankrupt in 2012. Listen to Gary. He knows what's up. The guy does not know what's up at all. Hold on. Your business, Real Fit TV. Let's see. Just curious.
Someone just asked me what the difference is between what I do as a diet recovery coach and what a nutritionist or dietitian does. And we do two different things, but we often can come together and collaborate. And here's why. Because you can work with a dietitian or nutritionist on what it is.
Oh, man. No comment. Diet recovery coaching. Yeah. Heal your relationship with food.
Is wide in such.
I don't need to say anything about that, boys. Just curious what her business was, and you were all right in your head. You knew exactly what was up. Generally trying to figure out if these tech bros are lying or just delusional. Is that seriously your advice that everyone should become a software engineer or a YouTuber because we're all going to eat code and drink content? This is insanity. We need farmers. We need truck drivers. No, we fucking don't need truck drivers. Not soon. Okay? Yeah, we're going to, and when AI is absolutely going to replace a lot of teachers' jobs, and it's going to replace a lot of farming jobs. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't live in the third world. You live in the first world. It's really good advice to utilize your labor effectively in an economy that's changing, that's going far, far heavier into tech and far, far less into things like farming. Yes, we're all going to need to eat food, so we need farmers. Okay, but we don't have sharecroppers anymore. We don't have a predominantly agricultural economy. As technology develops, we need less and less farmers to produce the same amount of food. Especially if you fuckers refuse to have babies. You know what I mean? Like, then of course we're going to need less food. Yeah, it's just all Gary is amazing with like terrible arguments. This is pretty blackpilling. What do you expect, man? What do you expect? All right, guys, I got my kids this weekend. I'm going to get out of here, grab a little snack or something. Next week, we'll see what happens next week. Obviously, Thursday, I got to leave to go to Tim Pool's on Friday of next week. But I'm sure I'll probably do Prime Kai's Monday. And I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing Tuesday or Wednesday. But we'll figure something out. I love you guys. Join the Discord. That's where the communication and that's where the community continues. Join X if you just want to watch me be toxic or have shower thoughts. Like, share, subscribe. Consider joining the channel for only $3.99. Get some cool badges and some emotes. So when people come in talking shit, you can glowy spam them or maybe even helicopter spam them if they're real bad. But if you want the go lives, you got to be in the Discord. I always answer super chats, always. I appreciate your love. I appreciate your support. Best thing you can do is just show other people my content. And I'll try and link up with that guy over Discord at some point this weekend. I usually reach out for like interviews and stuff like that on Saturdays. So if you're really trying to get me to like reach out to somebody or talk to somebody, hit me up in the Discord on Saturdays. That's almost always the best time to do it. Because even when I have my kids, Saturday is usually a lazy day. Sunday is when I go out and do stuff with family. I'd usually do stuff with my kids on like Fridays and Sundays, and Saturday it's like, oh, let's clean up around the house and hang out around the house usually. And then of course I'm kind of working on my phone, like reaching out for interviews and emailing people and stuff. But I'll see you guys Monday. And if I don't see you then, I'll probably see you Tuesday or Wednesday. And if I don't see you then, check me out on Tim Pool. And like I said, like, share, subscribe, follow, join the Discord, follow on X, Twitter,